Climate action. Before we begin, a few items. Today's event is being live streamed. Please turn off all cell phones. Restrooms are located in the foyer. For all social media posts, don't forget to use the summit hashtag LABC Sustainability Summit. To begin the day, please welcome Dr. Mahta Moghaddam, co-chair of the USC Presidential Working Group on Sustainability.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to USC, and welcome to the 16th Annual Sustainability Summit of the Los Angeles Business Council. I'm Mahta Moghaddam. I'm a professor of electrical engineering at the Viterbi School and vice dean for research at Viterbi. But importantly, I'm the co-chair for this venue. I'm importantly very proud to be co-chair of the USC Presidential Working Group on Sustainability in Education, Research, and Operations. Together with my co-chair, Mick Dalrymple, and I don't know where Mick is sitting, here somewhere. He's also the other co-chair of the Sustainability Working Group. We are honored to welcome each and every one of you to USC. We are delighted to have you here and look forward to joining you in an exciting program with a wide range of sustainability-focused topics throughout the day in a dynamic venue that will involve keynote presentations, Q&A sessions, and panel discussions. Here at USC, a lot has been happening on sustainability. We recognize that sustainability is a global need with a progression of local solutions, and the emphasis here really is on solutions. It's not a one-size-fits-all proposition. When it comes to sustainability and factors that impede it, such as human-caused climate change, we must tackle problems across a wide range of topics such as human health and well-being, transportation systems, energy, water systems, the built environment, government, policies, and of course, our precious natural ecosystems. That is why this year at USC, we launched our signature sustainability framework called Assignment Earth. It is a university. We give assignments. Upon our arrival at USC, President Carol Folt made it abundantly clear that sustainability is a top priority for us. She created the Working Group on Sustainability, which we call PWG for short, with the charge to create the roadmap for incorporating sustainability across our curricula, for developing high-impact solutions-oriented sustainability research agenda, and for achieving sustainable campus operations. The Assignment Earth framework encompasses all of these aspects of sustainability, and it will guide our integrated efforts through 2028. Of course, that's the year of the Olympics, when the eyes of the world are going to be upon us in LA. No pressure. USC is already engaged in significant impactful sustainability-related research and education within its various schools and centers, with the coordination that's enabled by the President's Working Group, PWG, across the academic and operations units, and through the efforts of sustainability-focused centers, such as the Center for Sustainability Solutions, the Southern California Environmental Health Sciences Center, the Wrigley Institute, the Institute on Equalities in Global Health, the Shoghi Center for Energy Transition, the Schaefer Center, and many others. I can name many other centers at USC who are engaged in sustainability work. We are aiming to amplify and synergize these activities to develop a hub for developing and implementing sustainability solutions that can and must start locally, on our campus, on our city, in our neighborhoods, but then we have to scale them up to the SoCal region, to the state of California, the nation, and why not globally? A lot of it could start here and should start here. We have recently created programs to develop solutions at the interfaces of sciences, engineering, and medicine on one hand, and communications, economics, and public policy on the other hand. For example, we're supporting seed projects, a lot of exciting seed projects actually for developing things like sustainable water systems with assistance of AI, artificial intelligence, developing things like smog-eating architectural panels for improving air quality, developing post-carbon energy systems, and so on. We have launched an undergraduate sustainability grant challenge fellowships program, as well as a Hallmark, this is a recent program, a Hallmark postdoctoral fellowship program in sustainability. And we've got a lot more coming. So we invite you to join in conversations with everyone else here today to enable us to advance the public, private, not-for-profit, and educational partnerships. Partnerships that will result in sustainability solutions and climate action for maximum impact. Once again, welcome.
Please welcome David Nahai, Chair of the LABC and President of David Nahai Companies.
Well, this is great. Applause before one even gets up to the podium. Thanks so much. Good morning, everybody. Oh, God. Can somebody give these people some coffee, something? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right. Thank you all so much for being here this early in the morning. And thank you, Dr. Moghaddam, for your comments. I'm David Nahai. I'm privileged to serve as chair of the Los Angeles Business Council. I want to thank, you know what, I'm done, yes. And I want to welcome all of you who are here in person this early in the morning, and welcome also to the thousands more who are going to tune in remotely to watch today's program. This is our 16th annual Sustainability Summit and is produced this year in partnership with USC President Dr. Carol Folt, the Saul Price School of Public Affairs, the Schwarzenegger Institute, and Mayor Eric Garcetti. For those of you who are here in person, please use the QR mode to look at the speaker bios and to follow along with the agenda. Also, today's program is being recorded, so it can be viewed on the LABC website or on the LABC YouTube channel. Our theme this year is delivering on climate change. So I'm going to say a few words about what our program is to just give a bit of a context and frame. So there can be no doubt that California has led the nation in clean energy deployment, transitioning to clean transportation, and green job creation. And now, thanks to the historic Inflation Reduction Act, as well as our state and local commitments, we really have a chance to accelerate and build on all of our efforts. By some estimates, investment in renewable energy will total $1.2 trillion by the year 2035 as a result of the boost provided by the IRA. But in addition to the federal package, California just last month passed a number of bills representing the most aggressive response ever to the climate crisis, including SB 1020, which would require the state to generate 90% of its energy from renewable resources by 2035 and 100% by 2045. The state will direct a record $54 billion towards climate spending, including investments in electric vehicles, rail and port projects, and drought mitigation programs. We also have major goals to address transportation emissions, with the requirement that all new passenger vehicles be zero emission by the year 2035, the sale of all new vehicles. Here in LA, LADWP is charting a path towards 100% carbon-free power by 2035, and I want to thank all of the LADWP folks who are here with us today. I see Brian Wilbur, the head of the water system. Hi, Brian. Of the power system, I made you, okay, power system. And locally, our water agencies are taking bold steps in conservation, water recycling, stormwater capture, groundwater cleanup, and other measures to secure our water future. So, with all of this wind at our backs, we have to continue on the road of proving that it is indeed possible to move rapidly, resolutely, cost-effectively, and equitably towards a 100% clean energy future while protecting our most vulnerable communities from the impacts of climate change. And I'm talking about severe droughts, deadly destructive wildfires. You know what the impacts are. Now, the benefits of moving forward in this direction are huge to California and Los Angeles. We can set an example of success to the world to emulate. We can attract massive amounts of investment capital. We can create hundreds of thousands of green jobs. We can cultivate clean tech companies. We can transform transportation. Who wouldn't support this vision, right? And yet, it would be Pollyannish not to acknowledge the hard road that remains ahead. Because this is an experiment at which we cannot afford to fail. The eyes of the world are on us. The investments to be made are staggering in scale. The timelines are daunting, to say the least. Mitigation and adaptation are putting us in conflicting directions. We need to decarbonize our grid, but yet must ensure electricity reliability. We've been reminded of that this past week in no uncertain terms. We must ensure that this transition takes place equitably. We must take care of the folks whose jobs may be lost in the wake of progress towards our brave new world. This is all treacherous terrain to navigate. And so, today, we've brought together preeminent policymakers, thought leaders, scholars, and captains of industry to delve into these thorny issues and discuss how we can advance our goals now that it appears that the money will be there to do this. Additionally, today, you'll hear a conversation between USC President Dr. Carol Folt, UCLA Chancellor Jean Block, and Mayor Eric Garcetti, moderated by Dr. Manuel Pastor, Director of USC's Equity Research Institute. And this will be a conversation about how LA is creating the clean tech workforce of the future. But before we begin, I have a few thank yous to do. First, to thank our co-chairs, Bank of America, 8 Minute Solar Energy, Southern California Edison, GreenQuest, LADWP, Wells Fargo, Walmart, Pattern Energy, 5 Point, TRC, GAF Energy, and JP Morgan Chase. A big thank you to our gold and silver sponsors, whose names are appearing on the screens, and the other sponsors that have worked hard to help us put this event together. Many thanks also to our over 50 cooperating organizations for their help with this summit. You can find a list of them on the LABC website at labusinesscouncil.org. I'd like to congratulate our Renewable Energy Leader Awards recipients, New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, LA Mayor Eric Garcetti, LADWP, and Pattern Energy. We honored them at our awards reception last night for their respective contributions to the Red Cloud Wind Project and the Western Spirit transmission line. And last, but by no means least, a kudos to our miracle worker president, Mary Leslie. I'd like to acknowledge our chair of the LA Business Council Institute, Brad Cox. I'd like to recognize our former chair of LABC, Nadine Watt. And, but truly, I couldn't say enough about the LABC team. You know, Adam, Rachel, David, Ariel, all of them, for Pamela, Elaine, for all of the exemplary work that they've done in putting this together. They do this year after year. Let's give them a round of applause, why don't we? And now I'm privileged to introduce our federal keynote, Mr. Mike Garland, the CEO and co-founder of Pattern Energy. For over 30 years, he has focused on developing, constructing, managing, and investing in energy and infrastructure projects in the United States and around the world. He's successfully managed or overseen the development, investment, and operation of nearly 10,000 megawatts of renewable energy projects and nearly $50 billion in infrastructure assets. Please welcome Mr. Mike Garland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David, and thank you for summarizing all the amazing legislation that's going on federally, state, and then what LA has passed previously in terms of climate initiatives and energy initiatives. It's really extraordinary, and I'll get into that in just a minute. Some of you may have expected Heather. I think by now, Zichal, who's head of the American Clean Power Association, I think you can tell I'm not Heather. So bear with me here. She asked me, she ended up getting COVID and couldn't come out from DC. So she asked me to step in for her. The first thing I'd like to do is thank, I don't know how many of you appreciate what a challenge it is to keep all the lights on in these trying times. But I really think you need to wake up thinking what an extraordinary job the CAISO, Stacy's here, she'll be on the next panel, what LADWP is doing to keep the lights on. It truly is extraordinary. We've seen it throughout the country, but in California, I think has done a better job than many areas, like we're heavily invested in Texas. And it's been a little more challenging there. So I want to thank these guys that are keeping us going these days. I was asked to address the Inflation Reduction Act, and the first thing I would say about it, it is the most extraordinary piece of legislation we've ever had in the United States on energy. There really hasn't been anything that's going to be as transformational as this, and coupled with what California is doing and what LA has committed to doing, it is really, truly landmark, truly transformational. I don't even know how to describe it any better than that. It's truly extraordinary. And somebody asked me, well, why now? Why is this happening? And obviously the weather sets the tone for us all, right? We, as mentioned, we're heavily invested in Texas, and you got Uri, who devastated the state of Texas, and people were frozen. And you look at the fires, all these things that are happening right now. What we used to talk 10, 20 years ago was an abstract concept. Now all of you guys are living it real time, and people are now starting to realize that it's affecting our daily lives, and it's going to continue affecting our daily lives. So all of these pieces of legislation and all are starting to come together that can truly change how we supply energy in not just this country, but around the world. And so it really is, the only thing that comes close to it in terms of its breadth and depth was around the oil and gas industry, when there was a lot of funding for many, many years for directional drilling, and it created fracking and all the results of the gas industry in particular, in very low cost, huge supplies of gas for this country for many years. And this is now the equivalent, and in 3 times, 4 times over of that piece of legislation. I would point out, however, that the federal extension of the PTCs and the ITC only take us out to about the same term that the directional drilling tax credits were. People forget about some of these pieces of legislation that were around previously and think, oh, well, we're supporting the renewable industry and not other industries. The fact is there has been a lot of support for fossils for many, many years, as I hope everybody recognizes. So let me start with, one of our guys put together this slide to summarize the IRA. I break it down into 4 categories. The first is extension, second is expansion, third is U.S. economy, and fourth is a whole bunch of other stuff. The first is it extended the PTCs, production tax credits, if you're not familiar with the terms, 2.6 cents per kilowatt hour for renewables when they produce electricity. For example, wind uses PTCs primarily, and that goes on for 10 years. In the solar area, and you get about a 30% tax credit, and then you had your EV tax credit as well. And if you look at that, they've extended it for 10 years, and the guidance from Treasury allows you, if you start construction before the 10th year, to get completion 2 to 3 years after that. So it's really a piece of legislation that's going to be around with us for 12 to 13 years. That's pretty amazing in terms of how it expedites the building of these solar and wind offshore, onshore technologies. The second is expansion. It took some of those same concepts and applied them to like storage, 30% ITC, investment tax credit. That's a one-time right up front. If you paid $100, you could take $30 and get that back from the government or deduct it from your taxes. And it is extended it to hydrogen, where you get 3 cents a kilogram, which is huge. And I'll talk about the consequences of some of this in a minute. What does this translate into? On the U.S. economy side, it does some really interesting, exciting things. It requires, if you want certain tax benefits, you need to provide prevailing wages. You got to have apprentices programs. You got to, if you use domestic content, that is, if the majority of your equipment is manufactured in the United States, you get a special tax credit for that. You get tax credits if you go into low-income housing areas and supply solar for that, as well as in transitional communities or Native American communities. You get like 10% adder. That is, if you were doing a solar project, you thought you were getting 30% investment tax credit, it now is 40%. So 40% of the cost of your project, roughly, is paid for by the federal government under this law. The last area of other stuff, there's just a bunch of other stuff in this piece of legislation. Somebody reminded me the other day, it was 800 pages. Again, I'm only going to talk about the energy, especially the renewable climate part of the energy aspects. And there's a bunch of other hidden stuff in there. One is, if you remember not too long ago, the Supreme Court ruled that the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, couldn't promulgate rules to regulate carbon emissions because under the law they interpreted as it wasn't in their governance. Slipped into this legislation was the definition of carbon as a pollutant, which means the EPA can now regulate it just like it does nitric oxide or sulfur emissions or other things. This is a huge step that nobody even really paid attention to until a New York Times article came out last month around it. The other stuff includes loans and grants and offshore leases and other things. There's just a slew of other things to stimulate the growth in this industry. So what does this mean? How is it going to transform us? David mentioned that. That means the expectation is about $1.2 trillion of investment is going to go into this industry by 2035. In the wind, solar, storage area, last year, or this year, let's use this year's numbers, we did about 10 gigawatts of new build. We anticipate that may go, in the first half, that may go up to 10, maybe even to 20 gigawatts in the second half. So let's call it roughly 30 gigawatts. So for those that aren't energy nerds, a gigawatt is like the amount of power produced by the capacity of a nuclear power plant. It's also the size of our largest wind project ever done in the Americas called Western Spirit that we put into service last year. To put into context, LADWP, who's here from LADWP? What's your installed capacity? It's like 8 gigawatts or something like that, roughly. So you're talking about huge numbers that are going to be created out of this. So if you think that we're doing about 20 or 30 gigawatts a year in renewables, we anticipate that doubling and potentially tripling. California needs 120 to 150 gigawatts of new power to meet its climate goals. It's about 57 gigawatts today, so think of it as 3 times the installed capacity today has to be built by 2035 in order to meet the climate goals that we all have set out for ourselves. And we think, in fact, these pieces of legislation enable that. And I'll come back to roadblocks in just a second. Hydrogen. If the tax credits hydrogen's getting, we estimate that about 60+% of the cost of building a hydrogen facility is paid for the federal government now. If you look at domestic manufacturing, we think we're going to see wind our wind projects go back to something like 75% domestic content. We're seeing 2 to 3 times the doubling of the U.S. manufacturing solar equipment. You hear almost daily, first solar announced last week, I think it was, their expansion, that they're trying to increase their production in the United States. You look at batteries, Toyota, Honda, and LG have announced major manufacturing facilities in the United States. So think about the manufacturing side of this is going to double, triple, quadruple over the next 3 to 5 years. Now, you have 1 to 2 years where people have to gear up and get it going. It's not going to happen overnight, as David said. Jobs, we're going to see jobs growing from, in our Sunzia project that we're proposing. It's a 3,000 megawatt project in New Mexico. That will create about 3,000 construction jobs. Under the new law, if we want to get these tax benefits, we got to have apprentices. About 300 apprentices hired for that program, something we haven't done before. Training is a big component of this. We expect that I think we have 445,000 employees in the renewable space. It should grow to 1 million jobs in the next 3 to 5 years. So these are transformative kind of numbers that we're just beginning to understand. EVs, we estimated that if you take the California law and let's say they're doing away with gas cars, if we convert maybe half of the fleet in the next 5 years or maybe a little longer, but let's say 5 years, that adds another 22.5 gigawatts of capacity. That's almost three times the capacity of LADWP, just to satisfy that new load that's being created by converting to electric vehicles. Anyway, I'll skip a few of the other examples and talk about the challenges. The thing is when you hear these kind of numbers, you realize what's the infrastructure that's got to get put in place to allow this to happen. Think about even the interconnecting to the grid. There are off-grid systems, obviously, for rooftops, for example, or if you have a remote industrial facility, you can do off-grid. But most of the projects are going to be built connecting to systems like LADWP. Right now, the entire U.S. Generation capacity is about 1,100 gigawatts. Right now, the queue for interconnecting and getting your project connected is about 1,400 gigawatts. So we have more projects in line waiting to be approved than we do actually operating in the United States. Imagine the pressure the utilities and the grid operators have trying to accommodate that level of requests. They don't even have the staffing to do it. Think about it as you expand local C&I, commercial industrial solar like we do. We write these, we're doing it all over cities, right? How do the utilities actually respond and make that happen? So it's going to take several years for us to see this take hold in a way that is meaningful to a lot of people. It'll happen right away. I think we'll see a doubling by next year of new projects, but that's kind of unleashing what's been delayed a little bit, waiting for the IRA. But if you think about those kind of challenges, you're going to have to be a little patient, not too patient. Don't let people relax too much, but I think you're going to see some amazing things happening, and there'll be some weirdness. If you think about permitting, our average projects take 4.5 years to get permitted. Our big projects like Western Spirit and Sunzia, this 1,000, 3,000 megawatts, 10 to 15 years for transmission that those kind of projects need. We need that acceleration. We heard yesterday and a little bit this morning about how permitting is going to be tried to be accelerated. Banks, there's a provision about transferability of tax. Who's going to have enough tax capacity to absorb these kind of tax credits? Banks are going to have to get into a whole new business of being able to trade tax credits in a way that's allowed under the law. Storage, everybody talks about storage, a big thing in the United States. Well, think about hydrogen. Hydrogen now is going to compete. As of today, the pricing we think is at or below natural gas costs. So now you can actually create demand in places that you never could have before to create hydrogen. You may displace a lot of storage that could have been done. In the near term, it's going to be faster to do storage, but there's supply limitations on the batteries to be able to build enough storage. But there's going to be hydrogen competing not only with natural gas, but storage facilities and so on. So I'll just sum up and say, it's really exciting right now. There's so much coming together that in our lifetimes, we're going to see transformations we've never had before in this industry. These kind of energy changes from wood to coal to oil and gas take decades. We're going to be doing this faster than any people in history have ever done, transforming the energy industry. It's so exciting, and it's amazing to see Los Angeles in particular leading the way. David made another point, or somebody made it this morning, about how it really is a local issue. We talk about policies at the federal level, but at the end of the day, it's the local people that have to support these efforts, that get involved with the regulators and the politicians to say, we got to expedite this. And so everybody in this country has to get behind this and push and support it. We have spent huge amounts of time working with environmental groups, and they have been very supportive of our projects because we've tried to be conscious about doing it in the right way. To communities, the same thing. We go into communities and try to become good neighbors. We know we're going to be there for 30 or 40 years, and so we need to be good neighbors, and I see my time's up, so I'll thank you all, and I hope I see you in a couple of years, and we can talk about how all this got implemented, and now we're not 60, as somebody said last night, renewables in LA, we're 90. So look forward to those days. Thank you.
Please welcome our first panel, Regional Momentum Toward a Clean Energy Future, moderated by Sammy Roth, energy reporter for the LA Times.
All right. See here. Is my mic on? Yes, it seems to be. No, we've got a great panel here on regional momentum toward a clean energy future, and I'll introduce the panelists in a second. But, you know, as I'm sure several speakers have already noted, this is a really interesting week to be talking about energy in California, or in my case, to be writing about it, which is what I've been doing the last few days. We've got, you know, record demand set on the power grid on Tuesday. Would have been record demand yesterday as well, if not for what had happened Tuesday. Legislature just passed a bunch of really interesting bills, extension of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, bills to make sure California hits 90% clean electricity by 2035 and 95% by 2040, which is more ambitious than we had before. And meanwhile, we've got you know, the regulation that just passed, no more gas car sales by 2035, so that's going to expand the growth of electric vehicles and add more strain to the electric grid. We've got Los Angeles here moving towards no gas hookups in new building, which is also going to add a whole lot of electricity load. So we've got a great set of panelists who are dealing with all those issues in their daily lives. I'll just introduce them real briefly. We've got Marty Adams, General Manager of the LA Department of Water and Power. Hunter Armistead, Chief Development Officer for Pattern Energy, a big renewables developer that's done a bunch of work with LA, which we'll hear about. Tom Buttgenbach, founder and CEO of 8 Minute Solar Energy, also done quite a bit of work with LA. Stacy Crowley, Vice President of External Affairs at the California Independent System Operator, which has been right at the heart of everything happening this week with the risk of rolling blackouts and power shortages, so I'll be asking you about that. Natasha Keefer, Vice President of Power Supply at the Clean Power Alliance, a community choice energy agency serving millions of customers right here in Southern California. And last but not least, Alice Reynolds, President of the California Public Utilities Commission. So a really good group here. And Stacy, I think I want to start with you. I think, you know, most of the year, nobody's paying any attention to CAISO, right? I think that most of the time, most Californians haven't even heard of it, no offense. But this week, you're the center of attention, sending out flex alerts, I think every day going back to last Wednesday now, warning that if people don't conserve between 4 and 9, and especially in like that 5:30 to 8:30 window, that we could have power shortages. So far, knock wood, that hasn't happened. What has life been like within CAISO up at your headquarters in Folsom this week?
Well, as you can imagine, it's been busy. I think the office has been more full of people than it has been since pre-COVID, so it's been good to see everybody back at the office. But it's been very busy, and I think, and Alice knows this very well, it's taken a lot of coordination and communication to make sure folks know what is happening and what we can do about it, right? So the coordination between the state agencies, the governor's office, the operations, emergency services has been crucial to this. And letting consumers know about what's happening has also been crucial. So it has been an everyday affair where we have a day ahead market, and so we know the day before what things might look like the next day. And that's why we put the flex alerts out day by day, because we really want to know what the system has to bring in terms of resources and what the loads might be. Every day is different. Even though it's been hot, really consistently very hot this past week, the conditions have been different throughout the week. Certain units, transmission lines, fires, that kind of thing, changes day by day. So it's been sort of an all-out effort to make sure we're looking at the forecasts, we're looking at the loads and resources, and of course, using flex alerts and other programs to really use demand response and lowering demand when we need it in those evening hours.
So one follow-up question, and for context here, what's been going on each, I know different conditions every day, but the common theme has been every evening, it's still been hot, people are blasting their air conditioner, and the solar power goes offline, and we don't yet have enough battery storage to fully make up for that. So gas plants are blasting up, but that hasn't been quite enough. I mean, we narrowly avoided shortages and rolling outages on Tuesday. So I'm curious, one, how close we really came to the edge on Tuesday, which seems like it was the worst day so far. And two, how long is it sustainable to deal with these situations by basically begging people to cut back rather than having something more permanent or less frantic in place?
Sure. In terms of how close we were very close, and I think we got to what we call an EEA3, Emergency Alert 3 situation, where we were able to call on as many resources as possible and really call on those resources to help, as well as the demand load reduction that we ask consumers to do. So and Alice can talk a lot about the programs that we have for demand response. But we saw when we called that there was a wireless alert that you might have all seen on your phones. That was a moment where we had outages on the system that we were not expecting. And when we called that, we saw about 1,500 to 2,000 megawatts of response in terms of demand response. So it really helped, and that's what I think kept us from having rolling outages. So
but if you do that all the time, people are going to sort of get used to that, like they've gotten used to.
Well, you certainly can't do that, right?
Yeah.
So we all recognize that was a critical moment that we needed to take. But yeah, you can't do that all the time. And so your second question about how do we move forward? We can't ask folks this all the time. The resources are coming on, I think, as quickly as they possibly can be, right? I think we've got solar and storage resources coming on. Storage really has performed well. We saw nearly 4,000, which is what we have in a capacity, 4,000 megawatts of storage perform that day, which was great.
And that's like twice the size of Diablo Canyon almost, or at least, 1,000 more than
right.
Pretty big.
Right, and they're being used when we need them the most, right? And that's when that sun goes down. We did see a lot of imports as well, so the imports are still important. That coordination across the Western Interconnect has been very important, both directions, right? I think we've received imports. We also exchange energy between the ISO and the LA and SMUD footprints, and so that transfer of energy is going to be important going forward.
Right, SMUD being Sacramento.
Yep, Sacramento.
And I'm going to want to bring in some of our other panelists here as we get into regional stuff, but before I do, you mentioned the PUC. Alice, I guess let me ask you this. The Public Utilities Commission has taken criticism in the past for, you guys are responsible basically for approving new resource build, solar, wind, batteries, et cetera, at the big investor-owned utilities, Edison, PG&E. And after we had those rolling blackouts 2 years ago in August 2020, the president of CAISO at the time, Steve Berberick, basically came out the next day and said, this is the PUC's fault. We've been warning them for years that stuff needs to get built faster, and they've been too concerned about keeping costs down, and we've ended up here without the resources we need. I know you've been working since then, and even before you joined the commission to get stuff built faster. I'm hoping you can talk a little bit about that and what is the PUC's role here? Do you have some fault for where we're at now, and what are you guys doing to get new stuff built?
Yeah, thank you, Sammy, for the question. You're right, after the 2020 rolling outages, there was kind of a lot of scrambling to figure out what happened, why, and the governor immediately wrote the two state energy agencies and CAISO, the PUC, the California Energy Commission and CAISO, and said, you guys get together and do a root cause analysis and really figure out what happened. And so rather than just kind of like backing into our three corners, the agencies got together and did a rigorous analysis that came out in two reports, an initial one that was done really quickly, and then a later one once more the modeling results came in, the results of what happened with the market, and really trying to get to the bottom of what happened. And it was a combination of things. And so since then, lots of activities have happened to be better prepared for what we're seeing now. So we've talked a little bit about increases in generation. We realized at the time, and I was at the governor's office then in 2020, that the state needed to move really quickly. And so even though we have our long-term planning efforts going on and we're trying to be more proactive on transmission planning and our projects, getting projects built, we also were looking at a kind of narrow, what can we do to address extreme events? Batteries are, a kind of the first thing that comes to mind in terms of new capacity. So getting lots of batteries installed, Stacy mentioned almost 4,000 megawatts. So we went from about 200 at the time in 2020 to 4,000 almost. And they're performing just exactly as we would like to see them. So they're charging up during the day when we have solar, and they're discharging at the net peak when we need them. Then we also worked on demand response programs. Stacy also mentioned this, that's another thing that we can do quickly is really formalizing that load shifting that customers can do across the full range of load. So commercial customers, industrial customers, residential customers. And some of those have been developed, some of those already existed and provide just ongoing tools to the CAISO that it's been using throughout the years. And then some of them were new and some of them were geared towards emergency situations. And I also wanted to note that this really is an emergency, and you started out, Sammy, with a very good question of how long can we sustain the actions that every individual citizen and businesses are taking in California. Fatigue is a really good, a factor that we have to take into account. But I also note that this event that we're experiencing now is really unprecedented. We're seeing temperatures we've never seen before throughout the state. And the length of the heat wave is something we've never seen before. And so we're planning for the extremes, but then the extremes keep getting more extreme. And
right, it's unprecedented today, but a year or two or three from now, this is going to be pretty normal.
Exactly. And I think with climate change, we're going to have to start thinking of extreme heat as a catastrophic event in the same way we think of wildfires and hurricanes, and be prepared with emergency measures. And at the state, we certainly have done that with the coordination that Stacy talked about with the Office of Emergency Services. All of the state agencies are together now in emergency footing, including our government operations. And so we're really working on, from the state side, shifting load and working with Californians in managing what's the effects of the emergency. There have been some outages because of heat-related transformers blowing, other things related to the system, as well as encouraging and supporting load shifting from those peak times.
Let me ask you this. I mean, can Californians have an expectation that there's going to be some point, whether it's next year or 2 years or 3 years from now, where there's enough solar with storage and out-of-state wind, which we'll talk about, and efficiency and permanent demand response programs that pay people to conserve, where we're not going to be in this situation again of scrambling and begging people to save power? Like, what should we be looking forward to in the future here? Can we get to a point relatively soon where this is not the case anymore?
That's absolutely the goal, and our planning now is taking into account climate change impacts. As you mentioned, we're always struggling to get ahead of the changing conditions, but we're looking at planning in a different way, and rather than looking at, traditionally, forecasts have been done past 10 years, you look at trends from the past and then you project out. We're now trying to project forward into the future and really look at what we anticipate seeing because of climate change conditions. So that's been a real change. I think we're still going to need tools that are geared towards emergencies because we tend to get a kind of status quo that you really want to plan for, have resources in place, have permanent demand response programs, but then also have emergency tools because those extremes are so extreme.
So I want to, I think, transition here to Tom and Hunter, our two developers on the panel. And I think what I'm interested in is, and Alice has been discussing this, getting resources on the grid that can sort of meet these emergency type moments and be there. Right now we're very dependent on natural gas. I mean, I want to get back to gas plants, but I hope that doesn't get lost in this conversation. I mean, during the maybe year-round, gas is only about a third, right, of the power mix in California, something 35%, 40%, but I mean, we've been seeing more than 50% gas in the mix on the CAISO grid, 55% even during some of these peak hours. So Tom, you're doing a lot of solar and storage development. Hunter, you've got out-of-state wind in New Mexico and other places where you've got wind blowing at sort of convenient hours for us. Maybe start with Tom and then we'll go to Hunter, just because Mike got to talk for so long earlier. But Tom, if you could sort of start and just talk a little bit about some of the resources that you're trying to bring to the table here, and also what can be done to get that stuff built faster, because so much of this with supply chains and difficult permitting issues seems to be about how do you make stuff happen more quickly.
Yeah, thank you. So we have about close to 20 gigawatts of projects under development in California alone. About 38 gigawatts across the western U.S.
And 20 gigawatts is like, what, 40% of the peak we saw the other day. Not that would all be there during the peak, but that's a lot of gigawatts.
Yeah, and I would say, all the hurdles you mentioned, and we're very glad to see that the CPUC is now transitioning. For many years, the CPUC said we don't really need any more transmission in California. I think by now the message has gotten through that we do need to expand the grid. We've done a study internally that can show that for about $10 billion, we could add 75 gigawatts of transmission capacity to the California grid. That is more than doubling, which will last for the next decade or two in terms of serving California. And there are the technologies today with lightweight, high-capacity conductors that allow you to do that relatively quickly without big hurdles in terms of permitting, because they are literally just reconductoring existing infrastructure, which is both cost-effective and equally important, very fast. So there are the tools ahead of us. They haven't been implemented yet, but that's really the main bottleneck in terms of deploying a lot of this capacity. The markets for us as a developer are very good. There's a lot of demand for power, a lot of demand for energy storage. And I'm really glad to hear how well energy storage has performed. And I think it's important to think about this energy transition not only as a dirty to clean, but it's also getting us in the next generation of technologies. If you look at the last blackouts we had in the years past, a lot of it was caused by gas generation failing. I was just at Burning Man, and we installed the first solar and energy storage system there to power 5 RVs, which is not that much, but air conditioning running at 100+ degree temperature. The system performed flawlessly. The diesel generator sets that were used in other camps failed 20% on average. Overheated, out of fuel in one case, but mostly just failures. And we've seen the same in the fossil fuel fleet in the past. Looking up FERC data, you will see that the availability of a gas plant is 80 to 85%. That means 15 to 20% of the time it's not available. Battery system, we guarantee 99+% availability.
Right, but that is just for the 4 hours that the battery is supposed to be operating.
Right, but you can plan for that, and we know load forecasts, so you can plan around it. So I'm really glad to hear how well batteries have performed, because initially when we talked to a lot of utilities, they were suspicious. They're saying like new technology, et cetera, and we're like, well, batteries have been around for a long time, right? They're very reliable. How many times does your smartphone not turn on in the morning, right?
Let me follow up with 2 points. One, just because you brought up Burning Man, I'm pretty sure I read that Burning Man is opposing the construction of a geothermal plant near its project site up in Nevada. So maybe something to look into for any burners out here.
I'm not getting into the politics there, but
but no. But let me ask you this about the gas plants. I mean, if you had unlimited capacity to build, could you, 8-minute other developers get these, we have several of these gas plants right here along the coast in Southern California. Many of them are in disadvantaged communities. Could you get those to shut down if you could just build enough solar and batteries, or would you also need other resources on the grid to do that, to complement those batteries? And Hunter, looks like you want to weigh in too, but I'll put Tom on the spot first.
Yeah, okay, you first, then I'll go.
the short answer is yes, we could do that. But it does require the build-out of the transmission system.
Having well-located, truly long-dated dispatchable resources is very valuable to the grid. That being said, Mike mentioned it, is the ability to transition from being natural gas fired to hydrogen was something that was only Marty was doing, but is now, it's an economic strong possibility. Can we build up the grid well enough? Because you got to define both the scope of the challenge too, which is not just the grid is, the load is going to be going up dramatically. We're electrifying the transportation sector. I mean, Alice has a challenge that is just expanding every single year. At the very same moment that a lot of these well-located, generating facilities are shutting down too, which adds to the challenge.
When you say well-located, you mean in terms of where they're positioned on the grid?
They're just close to load.
Right.
There's value having generation close to load, because when you're shutting that down and now you're moving generation much further away, which I think Tom's answer is correct. Sure, if we build enough transmission, we can do that. But that's a lot of transmission. And I think you asked about what keeps us from getting online. A lot of it is, it's the capacity of the grid and the ability to interconnect with it and be able to know you can dispatch your energy. Right now, the queues are almost hopelessly deadlocked.
To interconnect to the grid.
To interconnect to the grid. And then the other issue that is facing us right now, one of the best solutions to all of these problems is to expand the scope of our footprint, which gets back into a regional RTO or utilizing interconnections further into the west and having excess solar be able to move that way when, because California is very long solar right now, which is, serving well with the batteries to hit that point, but even more is coming on. That's going to require more transmission, which is, and building transmission is, it's not something you can say you want done and it will be done soon. The siting issues in California are unique.
Talking about environmental permitting regulations, CEQA.
There's never been a place that people are not going to oppose your transmission.
Right, or really any type of renewable energy project I found. But
let me interject there. Yes, that is conventional wisdom, right? But we're able to add a lane to the 405 freeway. That costs about as much as building out the entire transmission system in California. So where are the priorities?
It's a good question with answers that probably you wouldn't like too much. Hunter, let me just follow up with you on one point. I'm going to get to Marty in a minute and bring in hydrogen, which you referenced. I'm going to get to the regional power grid and coordination issue, which you referenced. But just on building transmission, I mean, you guys have been doing that, right? I mean, you built a bunch of new transmission in New Mexico. It's helping you, as I understand, to transmit a whole lot of wind power to the city of Los Angeles. Just talk a little bit about what that was like and how you were able to get it done and what some of the challenges were.
Well, we've been looking at the Western, when we saw the demand shape, or really the net load, as you were talking about, we saw that basically the resource in New Mexico, which is vast, would be very complementary to really the West and what they need for decarbonization.
In terms of the hours that the wind is blowing.
In terms of the hours of when it blows. And we have a group within our transmission that kind of looks, we call it seams projects. We look for where you can do one thing that basically unlocks more. It's a little bit what Tom was talking about. We were able to build out the New Mexico grid by building about 150 miles of new transmission that unlocked a full new gigawatt of wind that we we were able to develop, and Marty was able to buy the vast majority of it at a very good price, which we're both proud of and wish it was higher, but we'll leave that aside. But it's just fine. He did a very good job. But he was our anchor tenant, and he made it all happen.
It's your guys' own fault. You've brought costs down so much with scale, and now prices are lower.
Exactly. And so it worked out very well. And then we have, and that was an incredibly ambitious project, but maybe we're a little nuts. Next year we hope to start construction on really the first large HVDC. We're going to actually be moving 3 gigawatts, which is just, it's enormous amount of power, basically into Palo Verde.
That's the nuclear plant in Arizona.
Well, it basically comes to Arizona and then
yeah.
it goes through SRP to Palo Verde, which allows us to deliver, very complementary resource straight into California. But think about that, each of those projects, the development is about 10 years. They don't, and so, and I agree with Tom, they're like reconductoring and doing certain small upgrades has to happen, but so does also large regional transfers need to, and like I know y'all are working on a big project also that has taken 10 years. Yeah. And we have to get to the point where when we do something that's transformative like that, it doesn't take 10 years because we don't have 10 years.
I was just up in Wyoming a couple of months ago where Phil Anschutz has been trying to build this 600 turbine wind farm, 3 gigawatts I think on its own.
It looks just like ours.
They're starting construction finally, but it's taken them 15 years. They're permitting that wind farm and also 700 miles of transmission to bring the electricity to California. And again, that's 15 years, and they're still a couple of years out.
No, and our project, we're very familiar with Phil and his activities. It's exactly the same project. We're just from New Mexico, and they're from they're from up north.
Let me bring Marty in here. Natasha, I promise I'll come to you in a minute because I'm super curious about Clean Power Alliance. But Marty, it's been interesting this week. DWP, you guys operate basically a separate power grid or a separate balancing authority, and there have been no flex alerts in Los Angeles, no warnings that the power, CAISO is asking everyone to contribute, so you are asking us to help, but here in LA we're not in danger of the lights going off. Tell me, one, why is that? And two, how are you, looking forward? Because you guys are planning 100% clean energy by 2035.
Yes. Yeah.
10 years ahead of the state, talking about not having 10 years to spare. So why are the lights not a risk of going off in LA now, and how are you going to keep that the case as you plan this really speedy transition?
Okay, well, we are very happy in LA that we have not had to look at rolling blackouts either a few years ago or this year. And so, what happened when the state deregulated LA, and as well as a lot of city-owned utilities, elected not to deregulate. And because of that, we were able to stay fully vertically integrated, meaning we could own our own generation, own our own transmission, as well as our distribution, and all the way to, to metering the customers.
So unlike Edison, for instance, which owns the power line but not the generation, you've got it all up and
we have the whole, we have everything. And so with that, and of course, as you mentioned, we couple that with very aggressive renewable goals and an aggressive, green future for the city. But we've been able to maintain enough of our existing generation as we make that transition to be fully resourced. And so one of the things that's been key to us all along is reliability. And we want to make sure that the city always has adequate power, and that as we take steps moving forward and converting to clean energy, we don't lose that reliability as we move. And so whereas a lot of agencies in the state, and even CAISO, they're living through the laws that govern them, and there's only, the generation has gone offline as people have seen the future, that there's ideally no future for gas, so people stop maintaining gas, stop building gas, and there's just less generation available. So they're dealing with what they have available to them.
Whereas you guys still have several gas plants here in the city.
We still have our 4 gas plants in the city that run, and they all have futures planned for them. And we're going to go clean here in the city of LA, but we do know that we need in-basin generation. We have Intermountain Power Project, which is going from coal to gas, but the gas will be a blend of natural gas and hydrogen.
And that's up in Utah.
That's in Utah, and it's going to go to complete 100% hydrogen in the future. And so we're making the transition, but at the same time, maintaining adequate resources all the time. Like for instance, this morning, our demand for LA was estimated about a little over 6,000 megawatts for the day. And we have over 6,700 megawatts of generation running right now and available. And that's not counting our reserves. And so that allows the city to be fully resourced, as well as make other power available to the state if they need to put it on the grid. And we've been that way throughout this outage and have been able to help assist CAISO when they needed it to help stop the rolling blackouts. And we're glad to be in that position.
Well, let me ask about this gas to hydrogen thing, which seems really key. So like you said, you're converting the coal plant in Utah, Intermountain, to natural gas, and then that's going to run on a, 70% gas, 30% hydrogen mix at
Initially,
first, and then,
in 2025.
And then the idea is to push it up to 100% green hydrogen by the target date with 2035?
Yeah, it's a 2040 or something. Yeah, it's based on the rebuilds of the units.
Right, and then here in LA, I mean, some of these gas plants, you had talked about shutting them down, but now I understand at least some of them you're planning to convert to hydrogen, green hydrogen. Is that the idea?
Yes, and so the first one will be Scattergood we're working on now, and that's the Scattergood plant was the first one that was doing once through cooling.
That's the one down by the airport, right?
It's down by LAX, right next to Hyperion, and so Scattergood will do the same thing that IPP is doing, and that's we have an RFI out for green hydrogen. So that's hydrogen created with renewable energy by splitting water into oxygen and hydrogen, and so there's no carbon sequestration or anything like with blue hydrogen. And so it's look for green hydrogen sources, and we're trying to drive a green hydrogen economy in the LA basin. We have, the ports are involved. There's certain hard to electrify industries that are high heat demanding that could use hydrogen. Heavy transportation could use hydrogen. And so we're trying to help drive that economy. And that's part of the whole idea of a hydrogen hub in Southern California, to drive that economy, to drive the price of hydrogen down, to give us a clean fuel. A couple quick points on that. It's interesting. I mean, gosh, this could have done a year's worth of conversation amongst the power engineers already this morning. We talk about energy storage.
Yeah,
and if I
have a hydrogen follow-up. Are you moving off of hydrogen? Let me ask.
No, I'm going to involve hydrogen. I promise to stay on subject. Yeah. So talk about energy storage, talk about batteries. I mean, one of the things that we learned when we did the study with the National Renewable Energy Lab, NREL, and it showed that we have to have in-basin generation. We have to have a minimum of, over 2,000, 2,500 megawatts up to 5,000 megawatts of in-basin generation to have this system reliability. That's not going to happen with batteries, not unless we take 10 to 20% of the land in LA, take all the houses and buildings off it and put batteries there instead. And that's assuming that people will allow massive battery farms in their communities, which will probably not happen. And so we have to have local generation. We talk about energy storage. We always talk about adding renewable energy. We're adding renewable energy, but we don't have a lack of renewable energy. We have a lack of energy at the peak time. We have a lack of stored energy. That is where the problem is. And you're not going to do it with just batteries. One of the interesting things, I don't know if Alex or Stacy said about batteries being charged during the day. If you look at the California grid, unless every bit of solar energy is being used and there's excess and there's no fossil fuel being burned, then those batteries were recharged with fossil fuel. Because if you're burning any gas anywhere, that's what's charging those batteries. And that's what our study showed. You put batteries in LA, you're charging them in the off-peak with fossil fuel. So you don't really get there with batteries. So we have to have something that'll store for us. And we're looking at hydrogen as being the key to that. It's the best thing we have for the kind of volume we need of storage to generate at the peaks when we need that level of energy. We'll continue to add batteries in LA. We'll add batteries at all of our power plants. And that'll help a lot of the time. But we need something that's above and beyond what classic batteries will do. We do have the largest battery, or second largest battery in the country, and that's Castaic Power Plant. That's hydraulic
storage,
pump
water
storage. 93% of battery storage in the United States is hydraulic, is water.
That is a topic we go on about for quite a while too. But let me ask you one hydrogen follow-up. I guess I'm curious about your confidence level, because on a really high level it makes sense. You use the solar and wind when you've got extra. You split the water, into hydrogen and oxygen. You burn the hydrogen. It's green. It hasn't been done on a really large commercial scale yet. The costs are still probably have a lot of room to come down. And you've got skepticism from some of the environmental justice community as well, because burning hydrogen, while it doesn't create all of the nasty pollutants of fossil fuels, there's still nitrogen oxides coming out of that, which is, if you're burning it at these gas plants in these low-income communities, Valley Generating Station, for instance, in Sylmar, that's still creating air pollution issues. So I guess I'm curious, how confident are you that this bet on hydrogen is going to work out and really work out for everyone? Because it does seem like it's a bit of a bet you're making.
Yeah, and people have thought about hydrogen for years. I think we're at the tipping point. Unless somebody comes up with an idea that no one's thought of yet, there is no clean fuel for the future. And we're going to have a clean fuel. And so I'm convinced that this is where we're going to go. There's a huge interest. You look at what's going on around the world with energy security. You have a chance now to create a fuel that you can create and store everything on your own terms, control the entire supply chain, And with fuel and energy insecurity, this is a chance to completely control our destiny and do it as we want to do it. So I think that's why there's such federal interest in making hydrogen work. And I think it's got to be the way to go, unless somebody comes up with something that doesn't exist yet. But it's the only kind of mass way we can store renewable energy to use at a later time. There are NOx emissions, but you have all the big turbine manufacturers are all racing to get to 100% hydrogen units. They can burn it, but not reliably yet. So they're going to get there. They're going to reduce NOx emissions because they see this as the future globally. And so we're going to have the best minds in the industry working to solve this problem, so it won't be an environmental issue where we have the plants.
You want to weigh in really briefly?
One thing to just remember is the federal government basically just said what Marty said. Here's $3 a kilogram, go make it happen. And the second thing that you have to remember, though, that is derivative that impacts Tom and I so much, to create an electron from burning hydrogen, you have to basically consume 3 renewables. And so if you're going to be creating this, you just took the demand, not just EV up, you took up. So the amount of renewables to support this is just astronomical.
Well, this gets back to the conversation about the rate of build out and the amount of new stuff that's needed. It's pretty tremendous. And I'm going to open it up in a minute and give you all a chance to debate that. But Natasha, Clean Power Alliance, coming from a little bit of a different perspective here, right? A combination of local governments that, for those not familiar, have come together to provide electricity, buy and sell electricity in their communities. Remind me, you're in LA and Ventura counties. What kind of population are you serving across how many cities?
Sure. So we're Clean Power Alliance. We are organized as a joint powers authority made up of 32 member agencies. That includes 30 cities within LA and Ventura counties and the areas of LA County and Ventura County unincorporated. We serve about 1 million customers. We are the 5th largest load-serving entity in California. We have a very large customer base of residential, commercial, and industrial customers here locally. And something that makes us really unique is that we have a large number of our customers on a 100% renewable rate. Actually, by the end of this year, we're going to have about 3/4 of our customers on our 100% green rate, which is a 100% renewable rate. And that makes us the utility serving the most 100% renewable customers in the nation, which also keeps me super busy as the head of power supply. We have to go out and procure a lot of renewables. And we don't do that to meet the RPS, the state RPS mandate. We're actually
Renewable Portfolio Standard, right?
Yeah, the Renewable Portfolio Standard. We're actually going out and doing a lot more procurement just to meet our customers' demand. That also has meant that because we do have such a large demand for renewables, early on we made the strategic decision to make large investments in storage, because we know if we're going to be bringing all of these new intermittent renewable resources onto the grid, we need to also contribute to reliability and make sure that we can meet our load resource balance needs. So CPA to date, we've contracted for over 1,000 megawatts of battery storage projects. 400 megawatts of that have already come online. And actually, we brought on about 200 megawatts of that in the last probably month and a half, trying to bring on as many megawatts as we can ahead of this summer peak, the heat wave that we're experiencing now, and potentially could see more of those heat waves happening before the summer is over.
So one thing I'm curious about, and a couple follow-ups, what does the landscape for procurement for buying new renewable resources look right now? I'm sure you guys have some requests for proposals out there. What are you looking for in the market right now, and to what extent are you finding it?
Sure. So we actually have I'll plug it in. We have a RFO out right now looking for new build, long-term renewable and storage geothermal and long duration resources. That RFO closes tomorrow, so hopefully the developers in the crowd are on top of that and going to be participating.
If you see anyone running out the door right now,
but we're the types of resources we're seeing. We're really again focused on bringing on new reliable capacity. The types of projects we're seeing are storage. So we're actually not seeing a lot of renewable, like solar or wind only projects coming online. Those intermittent renewables are being paired with storage resources or even standalone storage resources. We're also working hard to meet our requirements under the PUC's midterm reliability decision. So the Commission has ordered load-serving entities like CPA in California to bring new reliable capacity online between 2023 and 2026 to meet the reliability challenges that we're seeing this week even. As part of that, we are going out and buying geothermal baseload renewable resources to help offset the retirement of Diablo Canyon and long duration storage technologies. So we're out in the market right now trying to procure those resources. We actually just recently signed a contract with the 33 megawatt Cape Station geothermal project, which is also located in Utah. But we're working hard to meet our procurement obligations and bring on new reliable capacity.
Well, I'm glad you brought up nuclear just because it's a favorite topic of mine. I've done a lot of reporting out in Imperial County where so much of that resource is. I'm curious, are there any other, sort of earlier stage resources that you guys are thinking about or considering? And I'm thinking about particular stuff like offshore wind. There's been a lot of early conversation about. There's been discussion of long duration energy storage as well. I mean, Marty mentioned castaic, pumped hydro. There's all sorts of proposals out there for new pumped hydropower, pumped storage. I guess I'm curious what else is in this sort of sphere of thinking, maybe besides the solar wind battery conversation.
Sure. I mean, I think offshore wind is definitely an interesting opportunity. Green hydrogen may be an interesting opportunity. A lot of those technologies, though, are really going to be longer term. They're not the resources that we're looking to fill our need for next year, for 2024, 2025. They're going to really require long-term planning and a lot of coordination between load-serving entities, between the Commission, between the CAISO to bring those resources online. Another big challenge that we're facing with geothermal in particular is that there's not a lot of in CAISO geothermal that is available to be procured just based on where geothermal resource exists.
So not enough transmission out of there to get it
right,
to you
so
guys
the
probably.
places that we're seeing geothermal, which is Imperial, which you mentioned, Nevada, Utah, there's limited transmission lines to be able to bring that energy into the CAISO. And so as a load-serving entity who is tasked with going out and buying those resources, that's definitely been a challenge and something that we hope that the state agencies will consider in long-term planning is how do we build more transmission to bring in the out-of-state renewables that we know that we're going to need to meet California's emissions goals.
Let me open this up wider because there's been a lot of references to transmission and the need for more of it and the difficulties building it. Whoever wants to jump in on this, what can be done either at the local, state, federal level to make it easier to build transmission faster and ideally to not have it have negative impacts in the communities that it goes through if they don't want it there? I mean, is there something in the Inflation Reduction Act that's going to snap your fingers and help make this happen, or what could really be done here to solve this problem? I think several people.
You lived through it.
We lived through it, and I'll give you an example. Like in New Mexico, one of the issues is when you're doing linear infrastructure, you're basically entirely dependent on every single landowner in that planned linear infrastructure saying yes. And so that really means you need to, and having that level of leverage on a multi-billion-dollar project is really untenable without some form of public awareness that you can have an ability to condemn. Like in New Mexico, there was RETA formed a group that basically allowed, the state realized that it was important to do this, is that created really a nexus for condemnation to avoid that one landowner situation. Like in the land, we just signed up, I don't know, a whole lot of landowners, and we did not use condemnation once, but the presence of that is important.
You're talking about eminent domain,
Eminent
basically.
domain, yeah, that's right. That's a core issue. Another issue that the federal government is actually going to take up, hopefully in the next couple of months. It's kind of nuts that it's much more difficult to build something on federal land than it is in private land. If you just think about it from a high level, and the federal government wants transmission to support renewables getting to the place, most people avoid federal land like it's the plague. That needs to change. There needs to be an awareness and
That's a NEPA issue,
That's a
presumably?
NEPA,
National Environment Policy,
and it
yeah.
just because it creates a nexus for and the time frame. 5 years. If you're lucky, and so you have siting. You have the fundamental rights themselves in order to be able to secure. And then probably the most, I don't know if it's the most difficult, but it's one of the things we'll probably talk about, is most of these meaningful transmissions go from one ISO or one utility area to another. And utilities don't often play super nice when they're thinking about who should be building what and how costs should be allocated. And so addressing what we consider the seams issues, and which could get back to, and which also gets to a last issue, and I may be going too quickly, but is the concept for regional planning. What transmission should be, are you trying to solve California's short problems, or are you aware that this is a broader Western grid that you're trying to solve, and how are you planning for those transmission lines?
I've got a follow-up, and I think, Temple, I think Stacy maybe wanted to weigh in here, if you don't mind, Mike.
All of those things. Certainly, we do an annual transmission plan that looks out 10 years. We just did last year our first 20-year outlook that tries to identify that problem of saying, we know what we need to look out 20 years. Let's start now getting those pieces in place so that we can have that long term. The interconnection queue is another thing that we are working on. We know that that's sort of a bottleneck in some cases. We really want to rise up the projects that are ready to go, commercially ready, and get those through the queue. And so there's a number of things we're trying to do there. There are a lot of projects that have been on paper for years, right? The couple projects that you've mentioned, SunZia, Transwest Express, SWIP. They, at this point, all those projects can help. That can help this, can help the movement of power through diverse resources.
But let's be clear. I do think, first of all, we have a perverse system, right? We have the wolf in the hen house designing the hen house.
How do you mean?
So we have a system. CAISO, its members, are investor-owned utilities, and they make money by building transmission. They have a guaranteed return on their investment. Unlike Marty here, who thinks about the system and reliability and does an amazing job to plan for the future, they're worried about how they make the most money. Not surprising, their planning comes to the solution that it costs a lot of money, and that it takes 10 years because they like to have their earnings spread out over 10 years with good predictability. So their answers always come back saying that it costs 5x as what it would cost in the private sector if it was done by developers, and it takes 2 to 3 times as long to do it. We have done an internal study with a head who used to head CAISO's transmission system planning process. We've done studies internally where we can double the entire capacity of California for $10 billion in 3 years. This is mostly reconductoring. This is not building new transmission lines. That is an act of God. You're dealing with permitting agencies. That's very hard. But reconductoring with modern conductors that now are lightweight and that can carry a lot more energy on the same lines that already exist, you can substantially double the entire capacity in the system. The utilities don't like that, the investor-owned utilities, right? Because it's cheap and fast.
Tom, let me
So we need to change the way the planning process works. And with all due respect, 10, 20 years is great. We need solutions in the next 3 years, right? And they're doable. The technology is there today to do those. We just need to figure out how to change the planning process from the Fox running it to us, the society, the people, having a competitive process and looking at alternate ways how the transmission system can be built out.
Stacey, I think you probably want to respond to that,
Yeah.
And Alice, I'll warn you, I'm going to bring you
Just
in
to
next on this one.
clarify a little bit, when we,
Sorry.
okay, when we plan our system, we actually go out for competitive solicitation, so it's not always the investor-owned utilities that receive that award, and it is based on lowest cost to meet that need. So just, you're right in terms of how they make their money. The cost allocation issue is, as Hunter said, is something that we need to tackle, because there are efficiencies in having multiple utilities across multiple states look at the value of a transmission line, right, and what they can receive in both directions from that line. And I think that cost allocation issue is something that we are trying to work on with a number of folks to really try to crack that nut as well.
So the cost allocation, you're talking about how to do this as not as cheaply as possible, but with as little, least impact to ratepayers.
Yeah, and share the costs with those who are going to benefit,
Yeah,
right?
right.
So if the line can benefit multiple states, multiple utilities, let's share those costs based on the benefits coming out.
Let me
Hold
make
on,
one more.
Tom. No, let me. I'm sorry. I'm going to bring Alice in here. I'm curious, especially because Tom made some comments about the the investor-owned utilities and how they do business, and obviously you guys are in charge of regulating them. So I guess I'm curious what you made of Tom's comments, and just more broadly, what role you see the big investor-owned utilities, playing well or poorly in this transition we're in.
Yeah, and I think I might just kind of step back a little, because what Tom raised was one piece of this, and it's really a larger landscape, and there's a lot of different pieces. It's complicated. I mean, Marty mentioned his utilities vertically integrated, so the PUC has 43 LSEs that are jurisdictional LSEs.
Load-serving entities providing
Load-serving entities, and meaning that those 43 entities are doing procurement, are in charge of generation for the entire ISO. Including Clean Power Alliance. So, it's a challenge, but also a great opportunity. You hear about the connection to communities, and you hear about innovative projects that all of the CCAs and even the IRUs with this, kind of additional, the models that we're seeing built in the CCAs that are really springing up. But it also takes a lot of work and coordination and planning to pull it all together and make it all work. We're also doing this in a way that we've never done before. So since the 70s, essentially, California hasn't seen load growth. We've seen population growth, but with energy efficiency, we've kind of had a stable load with it throughout our system, and for the first time we know it's going to grow, and it's going to grow quite significantly. So we do need to think about transmission in ways that we haven't in the past, including planning out in the future for the longer term projects and looking at alternatives to the projects we have before us, which kind of gets to the point that Tom made, that both in the CAISO process and in the PUC process, we do try to encourage and allow for competition. And then on the project-specific level, we also look at alternatives. And there have been cases that we've seen that non-wires alternatives are the better option. So, do you really need this transmission project? It's hard because the developers need to know what they can do. They need certainty, and I think there's room for everyone. But there are certain cases where maybe there are alternatives that work better. And I think the example that you gave is one as well, that we need to think about all alternatives in the process.
Let me put you on the spot just a little bit. I mean, SoCal Edison, PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, they've all rolled out big climate plans of how quickly they're going to transition and how they're going to get there. I guess just how would you grade the investor and utilities performance on climate and the energy transition so far?
They've done a lot of clean energy procurement. They do have, and they've seen shifts in their load because customers have gone to CCAs, and so they've had to adapt their portfolios. But they're out there with RFOs, in the same way that the CCAs are, and they're moving towards clean energy. And the numbers I've seen are quite high in renewable portfolios for the investor-owned utilities. I think, in the past, and they've been around longer than CCAs, and they had probably, I would, characterize it as a mindset of just like status quo. And so maybe they've needed a little push to come along, but Edison has a pretty ambitious policy out there. PG&E is doing a lot of work on decarbonization. And San Diego is doing a lot on EV infrastructure and transportation, and they are all, but those are the things that stand out in my mind of some of the things they're doing. So I think there's a lot of innovation everywhere.
One other question I have for you. Hold on. One other question I have for you just on the cost aspect, which has come up quite a bit. I mean, like I said earlier, the PUC has taken criticism in the past for not getting stuff built fast enough, but I think one of the motivators there has been you guys, seeing that electric rates for utility customers have been rising very, very quickly. What are the best and worst case scenarios there? I mean, do you see a way to do this and speed this up in the way we're all talking about without costs for regular people getting even more out of control? Is there a best case scenario, or does it just keep going up and up?
Cost is a huge issue for everybody knows that. Electric bills are going up, and it's been a big burden on Californians. There are cases, some of our legacy renewable projects obviously are more expensive. Those contracts are more expensive than the new ones. So clean energy doesn't necessarily mean rising rates, but the new build, the new, holding it all together, transmission that we need, it is causing increases in rates, and it's happening at the same time that the transmission distribution owners, the 3 IOUs, are doing a lot of investments in their infrastructure. So the wildfire mitigation work is hitting bills at the same time that this additional build out of the system is happening.
Anyone else want to weigh in here on the cost question?
Well, interesting to what Alice said is that, it's not just the clean energy future, it's the existing system has to be dealt with, in terms of, be more fire resistant and for wildfire issues, just the amount of infrastructure work that has to be done to support electrifying transportation, for instance, not to mention building stock. That alone will be a huge lift. That's going to affect the cost of everybody, particularly in LA. We'll see a lot of costs associated with that above and beyond going to clean energy. So that's one of the things that we're very concerned about is how those costs get shared fairly amongst the public. One of the issues that's interestingly come up is that we're the #1 solar city in America. That's 7 of the last 8 years. And so we have over 500 megawatts of in-city solar.
We're talking about mostly rooftop
solar, right? Yeah. And then there's feed-in tariff, but most of it's rooftop solar as opposed to the tariff. And so we have customers, people who put solar on the roof are anxious to reduce their utility bill, but that they're still using energy at night and using the grid to support themselves, or right now while it's cloudy out, right? So, who's paying for that? And so this is one of the interesting things that in LA, and I think a lot of the state, is that we're set up with a certain, pricing structure that needs to reflect the real value of when the energy is available. And so what used to be energy was, valuable during the day, there's such an abundance of clean energy during the day that it's not worth much. But in the evening, when everyone gets home from work and solar starts to shut down and wind hasn't picked up, we don't have enough storage yet, that's when energy is worth a premium. And so we have, so we really need to change the pricing structure to make sure we're not seeing a shift from, people who own a roof, able to put a rooftop solar, and then basically zero out or nearly zero out their power bill, and then shift that cost onto everybody else who doesn't have that opportunity. So that's something that we're really concerned about, is the equity and the fairness moving forward, because we have to make sure we do this across the board together so that everyone contributes and participates in the clean energy future, and it's not, the costs aren't shifted onto one sector of society.
Well, I'm glad you bring up the rooftop solar question, and Natasha and Alice, I want to bring you both back in here. I mean, this is a big issue right now at the Public Utilities Commission, obviously. Probably a lot of people here are familiar. There's this debate over net energy metering, which is the program that has traditionally incentivized rooftop solar in Los Angeles, in California, to pay people for the generation they transmit into the grid. The PUC issued a decision at the end of last year that would have, in the view of rooftop solar supporters, really undercut that incentive a lot. The argument for that from the utilities and others was this cost shift that Marty's talking about, that if it's too favorable, that people who can't afford solar are basically being, forced to pay larger costs for the grid. So Natasha, I'm going to come to you next, but Alice, I guess I'm curious how you're thinking about this issue of rooftop solar right now. I know you probably can't speak to the net metering decision, which is under review and which you guys are going to come out with something new on probably in the relatively near future. But every study I've seen that's looked at what does the energy transition look like on a big scale sees a really huge role for rooftop solar and batteries sited in people's homes. So I'm curious how you're thinking about that and how you're thinking about the PUC and the state's role in bringing that to bear.
Yeah, and I won't speak directly to the pending proceeding, but
I don't want to get you in trouble,
yeah, in terms of distributed energy resources, huge part of our future. So, and we have, there's a lot of focus in the media and others on the NEM proceeding itself, net energy metering, but we also have other proceedings at the PUC where we're looking at high levels of distributed energy resources and trying to maximize how they work with the grid, because they're all on the grid, right? But they're connected, they're using the grid, but they also provide resources and benefits. And so we're looking at how do we maximize those benefits? How do we anticipate and really facilitate and encourage distributed energy resources to the greatest extent, but have them work with the grid? We also have a new demand flexibility proceeding where we're going to be looking at how both the distributed energy resources and customers of different types and electric vehicles all work together on the grid, and rates. So can we design rates that reflect the new reality of the grid, which will be much more distributed? So we really need it all. We need more energy resources locally as well as the larger projects, and we have to think about cost, because it is, you could do this in a way that makes people's energy bills just unsustainable, or do it in a way where you're really maximizing the investments and looking at cost effectiveness. And at the same time, of course, we're all talking about clean resources and ways to get away from the gas plants that we've been talking about.
Are you at all worried that if the incentive structure changes significantly, that you could end up really undercutting an industry that's going to be pretty important here in terms of rooftop solar?
Meaning the NEM decision?
I mean, I was trying to not say
You're
it,
trying to talk about the NEM.
Broadly speaking, are you concerned that if the economics of rooftop solar, are worse than they are now, perhaps significantly, that undercuts this industry that you're going to need?
I mean, I think there's opportunities for all types of resources throughout the grid. So I think that that's going to continue. We'll continue to see it. And it's certainly something that, we see as part of the future.
Natasha, I'm really curious. Sorry, Tom. I promise I'll get back to you soon. I'm really interested in how Clean Power Alliance is approaching distributed resources and rooftop solar and storage in particular. Like, what kinds of programs do you have? How do you envision these resources playing a role in the 100% renewable energy mix that you're aiming for?
Sure. So Clean Power Alliance, part of our mission, part of why we exist, is to offer our customers choice and to encourage the development of distributed energy resources. So we have a partnership with Energy Sage, a platform on our website for our customers who are interested in getting rooftop solar, offering them a tool to pick a system that is right for them. We are also doing a lot to incentivize the adoption of behind-the-meter storage. So some examples of that, we have our Power Response Program, which is a demand response program that provides incentives to a lot of different kinds of distributed energy resources, like smart thermostats, EV chargers, and also behind-the-meter storage. We provide them incentives for responding to demand response events during reliability times like the heat wave this week. We also have our Power Ready program, which is a program that we have developed to provide our member agencies backup solar and storage on-site solar and storage resources so that they can have backup power during reliability events like outages, PSPS events. So we're rolling out these systems to our member agencies at critical load sites like city halls, cooling centers, places that folks in the community would go during a power outage and in need of backup power for their critical facilities.
So you're in charge of power procurement, the big contracts and stuff. I guess I'm curious just how you see customers and customer energy generation and customer conservation. How big a role do you see that playing in the sort of future mix of what's going on in Clean Power Alliance? How significant is all that relative to the sort of traditional method of procuring energy from a big solar farm or a big wind farm or a big battery?
Oh, I think it plays a huge role, and both are really important. I mean, just as we were talking about with, on Monday, who showed up when the text messages went out to conserve energy. We had a lot of customers respond and played a really critical role during these emergency times. So I think it plays a really important role, and it's an important tool in our toolbox.
One more follow here on building electrification. I mean, City of Los Angeles and Wayne here too. City of Los Angeles is looking to phase out gas hookups in new buildings. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of all electric construction. There's going to be efforts underway to, in LA and across the state and other places to incentivize people to tear out their gas appliances and put in electric. So and I'll open this up back to everybody because I know, Tom, you've been staring a hole through me for a couple minutes here, and I'm going to get back to you. But how is Clean Power Alliance approaching or thinking about that you're going to not just have traditional electric loads and electric vehicles, but also, I imagine, a lot of electric buildings?
Yeah, so we're a big proponent of electrification, both EV and building electrification. CPA has been a funder for the Cal EVIP program, the
what is that?
Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, that is basically deploying funds in LA and Ventura counties to build more charging stations. We're also in the early stages of developing a building electrification code, an incentive to our member agencies to basically encourage the transition from natural gas to electricity. So it's a big push for us. We're also in our long-term planning evaluating how high electrification scenarios are going to impact our power procurement over the long term. We've already baked in quite a bit of electrification in sort of our base case, and then looking at even higher high electrification cases as well.
Big picture on this topic, and right now this week with everything that's happening on the power grid, I think there's probably a lot of people out there who are skeptical of electrification. You certainly had pundits on the right side of the political spectrum saying, "Hey, California is asking people not to charge their electric cars during this these hours the week after it passed a regulation saying all cars, most car sales have to be electric by a certain point." So there's skepticism on that, on keeping your home cooled, keeping your home heated, even if it's all running on electricity and you're having problems on the power grid. I was at a press gaggle with Governor Newsom yesterday, and he was asked about this, and basically his word was modest. He said he thinks it'll be a modest challenge, but not an insurmountable one. I guess I'll open it up here, and I'm curious who wants to weigh in. How big a challenge is this going to be? Both convincing people that this electrified future is the way to go when we have these supply shortage issues right now, and how serious a challenge is it just to really actually be able to supply that reliable power as demand goes up and up for all these reasons?
I think jumping in,
Tom was ready. He's ready.
Connecting to some of the previous points, it all comes down to economics, right? And so the challenge, I do think modest is a good description of it, to cue into that. But just looking at a few facts, I'm an LADWP customer in my home.
Thank you.
And across the street is the city of West Hollywood, served by Southern California Edison. I get a more reliable product from LADWP at a cost 40% lower than Southern California Edison.
Is West Hollywood not part of Clean Power Alliance now?
It is,
Just pointing that
It is
out,
Clean
yeah.
Power Alliance.
If you're going to criticize Edison, you know, you got to.
You got two people right here.
Sorry, you can cut back in,
Maybe
but
paying more because it's 100% renewable city.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Sorry, to correct, this is my old Edison rates that I'm quoting before the switch, yes. So 40% less for the same product, actually more reliable, makes you wonder why that is, right? In the same state, same city, et cetera, or county to be precise. The answer is that LADWP, and I think we should applaud that, is doing a damn good job running the grid and running the operation. It is a public agency, and usually we kind of poo-poo them and say, you know, if it's private, it's done better, right? They do a very, very good job. It's cost-effective, it's reliable. Thank you.
Sounds like you really want to sell some power to DW. No, I'm kidding. I mean,
I like
yes,
Marty
but-
better, so it's okay.
We're selling. We're actually probably selling more power to Edison than we are to LA, but
That's right.
but nevertheless, they do a good job, and that has to do with the fox and the hen house comment, where I don't think the deregulation really addressed costs in a very effective way, and the idea was that it would drive costs down, and it really hasn't. The focus has been on profitability versus reliability and serving the city. So if a public agency is run well, they can do a very good job. And I think we need to look at that in terms of cost. That ties into the rooftop. I think we need all of the above. If homeowners or C&I customers are willing to invest in their own energy resources, I think that's great. But we can't have that at the expense of low-income people or folks who cannot afford to put solar or who can't physically do it because they live in an apartment, subsidizing the people who can. So we got to think about social justice here to address the fact that it costs between 5 and 7 times as much to generate a kilowatt hour on your roof than it does out in large desert installations. That's like building your own car at home in your garage. That's not going to be as cheap as if a big factory does it. That's a fact. It's 5 to 7 times more expensive. Who pays for that? It cannot be the lower income folks or apartment dwellers that end up paying the bill for wealthy folks having solar on their roof. So that needs to be addressed in a way that is socially just. But if I, as a homeowner, want to put solar and better even a battery into my home because I like the reliability and the independence or whatever not, do my part, then I should pay for that and I should reap the benefits.
Two things here that I want to just cut in and then I'll open it back up. I wish we had someone representing the rooftop solar perspective on the panel, but I would encourage everybody, if you're interested in more on that, I've written a number of stories on that topic that you can search for going into the different arguments. I also write a weekly newsletter called Boiling Point. If you go to latimes.com/boiling point, you can sign up for that if you don't already get it. But no, points well taken. And just to open it back up, I mean, if anyone wants to respond to Tom, but I'm still interested in this question of, you know, what do you say to people who have this skepticism of, you want me to electrify everything in my life and you can't keep the lights on, and how do we deal with that?
You know, I'll go first and I'll do it quick. But one thing that just happened is we now have policy certainty that's going to make the cost of generation from renewables, like the federal government is kind of leaving it up to the states to figure out the infrastructure to make this happen. But they have now provided us a long-term framework to keep down the cost of this energy.
You're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act.
The Inflation
right?
Reduction Act. And so really, because it gets back to those, because we always have to remember that we have to transition and we have to do it reliably. And that is a significant challenge. But I think the point is that the federal government has said, we're going to give you a bunch of carrots to keep the generation cost effective. And now it's up to the rest of y'all to figure out how to motivate the utilities to build the transmission, to motivate the infrastructure to happen. I do believe that we should and can make this transition. The challenge is the infrastructure to support this growing load that's going to come from this transition. And I think we just have to be realistic about it's not going to be a switch, because you can't just all of a sudden have the infrastructure to grow our load by 20%. You may be able to get the generation, but you probably don't have the infrastructure.
Well, hold on, Marty.
So I'll jump in. I think you started with electrification of buildings and vehicles and kind of raising the point that some people are saying, well, wait a minute, you don't have enough power, why are you electrifying? But it's actually a great opportunity and complements what we're doing on renewables. So electrifying buildings, heat pumps and EVs can really contribute to flexible load. There's a lot of control, a lot more control over when you're charging, when you're talking about a heat pump or car versus an air conditioner. Right. When you need air conditioning, you use air conditioning. And so these other types of electrified units can really help with what we're trying to do as we move forward. So I think it's actually a great complement to our progress. And we also have to think about what we're trying to do here. Marty mentioned equity. It's come up a little bit, but I think it needs to be emphasized that we're moving towards clean electricity for everyone. So when everybody turns on their lights, they know that they're not contributing to climate change. You know, that really is our goal here. And to do that in a cost-effective way. And that's going to look like a lot of things. You may have a solar panel, you may not, but we want to make sure that everybody has access to clean electricity, because really what we're talking about is combating climate change. And so there's going to be, you know, we are in this interim part where transitional phase where rates are a huge issue. We're making investments in the grid. We're paying for generation that, you know, we'll see the benefits for years ahead. As we further electrify, that will also eventually have a downward pressure on rates, because we're spreading out those kilowatts among, you know, more customers, more load, and replacing the fuels that that customers would previously rely on. So hopefully we'll get to a time where you won't be going to a gas station and paying for gas, and just all of that can get us eventually to a system that is cheaper and more sustainable.
So basically, be patient. This is the hard part. We're getting to the better part.
It is the hard part, and we're trying to do the best we can to go through it, to get through it. You know, as I said, that I think that the bigger system is more complicated than I think a vertically integrated utility, and our state is very diverse. So when you think about the geographic areas and the types of customers within the CAISO footprint, there's a lot of differences there that need to, you know, even in the jurisdiction of the Clean Power Alliance, lots of different types of customers, lots of different needs from the system.
So, go ahead, Natasha.
Oh, no, I was also just going to echo Tom's, the focus on disadvantaged customers and making sure that they are taken along during, you know, as part of this energy transition. One example of a program that CPA is working on related to disadvantaged community customers is our Power Share program. So we have a program that is basically developing new clean energy resources in disadvantaged communities. And beyond that, the customers who enroll and receive energy from those projects, actually they're low-income qualified disadvantaged community customers that receive a 20% bill discount in addition to receiving 100% renewable energy. That's a program that CPA is able to leverage funding from the Public Utility Commission disadvantaged community programs. That's a really fantastic program. It's a win-win. We're seeing the development of new clean energy resources in disadvantaged communities. We're seeing bill discounts for customers who really need it. And we would, you know, we're hoping to fulfill our capacity allotment and would love to see even more funding available for those disadvantaged programs.
That's a great example of the programs we're trying to facilitate and scale throughout the state.
So we've got a little less than 5 minutes left here, and I want to try to sneak 2 more questions in. Several of you have referenced the potential value of regional power grid coordination. So, California, the CAISO, and others working more closely, or perhaps as one entity with other utilities and grids throughout the western United States. And there have been studies done on this. It would make it easier to move renewable energy around, and in theory, lower costs, make it easier to keep the lights on, be good for emissions reduction. There have been, relatively limited. There's the energy imbalance market that CAISO runs, and you guys are developing a day-ahead market, which are sort of interim steps on the way to that. But there's been a really big political barrier where California legislature and other states have been sort of hesitant to give up, total control of their power grids, which this regional idea would involve. So I guess, Stacy, and then maybe Alice, or if anyone else wants to weigh in, I'm curious, how important is it to get to that point, and do you think there's a way to work through the politics of it?
Yeah, it's a good conversation that could take another 90 minutes.
30
but
minutes.
Yeah,
so
I know, there's a
one
lot
of,
to talk about.
One of the pieces of the transition I see is this regional collaboration, right? So we're talking about electrification and renewables and storage. The regionalization and sharing resources across this diverse landscape that we have in the West with hydropower and geothermal and wind from various resources, it makes physical sense, right? If you look at the physics of the system. As you said, the Western Energy Imbalance Market has produced over $2.3 billion in savings to customers, much of that to California customers for doing nothing differently, right? So that's something that is equity across the state, that nothing has changed for Californians. So going to the day-ahead market is the next step to taking advantage of that. What that is essentially allowing transfers between California ISO and a number of 20 other utilities around the West in real time, and taking advantage of those diverse resources when we need it. EIM performed during this heat wave, right? It really helped bring in transfers.
Market, yeah.
The energy imbalance market helped. It helped the California ISO. Idaho Power had some struggles. Energy flowed to Idaho Power when it needed it. And so that's a reliability tool that will help in this transition and long term. The politics of it, Assemblyman Chris Holden sponsored and passed a resolution this session called ACR, Assembly Concurrent Resolution 188, that hopes to raise awareness of this issue again to the legislature. We're going to have a lot of new legislators in November, raise awareness of the importance of looking at the regional collaboration long term. The governance of the independent system operator needs to change in order for that to happen.
Right, because right now the
California.
governors are appointed, the Board of Governors is appointed by the Governor of California.
Correct, and confirmed by the Senate, the state Senate. And so that's something that Chris Holden wanted to raise awareness for. And so that resolution asks us to sort of refresh the studies, assemble the studies that have been done that you referenced, Sammy, and say, listen, this is benefit to California. The giving up control is something that is really something we need to break down, right? States and utilities that work with their states and their local jurisdictions continue to provide the procurement direction, right? So as someone stated earlier, the ISO is just sort of taking the resources that come to us from the procurement strategies of California and other states. So that control remains with the state and the local jurisdictions. The control is whether it's the operation of the transmission system and the flow of that energy through a market, right? And the market is meant to provide the lowest cost energy to serve customers reliably. And so I think that piece of giving up control, you have to sort of make that trade-off between what are you getting? You're getting a more cost-effective, reliable system by giving up a little bit of control over the operation.
Well, I mean, the way I've heard the argument before is that people who are in favor of it say California, could bring other, redder states along for the ride by providing cheaper, cleaner power. And the argument against it I've heard is California is going to get saddled with, dirty, expensive coal from Utah. It's an interesting debate. Thank you to whoever added 5 minutes to the clock, by the way. That was awesome. Does anyone else want to weigh in here on this one? Marty?
To me, one of the things that we've taken a big advantage for LA is controlling so much of our own transmission. At the same time, the energy imbalance market has been great. We've actually bought more energy out of the market than we've sold, but we've made a lot of money doing it. And so it's helped our rates because of the time of day and when we have the power available. I do think that, as far as we can broaden the net, however it's controlled, the further our reach goes, the more efficient we can use energy and use everyone's resources, because climate will be different. Wind will blow somewhere, sun will shine somewhere else, and it'll be different to help make the best use of renewables. At the same time, when I look at people trading, trying to make the best of what we have to remember that we're trying to drive demand higher. We got high demands now because of the heat, but the whole goal is to drive electric demand higher. And so we have to continue to build projects to supply that. And we can't just have customer reaction, which has been fantastic. At some point you have demand hardening, and people won't be able to react and make a difference anymore. So you have to not forget that these long-term projects to build new supplies has to come online. But again, when you look at renewable energy as a whole, there's excess renewable energy certain times of the year, certain times of the day. I mean, California had, 80,000 megawatt hours of renewables turned off last spring. excess energy with nothing to do with it. And so we just can't build projects. We have to build storage, because it's not just energy, it's when the energy is needed and when it's available. And that's still going to be the key to making the future work, is to have adequate storage, no matter what kind of battery it is. What do we call a battery? Whether it's a lithium battery, a hydraulic battery, a hydrogen battery, doesn't matter, but you got to be able to store that energy, otherwise it's not going to work.
So I've got to tell you, you're all very lucky, because time is coming to an end here. You've been spared my asking for your yes or no on Diablo Canyon. I encourage members of the audience to pin you down after if they really want to hear your opinions on that. Really appreciate the great discussion, and looking forward to the rest of the day.
Thanks, Sammy.
I was expecting that one.
Yeah.
Where's the other? Wait one second. I'll fall down the stairs now. Got it okay there. It's like just heels on these.
Yeah, do you want to keep it in the middle? On the side's good. Yeah, no, I guess it's like that. Yeah, perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel will begin in 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's move the coffee table over, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin now. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Joining us now is Bob Graziano, Vice Chairman, Private Bank at JP Morgan Chase.
Good morning, everyone. If we could get everybody to take their seats, I'd appreciate it. I am Bob Graziano. I'm Vice Chair of JP Morgan Chase. I'm also a very proud board member of the LA Business Council. And just as an aside, I'm a very, very grateful town and gown scholar from a few years ago. So it's really nice to be back at town and gown. In the next few minutes, we will hear from some of the country's leading influencers in workforce development. USC's President Carol Folt, UCLA Chancellor Jean Block, and our LA City Mayor, Eric Garcetti. I'm really honored and delighted to be introducing the next panel. But first, I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about why we are all here today. It's no secret that the success of Los Angeles and its future depends on having a more sustainable and inclusive economy that works for everyone. It's incumbent upon firms like ours, JP Morgan Chase, to use its depth, breadth, and global reach to ensure that success in Los Angeles. Investing in the sustainability of Los Angeles and throughout the country is one of the most important things that my firm, JP Morgan Chase, does. And that's one of the reasons why we're all here in the room today. For us, as a global financial institution, sustainability and equity go hand in hand and are interconnected. But the challenges that we face as a society are much bigger than one institution or one sector. Determining the best solutions requires collaborating with our peers, clients, and community stakeholders. In 2021, JP Morgan Chase announced a new target to finance and facilitate $2.5 trillion over the next 10 years to advance sustainable development, including $1 trillion to support green initiatives. As a part of this target investment, we are helping our clients in high emissions industries transition to greener practices. On the racial equity front in 2020, we also announced a 5-year, $30 billion racial equity commitment. Here, JP Morgan Chase is increasing accessibility and opportunities in underserved communities. The investment focuses on small business financing, home lending and affordable housing, healthcare, education, and workforce development for Black, Hispanic, Latino communities in Los Angeles and across the country. In California, we're investing significant dollars to help connect diverse communities to the jobs in the clean energy sector. In Los Angeles, through these investments, we have a massive opportunity to create meaningful careers and to create wealth. California leads the nation in clean energy employment with over 505,000 total clean energy jobs, with Los Angeles, and we should all be proud of this, with Los Angeles leading the state with nearly 87,000 total clean energy jobs. And so, as our panel will no doubt explain, LA's future depends on how we collaborate to realize the vision of LA becoming the clean tech workforce hub of the world. And to introduce our esteemed panel, please join me in welcoming our friend, Mary Leslie, President of the Los Angeles Business Council. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you and good morning. I'd like to thank our good friend Bob Graziano and JP Morgan for this overview this morning, but also for their continued support. As you may or may not know, they have an enormous commitment to engaging diverse local and small businesses. And actually, thanks to Bob, Dr. Manuel Pastor, and the Economic Development Center here at USC, we successfully launched with the mayor in June the Compete for LA program, which is a website for over 30,000 small, local, and diverse companies, suppliers that need information, technical assistance, financial assistance to access them to a new regional market that the mayor created with RAMP earlier this year. So I'd like to give you a round of applause for that. Okay. I also want to thank all of you who joined us here and all of you that are joining us virtually in the comfort of your home or your office. We've been doing the live stream now for about the last 6 or 7 years, so there will be thousands of you that are watching. You don't see them all now, but they are out there. I also want to say that today we are so honored because we think this is quite iconic and special that we have USC's President Carol Folt, our host today, UCLA Chancellor Jean Block, and LA Mayor Eric Garcetti having a conversation about preparing and training our future workforce. We are honored to have the mayor who, as you may know, and I'm sure you do, created the city's first sustainability plan. This new Green Deal led the way for the city to adopt a 100% renewable energy goal by 2035. And under his leadership, and in partnership with the LABC and many others, he has worked hard to promote local rooftop solar. And today, the city has earned the title of being the #1 solar city in America with over 650 megawatts installed. Yay. Okay, we're also proud to announce that the solar rooftop program, that feed-in tariff, Mayor, that you ran on, has finally reached its 100th megawatt this year. So, yes, and it's on its way to 450 more megawatts, I hope, in the next 5 to 10 years. Okay. Our next speaker and host, Dr. Carol Folt, has made sustainability a top priority here at USC. In addition to creating partnerships with business and community groups like ourselves and others, Dr. Folt has committed USC to a bold new sustainability plan. During this year, Earth Week, USC's commitment, Assignment Earth, which many of you, the first 200 of you, received the T-shirt, so congratulations. This is an attempt for USC, or this is USC's campaign, to provide a framework for sustainability in everything they do here. In responding to the urgency of the climate crisis, USC is committed to achieving climate neutrality by 2025 and zero waste by 2028. Bolstering is, yeah, go ahead. In addition to bolstering its interdisciplinary sustainability research and increasing undergrad sustainability courses. On the other side of town, UCLA continues to serve as an anchor institution and leader in confronting our sustainability challenges. Early on, Chancellor Block launched the Sustainable LA Grand Challenge in 2013 and helped set county goals to transition the complete use of renewable energy and local water by 2050, a goal we now have built off of and are accelerating. To advance sustainability goals for the region, UCLA, in partnership with Mayor Garcetti, created the LA Sustainability Leadership Council, co-chaired by the mayor and the chancellor. UCLA has a long history of championing sustainability solution under Chancellor Bloch's leadership. And it continues to be a leading research institution on issues of clean energy, decarbonization, transportation, and water supply and consumption, and launched its own inaugural sustainability plan in 2022. So thank you, Chancellor. So the conversation today will be moderated by Dr. Manuel Pastor, a distinguished professor of sociology and American studies and ethnicity, and the director of the USC Dornsife Equity Research Institute. Dr. Pastor has authored numerous books and articles focused on issues dealing with economic, environmental, and social conditions facing low-income urban communities and the social movements seeking to change those realities. He is a nationally respected leader and economist who has been integral to the development of federal, state, and local policy, ensuring that the transition to a sustainable economy is equitable and ensures for our most underserved communities fairness. His work developing an environmental justice screening method is now part of California's EnviroScreen process, a mapping tool that helps the California Environmental Protection Agency identify communities most affected by multiple environmental, social, and health hazards. Now, please welcome Dr. Manuel Pastor and his illustrious panel, LA Mayor Eric Garcetti, USC President Carol Folt, and Chancellor Bloch. Thank you.
Thank you for that very kind introduction, Mary. Anybody who knows Mary knows that a kind introduction is a prelude to her asking you to do something for free. So, and I'm sure it's more than moderate this panel. I'm teaching a course right now called Los Angeles and the American Dream. And in the course, I try to convince the students that California is America fast forward, and Los Angeles is America on steroids. So fast forward in terms of our demographic change, fast forward in terms of our embrace of climate goals and sustainability, but also fast forward for the nation in terms of deep inequalities that have actually worsened in recent years, despite what people have been trying to do to address those concerns. And so what we're going to try to do in this panel is talk a little bit about, as I say to the students, the good and the bad, the commitment that we've made to climate goals, and the progress we definitely need to make in terms of equity and an inclusive economy. Now, I think that I've been asked to moderate this panel because I know a little bit about climate, a little bit about the economy, a little bit about equity. But I also think that I got asked to moderate this panel because they believed I could cut you off if you spoke too long. And the reason I think that that's true is because, Eric, I've known you for years. I feel comfortable cutting you off.
It's
Carol,
not that, man.
Carol, I have tenure. What are you going to do? And Jean, as I shared with you, my children went to UCLA, which meant that although they could go to USC for free, I had to pay tuition for them to go to your school. And they turned out to be a musician and a yoga instructor. So, dude, you owe me. So, with a little discipline in mind, and if I raise one hand, it's a signal for you to stop. If I raise two hands, it's a signal for the crowd to thunderously applaud whatever point you were just making. Let's start with Mayor Garcetti. You've, under your leadership, LA's made great strides with regard to clean energy, jobs, and there are bold goals going forward. But there's also this really interesting moment with the Inflation Reduction Act, which in Spanish, since we know it was Build Back Better, we called Build Backito. It's the small version of Build Back Better. So with all of that momentum, can you talk a little bit about what you've done and what you actually see for Los Angeles going forward?
Absolutely, and thank you, Manuel, and thank you to everybody. What a joy it is to be back at USC and with both the Chancellor and the President and back in this space with LABC and all of you. And by the way, if LA is America on steroids, as the future host of the Olympics, we don't believe in performance-enhancing drugs, so we do it all on our own because we're the fittest city in America. You know, I said this last night at our reception at LABC, but this really is a moment in time where we're living through history, where it is one of the biggest hinges of history. And I think the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, which I'm glad you brought up, really was a moment not just in American history, but world history. It's the largest commitment of a nation ever. And I don't see it as very Ito on the environmental side. Yeah. There's the care economy and all the things that get lost, true. But it is a clear market signal to the capital markets. It's a clear labor signal to labor and training, which we're going to be talking about. And it really is the moment where the train has been on the tracks, but is accelerating, and you either get on now or it's going to pass you by. This is a moment where we are past talking about it. ESG, I love these kind of death coughs of whether it's climate deniers or people saying ESG doesn't actually return better returns. Like whether you look at it from an economic, an equity, or an environmental standpoint, this is the moment in time where that shift has happened. Now, 9.5 years ago when I was campaigning to be your mayor, I talked about green jobs, and we talked a lot about trying to create about 30,000 green jobs. 9 years later, we're at 65,000 and counting. When we look at the 5 zeros, which we put forward in LA's Green New Deal, 4 of which are the topics actually of LABC today. So zero carbon energy production, zero carbon transportation, zero carbon buildings, zero water waste, and then zero waste. Those only the last one, which is not in the topic of today's discussion, but those are the 4 panels you have today. And within that, when you look at, for instance, our LA 100, where we'll get to 97% carbon-free power by the end of this decade, so this decade we're living in, we will be able to generate about 17,000 jobs a year off of just what we need to do at the Department of Water and Power, not even what the private sector will do. Similarly, when we look at our electricity and our EV installation, we're looking at another 15,000, 14,000 jobs a year. That's an immense undertaking for a city, for companies, for universities, for our community colleges, and yet I think Los Angeles is better. It's a very low bar. We're better poised to be able to do that than maybe anywhere in the country, because we have a decade-long partnership with things like Higher LA, with trade tech. As great as the universities are, it's really those community colleges, it's the high schools that we're starting now for everything from being a train engineer, which is a green job, to a solar installer, to a water recycler, and everything in between. And even one thing I'd also like to shift, and then raise your hand because I know I've gone on too long, is it's not just about green jobs. Once we get to these discussions and we're not talking about counting and classifying green jobs, but looking at green skills, which will be a part of every job for the most part, then we will have reached a point when this is not a sector, this is not something that we're interested in, this is a value that we are living with, and it's been fully integrated in our future.
It's great. It's going to be a great great transition at President
I got one
Holt.
friend back there.
One thing I would say too, aside from all the other signals you were talking about, the Inflation Reduction Act is the single most significant piece of federal legislation around environmental justice. Up to between $45 billion and $60 billion set aside for environmental justice communities. The investments are supposed to be guided by Justice 40, the federal initiative to make sure that 40% of the investments in the transition actually benefit disadvantaged communities. By the way, that idea came from California. So, President Holt, you and Chancellor Block have both made sustainability a top priority at your respective universities and released sustainability plans. Can you highlight 2 or 3 things you're either the most proud of or you have the most ambitions around going forward?
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to start too just by saying thank you, and I do want to give a recognition to the moment as well. I would probably say my entire life's work as a professional has been in the area of sustainability, starting trying to save pristine systems when I worked up at Lake Tahoe, moving into trying to restore species when I worked for years on trying to bring back salmon. but then recently, 20 years ago, started to work on the movement of mercury and arsenic, mostly into disadvantaged communities through water exposure. So my own life has been that transition from thinking about sustainability as a part of preserving beautiful places to actually being part of the equity of our society and the movement towards including that in the way we think. When I came here 3 years ago, the first day of my inauguration had a protest in it. And it was a protest for sustainability. It was wonderful. I entered a community so ready and excited. But the big change has been the true insertion of social equity into every way we talk about it. And I love that. I've seen it from our students. I've seen it as you talk about jobs, things that maybe environmental scientists didn't talk about before, but now we do. We talk about it. We think about it. So what I love about this plan, and this has come together from faculty, students, staff, it's a presidential task force. They have huge ambitions. You know, I think they'd like to see $1 billion investment over the next decade, both in academic programs, in research, in re-outfitting our buildings, meeting our goals, and working with our community. So it's got big goals. But the first one I'd say is everybody said you can't just talk about it, you have to do it. So it starts locally with these change in our plans for carbon and waste. The carbon plan I'll talk about later is being enabled because of power that we're able to get from the city, solar power, about to finalize that deal. Lots of it is about operational excellence, creating our own energy, re-outfitting things, helping everyone in our community be able to get access to electric vehicles. It's a very socially broad goal. The second one that I think is fabulous is educational. How can we take this amazing future workforce, all the brain trust that comes to us, and really give them the skill sets? And so the one thing I'll say about that is that we have 22 different professional schools, and we see sustainability as needing to be deeply embedded in every one. So whether you're in business or in arts or in any area that you are, through that lens, you learn how to make living a sustainable life and doing a sustainable profession as what you're doing. That's a huge part of it. The third we'll talk about, thank you. I'm just so proud of the community relationships. And we'll get a chance to talk about more of those. But you know, universities are not in a vacuum. Meeting the mayor in my first week and talking all about the Green New Deal, I was going back to my family and go, whoa, this really was a good decision. I promise you. And I think it every day when I see the things that we get to do like this. So lots of specifics, but the big picture is really positive.
That's great, and the excitement is palpable. So Chancellor Block, can you talk a little bit about UCLA's 3 top priorities right now?
Certainly, and first I want to thank, again, Carol and USC for hosting us. This is just a beautiful, beautiful venue, and it's great to be here. So we've been committed to sustainability for a long time, but recently, by launching a much more comprehensive, holistic sustainability plan, I think we've really been able to acknowledge the importance of this area to UCLA and all that we need to accomplish. And I'd say the difference now is we recognize a few things. We're part of a larger ecosystem involving the city, the county, the state, and it's all going to be partnerships. We can't do anything individually that will have a major impact. It has to be as a partnership. So we recognize the ecosystem and how we have to plan forward in that ecosystem. I'd mentioned 3 goals, and these words are mine, not the reports. I'd say the first goal is to practice what you preach. Is that if you're going to be, we're a laboratory. UCLA can be a laboratory for best practices, but you've got to exercise those on campus before you actually argue that others should change their behavior as well. So we, again, have a large list of goals on campus, some of them very aggressive, again, carbon neutrality by 2025, reducing campus water use by 1/3 by 2025, and onward. We really have to change campus. We have to change the behavior of all our students, our employees, ourselves, about how we view sustainability. And that's really one of the first goals is, practice what we preach. The second, I'd say, is putting knowledge to work. So we learn a lot at universities. We publish journal articles. That itself is just part of the impact. And the universities have to do more than that. They actually have to be in their communities having impact. And as was mentioned, we launched the Sustainable LA Grand Challenge in 2013. And that was exactly what we wanted to accomplish, a think and do institute, literally, to go ahead and have impact
in areas where we feel we can be most helpful to Los Angeles. And the goal was to help LA become the most sustainable mega city by 2050. And there's huge components of that where we can be helpful to, from behavioral change, starting with children in grade school, literally to change behaviors, use habits, to all the research that's required, to the education of a new workforce, which we're talking today, people that will be trained for the green economy. So that was sort of the second broad goal. The third, I'd say, is to teach what you preach. I mean, we have to provide educational opportunities, and those opportunities have to come in a number of ways, both in the more traditional way for undergraduates and graduate students. And we have about 200 sustainability courses on campus, so quite a few, about 30 research centers that focus in some aspect of sustainability. So this is a huge undertaking and engagement for UCLA. We also have to provide more applied knowledge for the community, because many times what we really need is to go out through our UCLA extension to reach people where they are, not just our students. So we have a number of programs, and the one I'll mention again is probably a UCLA extension, which many of you don't recognize, actually educates as many students as we do on campus. So we always forget about the fact it's huge, and it's everywhere, and it's the place really where we reach people where they are, and I think it's so important. So I think extension, yeah. Shout out for extension. I think they get under-recognized sometimes on campuses, all the good work they do. And the one program I'll point to is extension has a mid-career professional sustainability certificate. I know it well because my daughter-in-law took the course and got the certificate, and she was over the moon about it. She said, and for her it's been life-changing. Actually, it's changing her career. So again, I think we need to reach people, we need to educate them, and many times that's through certificates and not through sort of the traditional on-campus education. Both are important, but we have to do both. So,
do you want to add something to that?
I just want to add one quick thing. I don't think you actually listened or probably realized that you've got the city, you've got two of your largest research universities in America, both committed to climate neutrality by 2025. Nobody else, no other city, no other set of universities. And I could go on with a number of things that we're both doing. We follow each other. One does it, we do. No, we have an enormous synergy.
We do things together. Yeah,
we do some things together. But this is really a big deal, and it is about California, and it is about this region, and it's about the city helping lead it. So just be really proud of that one.
So I want to talk a little bit about public-private partnerships going forward, and I actually want to start, if it's okay, with Eric to ask the question, Mayor Garcetti to ask the question, what sort of research is useful in the work that you do, and also what kind of partnerships do you want from universities going forward?
It's a great question. It'll always be Eric, don't worry. My title of mayor is just a job I have, but I'm always Eric. It's a great question. We actually have the ministers of trade and our commerce secretary in town today for what's called IPEF, which is the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum. And Secretary Raimondo, an old dear friend, and her team, actually her undersecretary, was in our office yesterday. I've pulled together just a quiet, not for media, roundtable with LAX, Metro, Port, a bunch of our main drivers of these jobs and of the work that needs to be done, from electrification and zero-emission trucks at our port to what we're going to need to do with aviation long-term, et cetera. One of the things I said that was, he said, he's in charge of the Census Bureau and all the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So he said, what research do you need? And I said, one of the things that doesn't get done is when legislation gets passed, there's a legislative analyst who projects how many jobs it will be, but you don't have economists actually looking and formalizing that. And it would be great to see what we believe those investments that are coming, not just kind of that legislative, we'll throw a dart, roughly what those numbers are, but real academic rigor around knowing exactly how many jobs we have to fit into exactly these projects. And similarly at the local and state level, the state's putting about $50 billion into climate funding this year. That'll probably be matched by federal funds. So we're talking about $100 billion in California. Figure about a third of that comes to the LA area. And then what we're putting ourselves from DWP, the port, the airport, et cetera. That would be really useful information to have for us to plan ahead and to be able to do that. Second is, to your equity point, what we've been doing is we try to measure first those communities in greatest need of skills, of income, of education, and work backwards. Instead of sprinkling it at the end, it has to be where you start at the beginning. So whether it's with Trade Tech, whether it's Higher LAX, which is looking at folks, or even earlier than that, because people keep waiting for the pipelines to produce better. We've got to fundamentally build the pipelines out. So the seed school, which will be down the street here in South LA, will take youth that are in the foster care system, formerly homeless, criminally justice involved, and we'll teach them about green jobs, but careers in transportation sector, and Metro's funding it. Yeah. So it's a way to be able to make sure that the next, director of the airport, CEO of Metro will come out of the equity communities. Same thing with our EV car sharing. We started in the poorest neighborhoods first so that people who don't even have a car today, their first car will be a shared car, but it'll be an EV charged by a street light that has additional capacity because we went to LEDs right there in front of their apartment.
I love that, and that expression, because I've been saying it too. How do we make sure that equity is baked in rather than sprinkled on? Yep. How is it sort of what you're fundamentally starting with, rather than trying to repair the damage your economic strategy or environmental strategy might have caused? Carol, can you talk a little bit about public-private partnerships, particularly around sort of training the next workforce and how to collaborate with the community colleges and the full range of workers that we're going to need for this transition economy?
That's wonderful. No, I'd love to. I think that, one of them, we're working very actively in that same partnership through MetTrans to create all sorts of new jobs at all levels with Cal State Long Beach too, and through that program to really rethink transportation. And that's a place where LA's got to do it. But if we do it, I think I've heard you say this, if we can't do it, how can any city do it? But if we can do it, the world can change. I think that's a huge one, with lots of jobs at every single level. So that's one. We did a wonderful relationship with the city also on the neighborhood tree initiative, which many of you know about planting trees into neighborhoods where they're really needed. But the great learning about that, Manuel, was that can't be done by our scientists or even people of goodwill without the community has to decide where it wants trees, how it wants trees to be positioned. And in working together on that program, it started to establish trust. So I don't think this gets baked in unless trust is at the core. But the third I'm going to mention is that USC, of course, also UCLA, but we're a huge transfer school. We have 1 in 4 students in America that goes to a private university transfers to USC. It's a real gem for us. So it's over 1,500 students. So these are coming half at least from our community colleges. So that is a public-private relationship right there. And so we need to commit and are getting into those community colleges, getting people ready, helping them choose all the best not best profitable, but the best careers they want. But we have a new program that we're about to start, which we're going to call High Tech Scholars, where we're going to go into community colleges, try to identify people in their first year that want to get into high-tech careers, including high-tech use towards sustainability. Again, I think it's a way of bringing people to see this as an option early on in their career, coming from neighborhoods that are in real need. And we're so excited about it because we think we're going to get so much innovation coming through it. So I think it's in those sorts of programs that we have a lot of capacity to add in. Medical schools, law schools, all of them, if they put it into their core, are going to change the workforce.
Thanks. And aside from preparing students in the community colleges to go to the 4-year programs, it's also preparing people for a world of work that could make a difference in terms of a middle-class life. Eric, I think you know this story, but my dad, who came to the country with papers that were imperfect, and eventually got naturalized during World War II, 6th grade education, went to LA Trade Tech and learned about electricity, a subject that still baffles me. And he went from being a janitor to being an air conditioner repairman, and the family went from being poor to being working class. And that's what these community colleges are delivering, not just to the 4-year universities, but delivering people straight into the middle of the labor market. And that's so important for the kind of jobs that are going to be created as part of this green economy.
Did you know, Manuel, that I'm community college, so is Jean. We both community college kids.
I like you more after paying for you, so that was good.
Thank you.
Jean, can you talk a little bit about the private public partnerships UCLA is participating in?
Absolutely, and I'll just mention a few. One is actually, again, going back to certificates, which I think is so important, actually, to provide them. We're working Grow with Google, so we're actually partnering with Google to offer a number of certificates that are actually going to be in areas of really high-paying jobs that students can actually obtain and do not have to have a 4-year degree to obtain these. So again, this is important. Again, our transfer population, I guess, building on what Carol said, again, we have one of every three students at UCLA's transfer. And most of those students are from low-income families. In fact, we have more low-income families and first-generation families at UCLA than the whole Ivy League combined. I mean, it's spectacular when you look at the demographics of the school, and it represents California. So again, one example is we're working with Google. But another big one, which unfortunately not as many people know about as they should because it's so significant, is there's a program called SESME, which is Smart Manufacturing Innovation Centers. It's a long name. And there's 7 of these hubs around the country, and these hubs are Smart Manufacturing Innovation Centers, and one of them involves a number of our universities here, community colleges, and companies that's actually to train the next generation, actually, of smart manufacturing workers. And it's extremely important. These are clean industry jobs. This is going to be the new way to manufacture in a clean, sustainable way. And we're involved in it, and I think that's extremely important. So those are, I think, large areas where we're making a difference, where we have industry, we have universities, and we have government involved.
Great, thanks a lot. Let's give that a round of applause, too. So I want to start wrapping us up with the final 2 questions. And we've talked a lot about equity, and a lot of people talk about a just transition, making sure that a transition to a clean energy economy is more just. Often by that they mean making sure that the people who will be displaced find a job. But it's also the case that people have long been left behind and kept behind in communities that have been overburdened with pollution and underprivileged in terms of the economic opportunities. So I want to start with Eric. I know you're something you're committed to. What's the narrative? What's the set of policies? What's the set of alliances that need to be in place to ensure not just a just transition, but a transition to justice?
Absolutely. And I'm glad you made that differentiation because, I mean, let's put this in perspective. And I think LA is ahead. The county and the city have a joint task force on a just transition. Our council president, our supervisors, myself are all very engaged in this. But if you look, for instance, at oil drilling, which we just have outlawed in this city that was really built on oil and gas, but a city shouldn't be built atop the pollution that comes from those wells. There's 176 jobs today in oil wells. And there's, whatever it was, 18,000 a year in EV, charging another 14,000. Like, this is something we don't have to stress out about. We just have to be intentional for those people. Most of them are not unionized jobs, by the way. But then when you look at things like the building decarb, you have nervous trades who are like, well, I work with pipes. If you don't have gas in my building, that means I don't have a job. But in San Francisco, when they looked at the net jobs, even for pipes, let alone for electricians and stuff as you electrify buildings, it is going to be such a net gain. We have to figure out the second question first, not get stressed about the first one second. So we have to make sure that we are looking at where those opportunities are, and again, map out where opportunity needs to be found. And give the support beyond just saying job training, universal basic income, debt-free college, all of the things that will help us align, as we're doing in this city, with the largest guaranteed basic income pilot in the country. And what we saw even during the pandemic when people had a little bit of cash for child care credit, which we need to get back in the conversation. Those are the way we're going to look at equity, environment, and economy, which I'm so glad you brought up, because when we put out our sustainability plan, those 3 E's, people are like, you're crazy. Environmental plans are about 1 E, not those other 2. And now it's become so accepted. But imagine that world where everybody is recycling. Imagine that world where we have local gardens where we are. Imagine that world where we are housing our homeless. Imagine this world where we have debt-free college and job training. I would point you to, that was 1945 in Los Angeles, and we did it. And I know that war metaphors are always overplayed, but when we housed everybody in Griffith Park, when we said you had a GI Bill so you could go to college for free, those problems that have bubbled up since, that took us another 70 or 80 years to manifest, America is absolutely capable of this. Los Angeles is positioned to lead.
That's a good point. And point I would also lift up about that, there's a great new book, The Sum of Us by Heather McGee, which points out that the post-war commitment, it's a little bit like Ira Katzenelson's book, When Affirmative Action Was White, was a commitment to growing a generation of mostly white folks to be able to get into the middle class. So it becomes incredibly important to not have racial equity and the discussion of structural racism be something that happens just after the murder of George Floyd and is just one season and goes away. Because unless we address that, and address that on a very consistent basis, we're not going to be able to find the commons that will let us reclaim the commons of the environment. The way in which we are divided, not just politically, but racially, is such a crippling feature of our political economy. So tackling that issue of racial equity, absolutely important. Carol, can you talk a little bit about... I'll take that. Can you talk a little bit, maybe about that issue too, but just about equity, why you think it's so central, how you think USC fits into this?
Well, I'll start just by saying I don't know a person that sits in my seat that doesn't believe at their heart that education should be about equity. I mean, we all believe it's an opportunity door opener. Do we believe it acts always that way? Absolutely not. So I think it's in our mission every day is to try to break down the barriers so that education should not be a destabilizer. It should be doing and promoting the very things that you're talking about. And we talk about that now. That might not have been so widely talked about before. And I think it's educational equity. I think we can't do anything if we don't get health equity. And I don't think we can do anything unless we get opportunity and economic equity. So one of the things about our university, about working in all these professions, is that we have a forum in every area. How do we train teachers? How do we get businesses? How do we build our hospitals? How do we get our social workers? Every single part of that has to start with a change in the mindset of how we train people so it permeates the actual reality of it. But I will tell you this, universities that don't have a change in the people coming to the table will never change the things they teach. So it starts by hiring more diverse faculty, by bringing in a very different set of students, which we've absolutely been doing. It's something that you said to me, Manuel, when you first came here, is you can have lots of diversity if you're not afraid to ask different questions. So in part, it's getting more voices for better questions. It's making sure that it's an absolute commitment that your profession has to change if you're going to change these deep-seated issues. And so that's where I see it. It really does come. And what excites me is that I see that where our students want to be. I think that's mostly where leaders, certainly that is not everywhere. Last thing I'll say is it's really complicated in sustainability because some of the solutions for sustainability taken in short term or taken in one perspective may look like they are going to leave people out. So there's a big battle going right now on who should have access to rivers in all sorts of places. Should you be able to go walk in the river? Should you be able to use it if you don't own the land around it? These are really complicated where there's competing interests and people can choose a moral high ground. So one of our biggest jobs is get people to learn across difference and solve these thorny problems without immediately dividing their attention. And so we got a lot of work to do.
Thank you very much. If I may, girl, I'm glad you're my boss. Jean, you actually just brought on board a really exciting new provost, Darnell Hunt. But can you talk a little bit about how to make equity real?
Yeah, so the commitment of UCLA to equity first starts with making sure we have a community of scholars that look like the community. And that's been an effort that has been underway for a long time now. But I must brag that this last year we had 149,700 applications for first-year admission, and that's the largest number of any school in the country. This last 2 years, we've brought in the most diverse and the highest quality classes we've ever accepted at UCLA. So you do both together. You get the best possible students, the most diverse students, and now we're working hard to make sure the faculty, which is, of course, a much slower process to diversify your faculty, look like the students. So that's something that's underway with initiatives, Rising to the Challenge initiative for African American students, Hispanic Serving Institution initiative. we really are trying to transform UCLA. And what we find is the scholarship gets better and better. It's better informed. And the students have passion about issues that we would not see if we didn't have such a diverse group of students. And they're driving us in new directions. So I would say, you know, we're all in. We're a public university. This is an obligation we have to the state. But more than that, it makes for a much more powerful research center, a much more powerful educational center, and we're confident that we can make progress. I'll just say, I know we're running out of time, just very quickly. We have our Institute for Environmental and Sustainability has a leadership program in environmental sciences for diversity. So I think it's the first program in the country to focus specifically on making sure that sustainability area has diverse leadership. So I'm very proud of that program.
That's fantastic. Thank you. So we're going to conclude. You each get 30 seconds. I'll be slightly more generous than that, but not more. It's 2035. LA's transition to 100% carbon-free energy. What's our local economy look like? What are you the most proud of in that scenario? Eric.
Well, not to divert to a different topic, which LABC usually talks about, but if we don't build enough housing, none of this matters. And housing will be the key to the environmental discussion. I think it's the number one, number two, number three issue that our region faces. We cut poverty when we raised the minimum wage by 27% in the city in the last 9 years. But nobody feels it because of the price of rent. And if we now have lower home ownership in Los Angeles City than we do in New York City. So if we can't, but I do feel that shift and that change, a younger generation too, that is not only not NIMBY, they are so much more YIMBY than anybody else. And the RENA numbers, which is very technical, but our regional housing needs assessment, we pushed through for the region finally an honest number. I've tripled the pace of housing starts since I started. We need to double that one more time. So that's for my successor to do. But if we can do that, then I think the environmentalism we're talking about, because it's the movement of people and goods, actually resides in a 15 or 20-minute city. And we're in a great place on jobs, on equity, and on health.
Eric, as always, a brilliant speaker, meaning no matter what question gets asked, you put out your own answer. So, Carol, it's 2035. California, Los Angeles has transitioned. What do you wake up to? What are you the most proud of?
Okay, I'm going to start with a quote by Jane Goodall who says the real danger to the future is apathy. So I think 2035, apathy is gone. I hope it's getting gone now, but that you have a much more energized community. I hope I wake up to a place where students are not limited in their futures based on where they grew up and what it costs to get there. And we lead the way in training people and giving them access to education at every level with great respect and a livable life with it. And then finally, I'm going to say we have a lot cleaner water, maybe some less traffic, so that we can get places more. And we continue to see this a place where people are looking towards a future with excitement and a feeling of cooperation.
Chancellor Block, 2035, you wake up, you're on the west side, you're stuck in traffic. What are you thinking?
I will be proud that we have democratized the educational opportunities more. I think we'll have platforms where we can reach people where they are. What we hear from many of our students who live in East Los Angeles and find it even difficult to come to campus, we're able to reach them where they are. Remote education will improve. Zoom has improved a lot just in a few years. There'll be, ability to use, artificial reality to actually help build some of these platforms. I think it's going to change the educational ability for us to, educational capabilities of the university. So I look forward to a university that's much more flexible, reaches students at a greater distance, probably continue to have residential education, it's important, but have a lot of non-residential education as well.
That's 20 minutes from downtown to UCLA by 2035.
Yeah, subway.
Yeah,
so,
that's right. That's right.
Great. Well, I kind of hate to have somebody from UCLA have the last word, but still.
Don't worry, you're changing that.
In the spirit of bridging difference and creating the commons, let's give a big round of applause to our speakers.
He's our moderator.
He's our moderator, yeah.
Toughest job in show business.
And someone should tell us what to do next.
Please welcome Jonathan Port, CEO of Catalyze Perma-City Division.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan Port. president of Catalyze Permacity Business Unit, formerly CEO of Permacity. But what I'm here to say is, I'll give you a little bit of things I'm thankful for. I'm very thankful that at Permacity, we now have the opportunity to be the largest national rooftop commercial solar company in the United States, anchored by one of my technologies and anchored by technologies we merged with. It's been a dream for 20 years to be part of this, and it's a dream come true that I'm very thankful for, that in my lifetime we will see this country run on 100% renewables, led by California and led by Los Angeles. At Catalyze, we feel that we've cracked the code to rooftop solar. We really feel we've gotten there, and we've secured the support of corporate America. Since we've done the change, we've grown to 170 people in management and administration to fulfill this goal. That is no small investment for a distributed generated solar company. That does not include our construction force that is in the many hundreds of people. We have 11,000 sites in our proprietary platform, commercial properties, large commercial that we're analyzing at this time and growing, and we're rolling out a portfolio program. And again, this all started in Los Angeles. One of the great things about the technology we contributed to this effort is you can now go in the city of Los Angeles and pull up to 1 megawatt of solar over the counter and start building. So if we want to get rid of climate change and we want to build fast, that's one fast way to do it. No transmission required. Thank you, thank you. Some of the achievements I'm very grateful for is one of our projects that many people know about was the 2 million square foot Westmont Industrial Complex down in San Pedro. It powers half of the homes in San Pedro, 5,000 on one rooftop. It woke the city up, and we all considered that this is a viable option. And now in the city, we have allocated 2.4 gigawatts of in-basin power to be part of our portfolio. It's a major achievement, a major collaboration. I'm very proud to be part of that team that made that happen. In addition, it woke up BlackRock, and they sent out books to all their employees, and they've committed to decarbonizing their entire portfolio in the world. So the multiplier effects coming off our city are enormous. We have a huge role to play. After that, we went on and we took on what's now the largest cold storage in the country because our technology does not impede vapor barriers. And some of the benefits that you'll see of rooftop solar, more than just the kilowatt hours you generate, it saves kilowatt hours under the building. So Lineage Big Bear was a 6 megawatt, the largest feed-in tariff on one single meter ever built. And it set the scene that we're now rolling out nationally with this company. More than 150 megawatts in total, 1/3 of their energy needs worldwide. So the multiplier effects of what we're doing are great. Corporate America has woken up to the power of participating. And if we're going to change climate change, we need their participation desperately. Another project we just finished was one of the largest energy users in the valley, Anheuser-Busch. Phase 2 was 4 megawatts and 5 megawatt hours of battery and a microgrid. Part of their commitment to 100% renewable power, and again, as one of the large major users throughout the country, they're rolling back their carbon nationally. So what I'm excited about and very thankful is we've gone from what we call door-to-door solar to what's called a portfolio program. Companies like Lineage, Stream, and many others, they're signing up over 1 gigawatt with us, and you can say that we're looking at doing our part as the in-basin virtual power plant. In high complementary and augmenting with these large utility plants, we will get there in a very short time. And we'll get there securely, and we'll be able to handle the electrification of the vehicles. So one of the great things about urban distributed generation, there's some silent and not so silent benefits. Let's talk about some of the silent ones. It lowers the heat island effect. Climate's getting hotter, but it lowers the heat island by 10 degrees in urban spaces. Canopies and rooftops really bring the microclimate down, which of course decreases air conditioning use. And when we're doing big items like cold storage, we have a double battery effect. They can curtail their use, they can plug in their local batteries, and we can really avoid these emergency alerts. So the integration into our smart energy, into our existing infrastructure is paramount, and it's very exciting to be part of it, which of course I'm very thankful. And again, this helps us reduce some of the dependency on transmission Transmission is a big thing that everyone's working on. We'll get there, but we need every kilowatt everywhere to get there together. So this is all, but we can't get there without equity success. And I'm really proud that years ago, we started putting vets to work. We started putting disadvantaged people from disadvantaged areas. We put them into management. We put them into project management training. And there's hundreds and hundreds of workers spinning off getting good jobs, taking care of their families close to home. And that's very important to me, and it's very important to catalyze. Well, that's enough about us, but there's something really I'd like to be very thankful for, is our state government has shown great leadership. And I'm here today to introduce Mr. Rob Bonta, our California Attorney General. It's really a pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, because Mr. Bonta has not only been dedicated to our state, but he served 5 terms as a state assembly member. He's the first Filipino-American to enter the California state, and he's dedicated to making this state a success. One of the things that happened in the last federal administration, it really challenged our air rights and our environment. And Mr. Bonta, he went out there and he defended our clean air rights and successfully protected California from that. That's no easy task against the last administration, and I'm very thankful for that. We want our children to grow up in a good space. Thank you, Mr. Bonta. But he didn't stop there. Since taking office, he formed the first of his kind Attorney General's office. He's got 12 attorneys dedicated to fighting for environmental injustice throughout our state. We are not going to have a state that lets us get away with it. We're going to live the dream and make it a better place for our kids. And unfortunately, we do need to work through the legal system to make this happen. And thanks to his leadership, we're doing this in a powerful but effective way. But again, Mr. Bonta is not the person to stop there. As soon as he became Attorney General, he has a coalition of 6 other Attorney Generals all getting together to work on OSHA and create good standards to protect our workers from injury and keep them well, especially with the heat climbing. And for those in construction, that's a very important thing, as well as many other professions. I'd like everyone to please welcome our Attorney General, Mr. Rob Bonta.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning. Rob Bonta, California Attorney General. Very honored to join you today, and thank you, Jonathan, for the very generous and kind introduction. I want to also start out by thanking our very generous hosts for bringing us together today, USC President Folt and LA Business Council President Leslie, Chair Nahai. Thank you. What an important and impressive gathering of leading thinkers on such an important issue, and what an appropriate backdrop to be in the challenges that we face right now. I was going to say thank you for the warm welcome. It's a little bit less warm today than it has been the last couple of days, but appreciate the welcome here today. And also I want to thank all the elected officials that are taking on these challenges head on, including my longtime friend and great mayor of this city, Mayor Eric Garcetti. And thanks to all the distinguished business and civic and environmental leaders here today. It's a pleasure to join you, and I appreciate the opportunity to share a few words. You know, right now we have Mother Nature, we have science screaming at us, telling us we need to do more, we need to step up, we need to be more urgent. This heat wave is just one example. And I want to say, thankfully, in California, we're listening. And we're stepping up. For decades, the Golden State has been the nation's leader when it comes to protecting our natural resources, to climate stewardship, to forward-leaning approaches, to clean energy. And we embrace that leadership role. We know how important it is. So many look in the United States, look west to us for what we will do. We set the standard. We are the gold standard, and we need to continue to lean in on those forward-leaning approaches that we have. Approaches that, by the way, have led to us growing to be the 5th largest economy in the world. And in California, we are #1 in the nation for so many things, from agriculture to manufacturing, from tourism to technology. And I will say that's not despite our forward-leaning agenda, our commitment to workers, our commitment to the environment, to equity, to justice. We are successful because of that commitment. That is our special sauce here in California. And for us, a strong economy, health healthy and safe communities and good paying jobs, they go hand in hand. We don't see them as mutually exclusive. We believe we can and must pursue all of the above and achieve outcomes in each of those spaces. And over, we prove that you don't have to choose one over the other. Businesses like the ones here prove that you don't have to choose between the earth and earnings, because strong climate policies are not job killers, they are job creators. So the next time you hear someone say those California climate warriors are passing environmental laws that are bad for business, please do remind them that over the past decade or so, California's GDP grew 21%, while Texas's grew just 12%. In fact, last year alone, California created over 250,000 more jobs than the Lone Star State and attracted $145 billion more in venture capital. So California making it happen. But I'll say, climate change is not just a Texas versus California story. It's not red versus blue. It's not business versus environmentalist. It's humanity versus mass extinction. And these really are the terms. This is life or death. This is industry thriving or ceasing to exist. 8 of the top 10 warmest years on our planet occurred in the last decade. The nation and the world's leading scientists are unequivocally clear. If we continue on our current trajectory, when midnight strikes at the end of the century on New Year's Day of the year 2100, there will be little reason for a champagne toast. For most of humankind, it'll just be another day of widespread suffering, a desperate struggle to find food and water, shelter, and safety. The exact amount of warming that will occur in the coming century depends largely on the choices that we make today. And the choice is ours, and in California, we are making the right one. We are embracing the theme of this summit, delivering on climate action. And I will say that the next generation has been super inspiring to me in terms of identifying the urgency of now and what is at stake, including my own children, my oldest daughter, who is debating whether she wants to have children of her own. Not because she's trying to decide if it's the right time to have a family or whether she wants children. She wants children. But she doesn't want to bring them on a dying planet, knowing that they will suffer. And so that is not uncommon in the next generation. That is common. And for those of us in policy spaces with agency, positional power, the opportunity to make a difference, to make change, that should really be a call to action and a emphasis on urgency. So I'm going to leave it to the state policy experts here, some of which you heard from, some which you will hear from, including Secretary Crowfoot and CARB Chair Randolph, CPUC President Reynolds, and others who will do a much better job than I discussing efforts like the governor's historic climate package or California's implementation of SB 32 and SB 100 or the success of our cap and trade system. Instead, what I'd like to do is spend the next few minutes to highlight the unique tools that we bring to the table at the California Department of Justice, why and how we fight at the DOJ. At the DOJ, we're enforcing and defending the law. We have a deep bench of attorneys, as was mentioned, in my office who have been active in defending climate change programs at the state and at the federal levels, while also promoting environmental justice and equity. In my view, you can't have one without the other. They go hand in hand all the time. They're inextricably interlinked. Take, for example, over half of the 120 plus cases filed against the Trump administration by the DOJ involved environmental laws. And while today there is less hot air coming from Washington, D.C., we are not backing down now. Over the last year or so, since I became Attorney General, we expanded our Environmental Justice Bureau to fight for our most vulnerable, our frontline communities who are hurt first, hurt worst, who are overburdened and under-resourced and impacted by climate change and environmental pollution. We fought to undo some of the Trump administration's most outrageous environmental attacks and fossil fuel giveaways, from attacks on the Clean Water Act to clean car standards. We filed numerous lawsuits to protect the health of our communities, and especially those that live, again, at that intersection of pollution and poverty. We called on Congress to pass an array of critical environmental justice and climate change-related legislation. We launched a first-of-its-kind investigation into the fossil fuel and petrochemical industries for the global plastic pollution crisis. We secured a major decision blocking fracking off the California coast. And tune in later today, we might have another climate-related announcement to make at a press conference this afternoon. So we're leaning in and believe that California's leadership is critical, that we can level up what other states do, what the federal government does. If more states in the nation, more countries throughout the world did what we do, we'd all be in a much better place. So California needs to continue to lead, set the standard, and we're trying to do our best to do our part at the California Department of Justice. And whether it's the former climate denier in the White House or a big polluter, when someone tries to backslide and tell us we can't protect our people, our planet, and our economy, at the Department of Justice, we say, see you in court. But make no mistake. Make no mistake, we still have much work to do. Not all Californians are getting an equal share in our state's progress and prosperity, nor an equal impact of our climate challenges. There are real environmental injustices in California. We need to be clear-eyed and sober about that fact. I recently visited a community in the Central Valley to hear from frontline residents, and for them, climate change and environmental pollution aren't a possible or potential future reality. It's here today. It's here now for them. I spoke with a Fresno resident, Miss Katie Taylor. We met outside her house, and I could barely hear her. The rumbling diesel trucks that came by one after the other, spewing pollution. The dusty lot we were on, it had a tree providing the only shade for our meeting in the heat that we were, blistering heat that we were in, but the city plans to take it down. Why? To widen the road so more diesel trucks can have throughput in that space. Many of her neighbors lacked access to clean drinking water. Rates of cancer and cancer clusters were all around her community. The drought has made things worse. Those who work in the area, many labor outside in that blistering heat. And for environmental justice communities like this, again, the climate crisis is here. It's now. They are being impacted. They are being impacted disproportionately. And whether it's more rural communities like Fresno or an urban community like East Los Angeles, low-income communities and communities of color are feeling the impact of the crisis today, now. And we must fight with climate action, yes, but we must also fight with environmental justice. They go hand in hand to ensure that communities living at the junction of poverty and pollution are protected and supported and uplifted. Thank you. Thank you. And let me end my remarks on that note with a story about my own upbringing. My parents were social justice activists and advocates. They are my biggest supporters and the biggest inspiration. My dad, in the 60s, went to Selma, Alabama to be part of the civil rights movement. He was receiving audio cassette tape recordings through the mail from a colleague who was in Selma when he was in college in Berkeley. And they were recordings of an incredible leader who was talking about a more just world, a more fair society. And my father would look forward to every one of these recordings that were sent to him in the mail. He'd tear open the package. He'd put in the audio cassette tape into the tape player. So all the young people looking at me weird, like, what's an audio cassette? So it's an archaic technology that recorded sound. It's sort of like a digital sound file. But he would listen to these audio cassettes, and he would hear the voice of Martin Luther King Jr. And he felt called to go to Selma, to be there on the ground fighting. He knew this was a transformational moment. He knew that it was an inflection point in our country. He wanted to be part of it. So he jumped on a train. He traveled for 3 days on Amtrak, arrived in Selma, Alabama, met Martin Luther King Jr. In church, spent time with Stokely Carmichael, organized for civil rights, organized for voting rights. My parents then moved to the Philippines to serve vulnerable communities in rural areas in the Philippines as missionaries. My sister was born first in the Philippines, and I came next. And my parents looked out at the world, and they had a big decision to make because they wanted their children to be able to have the dream of becoming their best selves, reaching their potential, realizing their dreams. They wanted us, my sister and I, and for themselves to grow up in a world where there were human rights and civil rights, the rule of law and due process. And they did not see that in our future in the Philippines. They saw rising to power a dictator who declared martial law, undermined democracy, ruled with an iron fist. and took away freedoms, took away rights. So we moved to California to rebuild our lives and for them to raise their children. We started not far from here, in Echo Park. My parents rolled up their sleeves and grabbed their clipboards and started working for the United Farm Workers of America. They collected signatures outside of supermarkets as part of the lettuce boycott. And then were invited to go to the Central Valley headquarters in La Paz, where I and my older sister, my parents, and my brother who joined us there when he was born in Bakersfield, we lived in a trailer a stone's throw away from the home of Cesar Chavez. And my dad worked in the front office, worked with Cesar Chavez, setting up healthcare clinics for farm workers. My mom helped with the preschool and helped create it. I worked with Dolores Huerta. They fought for fair and safe working conditions, for the dignity and respect for the farm workers. And they made me believe, and they showed me, that everyday people fighting side by side, committed to a common cause, fighting for one another, lifting each other up, loving one another, and caring for each other can do anything, accomplish anything. And that has stuck with me and is something that inspired me to get into public service and to fight for you and fellow Californians for addressing some of the biggest challenges that we have. So I will say it's important that as we move, just as with that collaborative spirit with the United Farm Workers and the beautiful coalitions that were part of the civil rights movement, that we move together, that we move as one. Thank you. That we focus on the we, the us, our shared society, our common future, and less on the I and the me. We need more of that today, more than ever, as we face very serious challenges. And I know that if we work together, if we collaborate, if we partner, if we lean in, if we're solution-oriented, there's nothing that we can't do. And this moment demands business and government, innovators and activists to rise up and rise up together to protect what matters most, our health and our planet. And I'll say that as a child, I had the honor and privilege of listening to Dolores Huerta say, "Si se puede," yes, we can. And today, let's live out these words. Yes, we can stand up for the environment. Yes, we can grow our economy and protect the health of our communities. And yes, we can deliver on climate action. And here in California, yes, we are. Thank you.
Please now welcome John Duong, CEO of GreenQuest Energy Development.
Good morning. I think everybody needs a little break maybe now. Attorney General Mahta, that was an inspirational speech. Thank you for those kind words. As an Asian American, that's quite inspirational, and we need such diversity in background in leading our state and our region in all aspects of industries and sectors. So thank you for those remarks. Good morning, my name is John Duong. I'm CEO of GreenQuest Energy Development. It's my honor to be given this role to introduce Dan Hennigan as our business keynote speaker. But first, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank LABC's board, our board chair, David Nahai, for his leadership, and for the fearless Mary Leslie on her tireless and unrelenting voice as a leading advocate for businesses and government to work together to forge a more environmentally sustainable city, region, and state. Mary, not sure where are you? Mary, thank you for your steadfast leadership for over the past 2 decades as president of LABC. Thank you for your work. And while I have this microphone, a little advertising about GreenQuest. Though GreenQuest is a newly formed distributed solar PV development company, GreenQuest's founder, True Green Capital, has been around for a while. Founded in 2011, True Green Capital is a renewable energy investment management firm that finances, develops, owns, and operates distributive, commercial, and industrial power generation facilities such as solar PV, battery, energy storage system, and microgrids. To date, True Green has over $1.1 billion of capital under management, representing over 500 megawatts of PV solar projects across 14 states. Here in Los Angeles, True Green has been active in developing, financing, and operating solar PV projects over the past 7 years. Now, we control approximately 70 megawatts of operating and under construction solar feed-in tariff programs, projects with LADWP's service, within the LADWP service territory. That's approximately 70% of LADWP's entire FIT portfolio. Needless to say, we're a huge fan of FIT, and so we're continuing to commit to investing in the city of LA by forming GreenQuest as its Southern California-based company. So as recently announced, True Green closed its fourth fund, raising over $650 million, of which $300 million we allocated to invest in the city of LA and LADWP's FIT program in the next 5 years. And so it's my job to lead GreenQuest to putting this private capital to work. And so building upon our strong track record today, we are looking forward to continuing our public-private partnership with LABC, with LADWP, and the City of Los Angeles to help achieve its 100% renewable goals. And then to my other job, it's my honor to introduce Dan Hadigan, CEO of 5 Points. Dan has been deeply involved in the planning and development of communities across Southern California for the past 4 decades. He has a strong roots in LA with master's and law degrees from UCLA. Today, his company is spearheading one of the most ambitious responses to the region's severe housing shortage, while setting high standards for environmental sustainability. In Los Angeles County, 5 Point is building a community where natural and built environments thrive in harmony, a place where healthy ecosystems go together with, and in fact, fueled by a robust economy and ample housing supply. Across the state, 5 Point is introducing sustainable, multifaceted, mixed-use communities that would increase approximately 40,000 residential homes and approximately 23 million square feet of commercial space, bringing tens of thousands of jobs to LA County and other California communities. 5 Point epitomizes why we're all here today. This is a forward-looking company that values the importance of creating a stronger, more sustainable society here in Los Angeles and around our state. I've been following and admiring Dan's career over the past decade. As a former planning commissioner in the city of Irvine, I had the chance to work with both 5 Point and Dan's previous company, where he was president of land sales and home building on entitlements of thousands of housing units. So I witnessed firsthand how impressive I was with the professionalism displayed by Dan's team and the exceptional quality of work they produce, all exemplifying Dan's leadership. And so it was my pleasure and honor to introduce the CEO of 5 Point, Dan Hadigan, as our keynote speaker.
Thanks, John. Much appreciate that. You know, it's actually quite an honor for a UCLA grad to be talking at SC. I didn't think they let us come over here, but at least when I was at UCLA, that's what they told me. But good morning, and thank you to Mary Leslie and the team at the LA Business Council for inviting me here today. 5 Point shares your belief in Los Angeles and your commitment to a better and stronger California. And by the way, I did ask Mayor Garcetti to, kind of make a plug for housing, because that's all I'm going to hear to talk about is housing. I think he said it all starts with housing, so it's kind of a perfect way to move into this. But I want to talk about the importance of sustainability in housing. Protecting the environment and creating housing are inexplicably linked. It's an honor to be in a room with a group of leaders who have worked so diligently to chart the path to a more sustainable future. In many ways, Valencia by 5 Point is a living example of your hard work to help shape policies and programs that expand access to housing and protect the environment. Meeting these twin priorities can be a tall order, particularly in places like Los Angeles County, where new housing often requires extended approval timeframes and high construction costs. But our efforts are working. Since we last addressed the LABC Summit, we've made enormous progress at Valencia by 5 Point. Last year, we welcomed our pioneering first residents to the community. Today, I'm proud to say that more than 500 families have already moved in, with hundreds more expected in the coming months. The strong market response is driven in part by the wide variety of housing options available at many price points. And there's no question that residents view our leadership in sustainability as an essential factor in decision making. Quickly, I'd like to talk about affordability. New homes at Valencia begin in the $400,000 range. That's about half the median sales price of an existing single-family home in the Los Angeles metropolitan area. Long term, we plan on delivering approximately 12,500 homes at Valencia. This will include townhomes, condominiums, and multi-generational homes, as well as rental apartments. We're building in one of the fastest growing parts of LA County where the need for housing is only increasing. And we're driving forward with trailblazing sustainability features to make Valencia one of the largest communities of its kind in the nation to have net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Our commitment to sustainability and responsible environmental stewardship begins within the community and extends far beyond its borders. Within the Valencia community, we're early adopters of zero net energy standards, with all homes, commercial buildings, and public facilities designed to generate as much energy as they consume. This includes solar power systems, cool roof designs in many homes, and other energy efficiency measures. We also employ passive design features, including strategies to orient buildings to increase solar efficiency and maximize natural ventilation. Even our pools at our resident gathering area, Confluence Park, are heated through geothermal heat exchange technology, which also helps cool some of the park's buildings to be energy neutral. The Valencia community features a fully integrated electrical vehicle infrastructure. Every home will be equipped with a level 2 EV charging station, and EV charging stations will be installed throughout commercial and public accessible areas within the community. We've even included a dedicated network of paths for neighborhood electric vehicles, or NEVs, to promote connectivity within the community. And if those of you don't know what an NEV is, there's one up there on the picture. You might have seen it at your local golf course. But anyway, that's part of the process of really getting people out of their cars and getting around the community. But Valencia also prioritizes many mobility measures such as convenient on-site car share, bike share, and subsidies to residents to purchase NEVs and e-bikes. Valencia will also feature approximately 50 miles of community trails connecting the neighborhoods with conserved open space areas throughout Valencia. In addition, Valencia by 5 Point is conserving 10,000 acres of natural open space that will be funded with multi-million-dollar endowments. Community also includes a dedicated conservation reserve system to protect the rare San Fernando Valley spine flower. Innovative water conservation measures are also ingrained into Valencia by 5 Point's fabric, extending from homes to community areas and beyond. This includes use of drought-tolerant landscaping and maximizing use of recycled water. 5 Point's environmental investments are also improving lives and protecting the environment far beyond Valencia's borders. We're investing in sustainability initiatives throughout LA County, in California, and around the world. These off-site investments include carbon sequestration, methane capture, and other emission reduction programs. Homes in underrepresented LA County communities are receiving solar retrofits, reducing utility bills for families by protecting the environment. We're also deploying 5,000 EV charging stations planned for installation countywide. The first of these stations was installed in 2019 just down the road from Valencia at College of the Canyons. Recently, 5 Point was proud to support the LA Dodgers Foundation in a multi-million-dollar Dodgers Dreamfield renovation in Compton. A subsidiary of 5 Point funded the design and installation of solar technology to power the scoreboard at Jackie Robinson Field, press box, and field lighting, and installation of EV chargers in the sports complex parking lot. We estimate this investment will save $1 million in electricity over the project's lifetime. Beyond LA, in the Central Valley, 5 Point installed an innovative methane capture system at a dairy farm in Madera County to dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions from roughly 4,500 dairy cows. As you can see, at 5 Point, our commitment to sustainability goes far beyond the borders of our communities. It's truly a comprehensive approach. Getting there requires living up to high standards and cultivating strong, lasting relationships. We are especially appreciative of our partnership with Climate Resolve and Grid Alternatives, and we're always looking for other great organizations to partner with in the future. Most importantly, we draw our inspiration from New Valencia residents. They represent what a sustainable community of the future looks like in Los Angeles County. Jubil Sashan immigrated to U.S. from southern India in 2004. Here's what he had to say about the choice to move to Valencia. What interests me the most is that most of the homes come with all the renewable energy options. Jen Yepsey is a Marine Corps veteran. When asked why she chose Live at Valencia by 5 points, she said, "I love how it's keeping our planet healthier, safer. This is the first time that I've heard that there's a community doing that." Resident Emile Buell said sustainability features like solar panels are important to her because, and I quote, "we must preserve our Earth." At 5 Point, we couldn't agree more. On behalf of my colleagues, thank you to the LABC for having us here today. We welcome everyone here at the summit and watching online to come out and check out the community. I think you'll be impressed by what you'll see. Thank you so much.
Please welcome our next panel, Revitalizing Our Buildings with Carbon-Free Power, moderated by Brad Cox, Senior Managing Director at Trammell Crow Company and Chair of the LABC Institute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is that afternoon or morning? Still morning.
Still morning.
A little bit. Thank you. We're very excited to be here today, and I'd like to first introduce the esteemed panel that I have the opportunity to moderate. To my left, Jason Barrett, Senior Vice President of Sales for JF Energy. Mike Dalrymple, Chief Sustainability Officer of USC. Drew Bohan, Executive Director, California Energy Commission. Carmen Henriksen, Vice President of Advanced Energy Strategy and Regulatory at TRC Companies. Tanya Peacock, Senior Director of Government Affairs and Policy at Bloom Energy. Last but not least, Katie Sloan, who is the Vice President, Customer Programs and Services of Southern California Edison. Just to frame a little bit about what we're going to talk about is, to reach our energy and greenhouse gas reduction goals, decarbonizing buildings needs to be a priority as they account for 24% of California's GHG emissions. And although new construction of residential and commercial buildings in California have to adhere to strict energy efficiency standards and be both solar and EV ready, more than 75% of California's existing homes and commercial buildings were built before the first energy efficiency standards were developed in 1978. California has long been the leader in both energy efficiency and distributed energy generation, as we've been talking about today, but we still have a significant way to go to ensure that all California residents are reaping the awards. Here in Los Angeles, most recently, the City Council has passed legislation to require all new buildings to be fully electric, joining 54 other California cities, while policies are being developed to address existing buildings throughout the state. Buildings in LA account for over 43% of the city's greenhouse gas emissions, more than any other sector in our community. The panel will focus on the climate solutions that lie within both the built environment that will allow us to power our buildings carbon-free and provide the best economic pathway for residents, owners, and developers. We'll talk a little bit about some of the obstacles and opportunities, and with that, I'd like to start, Drew, with you. The California Energy Commission, as we know, plays an outsized role in terms of energy related to the built environment. The commission is responsible for the state building energy code, Title 24, creating a roadmap to address energy in existing buildings, and now drafting the plan to decarbonize our buildings. So you also are the lead commission on energy forecasts and addressing energy demand. Can you give us kind of the brief overview from your perspective relative to the building sector, the trends that you see for reducing demand, And how are we going to grow our distributed generation to address the building challenges that we have for, in particular, the existing stock?
A lot to pack into 3 minutes, Brad.
Lot
We'll
to pack in.
see how we can do. First, thank you for moderating. David and the LABC, thank you for hosting. And USC, my first time here. It's wonderful. Got a chance to walk around this morning a little bit. This is exciting times. Challenging, but really exciting times. I loved hearing the other speakers and some of the perspectives that they brought. I want to bring a very California Energy Commission centric perspective to this conversation. But if we don't fix energy, if we don't figure out how to change the way we produce and consume energy, none of the rest of it matters. It's really the heart of it. And buildings, of course, make up a large chunk of that. California buildings, we've got 14 million homes. We've got 7 billion square feet of commercial and industrial property. And together, these buildings consume well over half of our electricity, significantly more than that of our fossil gas, and they contribute about a quarter of our greenhouse gases. So this is a sector within energy that we really got to tackle and got to tackle effectively. So I want to give a little perspective of what the Energy Commission has done and where we are to date and what we're doing going forward, and then talk a little bit to your question, Brad, some of the trends that we see. So we impose on Californians an obligation. In fact, the prior speaker probably knows all too well about this. Our Title 24 requires that buildings be built to a certain efficiency standard. You can't build lawfully in California if you don't build to the standards that we update every couple of years. Second, we do the same thing with appliances. So you can't buy any appliance that we regulate unless that appliance meets the energy efficiency, energy consumption standards that we set. Together, we estimate that these standards that we've been developing and increasing and improving over the last 4 decades have saved Californians over $100 billion to date in energy costs that they would have otherwise had to pay. So that's kind of where we are. The other thing I'd say about that is they all have to be cost effective. So I'm at a dinner party sometimes and I get complaints about the costs and how these add to the costs. But they don't, because by law, our building standards and our appliance standards have to cost less. Whatever the added cost is has to be less than the energy savings you'll get out of it over the life of it. One example, every one of us has numerous chargers, battery chargers. Used to be, I don't know if you remember, but you'd feel them, they'd get quite warm, they could even get hot. We imposed a requirement that they can't do that, and that cost, we estimated about 80 cents per charger more, and we estimated you save in the first year $1.60. So in 6 months, you've paid back your investment in that little added technology, and then for the life of the device, you're saving electricity and saving money. So that's kind of what we do and what our chief focus is in the building space. Plug loads make up about a quarter to a third of energy consumption in a home, so we treat them as very much akin to when we think about buildings. Quickly, let me pivot into some of the trends we're seeing. I want to point to 3 things. First is electrification. Every panel is talking about it. I'll give you kind of the Energy Commission perspective, and that is we set a target recently of 6 million heat pumps. So many of you who have heat, I know it's warmer down here than it gets in the Central Valley, but it's very common to have natural gas powering your furnace. I recently switched out myself, and we're trying to switch over 6 million of them. That's our target by 2030. We estimate we have, it's hard to get numbers exactly, maybe 500,000, so it's a very bold goal, it's a big goal. How are we gonna do that? Second point I'd make within electrification is the governor signed the budget recently that includes $922 million for just that purpose. We're going to invest that in heat pumps in lower income and middle income families' homes. And we're going to do it in largely direct install, but maybe a third of it would go to rebates. So that's a lot of money. The federal IRA, a number of speakers talked about that as well. Very exciting. There's another $8.6 billion for related activities. California, we figure to get maybe $1 billion of that. We have to apply, we'll see. But that could be up to $2 billion to invest in this and really kickstart it. So that's the first thing. Second thing is flexible appliances. Very briefly, your refrigerator goes into defrost mode whenever the factory settings have it do so. So some engineer programmed it without energy efficiency or timing in mind. What if we could change that? We now have a statute that permits us to change that. What if we could say, when you buy a refrigerator, it's going to defrost at noon. Whenever the cycle is, it's going to be at noon or 4 p.m. when we have abundant solar energy. It's cheap versus 6 o'clock at night, let's say in early part of September when we're really hurting for power. Not such a good time. So we're looking at a lot of appliances. First one out of the box is pool pumps. And then finally, I would just point to ZEVs. I know there's going to be follow-up on ZEVs, and it's probably the ultimate appliance. Just very quick back of the envelope figures. We've sold $1.25 million. ZEVs have been purchased in California. So if you figure 1 million of those, if we could figure out how to get them all, to get a significant chunk of them to send power back to the grid during the evenings when maybe you load up with solar in the day and you send it back to the grid. If 20% of current stock participated, we wouldn't be having the conversation we've been having this week because we'd have enough electricity to cover and then some. Opportunities are exciting, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
No, it's good. I'll come back to a couple questions and follow up here. Carmen, I want to jump to you since we're talking at a macro level here. TRC is a worldwide consulting firm of construction. You're involved in all aspects of buildings. Can you talk a little bit about some of the trends that you've seen across the country, not only just California or even worldwide, that might be applicable on some cutting edge technologies that TRC's been involved in?
Sure. So thank you, LABC for having us. For those of you who aren't familiar with TRC, I want to just at least give a little context as well. We are a global consulting firm, and we work across the entire energy system. Last night at the reception, Senator Stern made the comment that now is the time for implementation. And it is. We have the policies in place. We have funding, unprecedented levels of funding. And really, TRC is in the business of supporting the implementation of this energy transition. So, we work with and alongside, many of my colleagues here on this panel. My first job was actually working on Title 24, the TDV cookbook. So very familiar with that. And I think what I wanted to do was that, since we work from, renewable generation all the way through the transmission distribution to the buildings, and most importantly, the people who are using the energy. We don't just power our buildings for the sake of it. We power our buildings for the needs of the people who are consuming that, or using the buildings. So as we look at this, I wanted to kind of take some of these lessons learned, Brad, that you're asking about, what's happening across the country. California is leading, let's be clear. We're number one. LA is one of the most groundbreaking areas of the state. I do hail from Northern California, so I will acknowledge that. That said,
we won't hold that against you.
Yes, I'm glad to be here today and have been working locally with Metro for many years, as well as some of the local communities. So speaking of local communities, I wanted to build on the Title 24 and talk about some of the work that we have been doing in California and other states around REACH codes. And REACH codes are basically an additional kind of incentive to help motivate installation of electrification technologies above and beyond the Title 24, which is our statewide code. So in this case, it offers the ability to be a little bit more nimble. It's not every 2+ years to kind of update. You can be more nimble. You can be more customized to the local conditions and what the customers need. And also can provide some proving ground for future Title 24 updates. So REACH codes is an area that is happening today. I know Edison's got it in their programs as well. But I think that this is an area that sort of the local communities can see some motivation for those that might not otherwise be making decisions for electrification or higher efficiency. Also, it provides the opportunity to avoid kind of missed opportunities when there are major retrofits happening. It's easier to address buildings electrification during a new construction. We do a lot of that across the country. But the retrofit, you can't miss those opportunities when the investment is being made. So code is a drive there. The other two that I wanted to at least just put out there for the conversation, electrification, building electrification, but diving down to the heat pumps. We run heat pump programs across the country. And I will just note that the program that was just recently, the legislation that added more funding, That program for the retrofit and providing incentives for heat pumps, that was oversubscribed in 5 months. There's market demand, consumers are interested, and those heat pumps are 200, 300, 400% more efficient. So if we just took all our AC units, our HVAC units, and replaced them with heat pumps, huge opportunity for both efficiency and future demand flexibility. The areas where we see from the consumer side challenges are the service panel upgrades that are often required with heat pump installations. This is a big barrier that we need to address and use our funding wisely, because when you have to upgrade your panel, sometimes that just makes or breaks the job. And I will say I had the opportunity to be at a conference with some of the foremost thinkers in building decarbonization a couple weeks ago. Cocktail hour was all of these really well-informed folks comparing their contractor quotes for heat pump installations, talking about the risk and premium that was embedded in there, and then all the different ways the contractors were trying to talk them out of installing a heat pump. So that leads me to my third point, which is workforce development. So much of what we end up doing, we have the technology, we have the funding behind it, what we do in these programs with our customers is really educating the workforce, the contractors, bringing them up to speed, helping reduce that risk premium. And I think there's a huge opportunity as we're going through this transition to focus on trade allies and so forth. And then the training for disadvantaged communities, really giving job opportunities. So, we're going to probably talk more about it.
Yeah, we will, definitely.
Those are the 3 areas. So it's not so much technology, but how do we overcome the barriers to get the technologies installed?
Good. We'll come back to that, because workforce training is a critical element. Katie, I want to jump over to you right now, and then we're going to come back to Tanya in particular, because her and Jason have some very specific technologies that we want to talk about that are very cutting edge. And then I'm going to have Mick after kind of wrap up the USC and how he's implementing all these things here on campus. And then we'll have a discussion around labor, workforce, and a couple other items. But, SC, you just rolled out a big program of $700 million in building electrification incentives and infrastructure investments in the coming years. Can you kind of talk a little bit about how that program's working and kind of plays off the heat pump conversation that we've had?
Totally, but first I'm going to go a little bit off script and thank everyone in this room for helping conserve energy over the last few days. We've been very focused on keeping the lights on. We made it through last night really because of our demand response programs and all of the conservation that people are doing. And my call to action is please, please tonight, keep it up. This is the last night that it's really going to be really super tight, and we're just trying to get through this without having rotating outages. And this actually is very related to electrification, because one of the things we hear from customers is, why am I going to get an electric vehicle or more electric appliances if the power is going out? And so we really want to make sure the power stays on for all Californians. It's really important what we do with the CEC to make sure we're getting load forecasts right so that we can plan and be ready for all of this great electrification that's happening. So just thank you all. I wanted to start with that. We could do this. We're down here in the last stretch of a marathon, I feel like. So with that, our building electrification program that we rolled out the end of last year, it's about $700 million, 250,000 heat pumps, and 65,000 electric panel upgrades. One thing I wanted to put into context, a question that we got a lot when the state of California's budget came out and there was that additional $900 million for heat pumps, people said, okay, well, do we not need your program, Southern California Edison? And we said, no, we actually need $19 billion worth of funding between now and 2045 to make this whole transition. So while it's a huge step forward, it's nowhere near as much as we need. It's like a yes and approach. So for us, the program that we rolled out, it's really only covering 15% of what we think we need to do over the next 5 years. So we included heat pump incentives, we included our electric panel upgrades, and what we're doing with those is we're not making the home just ready for the appliances that we're installing today. And I'm sorry, audience over here, I'm trying to say hello. But it's not just for the appliances that we're putting in today, it's also to make the home EV ready, and really looking forward to making sure the home is ready not just for today, but for tomorrow. The other huge component, and I totally agree, is the workforce development and the contractors. The people that are the front line coming to your house, what we found is that most people are replacing their heat pump air conditionings and water heaters when it's an emergency. So that it's not usually something that's planned. So that means the person that they're talking to that's coming to their house that says, this is what I have on my vehicle, do you want it today or do you want to wait another week? Those are the ones that we really need to convince and train to be bought into the electrification future. So we're hoping to get this program approved in the next year and rolled out in the next few years, and really looking forward to the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Good. Tanya, Bloom Energy manufactures a solid oxide, non-combustion fuel cell. Geez, I got through that, said that. That can deliver 24/7 on-site power, primarily in commercial and industrial buildings. And that kind of plays into, we'll have Jason talk a little bit about what some of the cutting edge technology that they're implementing in a minute. But tell us a little bit about that and kind of how you see that as a solution for, in particular, larger scale uses.
Great. Well, thank you, Brad, and thank you, LABC, for having us. As we've been discussing, this has certainly been an all hands on deck week in terms of keeping the lights on, and residents have clearly been doing their part. Also, throughout the week, businesses and agencies have been asked to switch to backup power if at all possible. And to facilitate that, the governor, through an emergency order and an emergency declaration and a series of executive orders, has basically suspended all limits and restrictions on standby and portable generation. So absolutely necessary to keep the lights on and prevent load shed, keep the grid up and running. But there is of course, a GHG and a criteria pollutant impact from doing that. And so what does that all have to do with solid oxide fuel cells and Bloom Energy? Well, Bloom Energy is a California-based company. We're headquartered in San Jose, and we have manufacturing facilities in Fremont. We have a solid oxide fuel cell platform that can be configured to generate electricity or produce hydrogen from electricity, depending on what's needed. But I'm going to focus on electricity. So some of the key features of Bloom's technology, as you mentioned, non-combustion. So that means very low, practically zero criteria pollutants. Very low, actually no additional water use after initial startup. So electricity generation is a major water user throughout the US, and so the no water is a very key attribute. 98% recyclable, because the cost of manufacturing the fuel cells is high, and so when fuel cells start to degrade over time, they can be sent back to the factory and the key components recycled and reused. And then the last thing is that they can run on renewable fuels. They can run on biogas that hasn't been upgraded to pipeline quality, just has to be cleaned up a little bit, remove some siloxanes and sulfur. And they can run on hydrogen, or they can run on a blend of hydrogen and methane, up to 50% hydrogen without making any changes to the technology. So these are all key attributes for the energy transition, and it's a way for customers to, and our customers are critical facilities for the most part, like hospitals, data centers, grocery stores, even universities that can't have the power go out. It would just be catastrophic. And you've probably seen the sleek silver bloom boxes behind your local Home Depot, maybe Walmart, at CAISO. We have an installation at Caltech. I don't think we have an installation at USC, but maybe we could talk about that. So what these installations do, and they're modular, scalable. So anywhere from 300 kilowatts to hundreds of megawatts, depending on what the demand is. And so how does this, going back to the challenges we've been having this week, when the bloom, so the fuel cells can be, the energy servers can be configured as a microgrid, either standalone fuel cells or in conjunction with batteries and solar. And if there are any extreme events where businesses and agencies are being asked to switch to backup generation, this technology can island from the grid, alleviating the need for backup diesel generators. So really providing a key source of local, clean, reliable, affordable, distributed energy, which we all know is going to be key to the energy transition. So thank you, and looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Good. Jason, GAF is known for the leading roof manufacturer in the United States, and he's been very involved in the LA feed and tear program as an investor, and was an early entry into the market for us here, and so we really appreciated that. And you've come out with a new product that's similar to what Bloom is doing. This is on the rooftops that I think what I've seen from it in Timberline, I think is the name of it, is going to be really a game changer. It's, for one, it's a really clean look on the roof. So I'm one of those that the aesthetic look of having solar panels, I just struggle with that even though they're there. But talk a little bit about kind of what your thoughts are and how that's kind of, you think, a game changer in the industry.
Well, Brad, thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Mary Leslie, David Nahai. This is my 4th consecutive year speaking at the Sustainability Conference. And whenever I spoke, I always got worried that people would fall asleep because I would talk about structured finance and tax equity. I'm a recovering investment banker. And but the good news is I have something different. I'm going to have a raise of, I want this to be participatory. So anyone who knows what a roof is or lives under a roof, can you raise your hand? Okay, all right. I figured that was easy. So there's a lot of discussion around a need versus a want. And I will tell you this, everybody here needs, a roof is a need. You have to have a roof. It's just fundamental, etc. Solar is aspirational. Some people can afford it, some people can't. It works in certain environments, it doesn't. So what we did is we, as a private sector company, decided that not only are we going to invest, I've invested in over $100 million enterprise value of LA, feed and tariff programs. There was a person that came up early, they said we did all the Fit 50. Well, what they didn't mention was we were right there with them as their partner, and we financed most of that. Jonathan Port invited me in to meet with the Los Angeles Business Council, and it's been a love affair since then. I absolutely love LA. If I fall asleep, maybe it's because I was watching the US Open last night. But the product we have, in the simplest form, is a nailable solar shingle. I know, it's like an oxymoron, a nailable solar shingle. Brad mentioned earlier, and I love solar. I think solar is great, but solar has an unintended consequence. What is that consequence? The second you put solar in a roof, and you put an attachment method, a rack-mounted system, and you pierce the roof, what you've done is you've voided the roof warranty. So as a homeowner, you're reducing your carbon footprint, we're doing everything. But what you've done now, you've created a deleterious effect now for the home that you're living in. And so as the largest waterproofer, we decided not only are we going to use our investment capital, let's go back to our core manufacturing. If you can think about this now, the roof market is 20 times the solar market. There are about 5 million re-roofs that take place a year. We are, as GAF, the largest product component of that, I'm talking about residential roofing, is something called asphalt or comp shingle. So 80% of that, so now we're down to 4 million. Now, we have 1/3 of the market share in the US. So what we did is we said, if we're going to come out with a solar product, we have to ensure it does not create a negative fiduciary responsibility that we have as a manufacturer to give you something that's going to provide waterproofing. Timberline Solar was born. It's a US-made product. It's actually, we're selling in California. I see Trevor Wright, that's my main man over there. Love you, Trevor. I see Dan, and I have a bunch of my other colleagues here. But it's a product that you can get. And more importantly, it has the same output that you get from your traditional solar panel. The difference is it protects what matters most, which is the contents of your home. I was going to have an example. I was going to show it to you. When we launched this product, Keely DeWitt, who runs all of our marketing, we literally, I think we've won 20 awards so far, Keely, since we announced at the Consumer Electronics Show. So whenever you see folks and they say 5 years ago we won an award, we've been winning these awards this year. We won the Best Innovation Award, Housekeeping Seal of Approval Award. We won the Roofing Product of the Year Award. We won the Fast Company Most Innovative Product of the Year Award. We won the International Builder Show. So the list goes on and on and on. I can keep going on. But when it's all said and done, it is a nailable solar shingle. It provides the same amount of power that you're getting. It is cost effective. And more importantly, it doesn't create a deleterious effect where you get solar and now you're like, great, I'm reducing my carbon footprint, etc. But then you have a leaky roof. I'm happy to talk to you more about that, but very excited that there's more innovation, and we hope that our competitors and our colleagues will continue to innovate as we have innovated with this product.
And it's really good looking.
Thank you.
Clean roof, looks really nice. So something that everyone should look at. And we'll talk a little bit about how we get that out to the market and how we fund that. Mick, as our host, I hated to have you last, but congratulations on your new role here. You did a phenomenal job over at ASU and a lot of very great comments about the work you did there. And here, you're creating what I think is called the Assignment Earth. It's really the first USC program that's all-encompassing, that's really addressing all of the sustainability issues, and talk a little bit about how you see that working and what are some of the key goals of that effort, and what are some of the action items that you're going to implement in order to achieve that goal.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. And so it has been a year now, and 9 months ago I actually moved into a home that's built on gas. That's the most ironic thing, but I am on mass transit, so I can take a commuter express bus, and basically that was kind of my deal. If I move to LA again, I'm going to be living somewhere where I can use mass transit, because LA has built this fabulous system, and I just do not want to live my life on freeways anymore. So anyway, this panel was fantastic for me, because just this weekend I was trying to work out plans for how do I electrify this condo, and so, you know, like electric heat pump, because we don't have any air conditioning now, and now we're going to need it, a new roof to add a couple inches of insulation into that, and then also an electric heat pump water heater as well. And so I started thinking, okay, well, maybe what I actually can do is create a solar microgrid. So instead of spending the money on the service upgrade, I'd spend that money on a battery and just run half the house on its own microgrid. And so all of these, everybody here has basically got a piece of this. So I've got lots to talk about. But anyway, so as far as Assignment Earth, and I know we're short on time because the goal is to get everybody to lunch on time, so I think we got a little bit less time. I'm going to go kind of quickly with this, but you know, as President Fultz said, so we are an anchor institution. We're one of many anchor institutions in LA, in the community, so we have a responsibility to lead, and we have a responsibility to lead by example. So Assignment Earth is that. It is an action-oriented plan to take us between now and the 2028 Olympics, when all the eyes are going to be on LA. How do we make sure that LA and USC are putting our best foot forward to the world and showing them by example what does it mean to take climate action? So Assignment Earth is much more than climate action, though. It is a comprehensive plan. It has lots of neat aspirations, but it also has very concrete, smart goals. And if you want to look at them, they are at sustainability.usc.edu. We've got a whole list of them. They've got deadlines. They've got specifics. And so just a few of them. One is, you know, 10 new classes in sustainability each year. doubling our sustainability research by 2028, and then our climate goal of neutrality for scopes 1 and 2 by 2025, 20% reduction in water over a 2014 baseline, and then also zero waste. And we recently basically eliminated, you probably have noticed here, we don't have any single-use plastic bottles anymore at USC as of July 1st. So, yeah, you know, President Folt is about action, and so that's what we're trying to do. So those are the major goals, and I think we have other ones about embodied carbon, really forward-looking ones. I want to thank the facilities planning and management team. Zelinda's over there. Chris Toomey led this. But we basically just created our sustainable design and construction guidelines, which have already transformed the way that architects are coming in and making proposals on projects that we're doing. So we're looking at potentially our first fully electric lab building, research lab building. I don't know if it's the first one in higher education or if it's the first one in the country. I'm not sure. I don't really have the time to do the research on that. But yeah. But anyway, we're all here to do action, and that's the goal of Assignment Earth is to basically just put a foot in the ground. So I was really impressed when I came to USC as to how much sustainability is actually going on. But those of you who know USC know it's a very distributed organization. So a lot of this is about creating the master framework and the structures and the umbrellas under which people can see how their contributions play within a larger strategy. So it's working very well, and it's it's fascinating when I had 70 meetings in the first week with different people I was set up to meet with, and found out in that week, actually I think it was 2 weeks, that we had 3 different carbon removal technologies that USC researchers had independently created here, not working together, but working separately, and they're all complementary. So we're after accelerating all of that work and getting these things out in the marketplace, and then practicing them on ourselves in order to show how it works and to learn lessons and make mistakes and learn from them.
No comment about ASU versus USC?
No, it's different. I'll just say that.
Coming through. We brought up the labor, and I throw this out for anybody here on the panel because we're experiencing it in the construction industry. We can't get labor. There's over 1 million open construction jobs in the United States right now, and 70 to 75% of the people that are coming in are laborers. They're not skilled and trained workforce. And I see that as a big problem here, and we have great technology. We have phenomenal cutting-edge ideas, but where are we going to find, how are we going to train the skilled and workforce and make sure that we're also addressing the social equity issues that are involved to make sure that we're bringing the right people into that labor market. So I throw that out to anybody with those that are experiencing it and how you're dealing with it.
I can jump in. So Bloom recently opened a new $200 million advanced manufacturing facility in Fremont. When we're at full employment there, it'll be 800 advanced manufacturing jobs, and these jobs have full benefits for the employee and the family. They start at $25 an hour and go up from there. No college diploma needed, and in some cases not even a high school diploma. And we are having, and on-the-job training, no experience necessary. And it's a challenge to be able to fill those jobs. And so what we've been doing is working very closely with community groups, with churches, with local governments, and sponsoring job fairs, joining job fairs, just going everywhere we can to get the word out that these jobs are available. But it's a challenge.
It is. I'll jump in as well. We are working with the Energy Trust of Oregon. They've got some really interesting examples up there in terms of engaging and, again, working across the state with an equity focus and hand in hand with community-based organizations. Because I think, being able to describe new job opportunities to people who've never seen themselves in these jobs is a great way to sort of earn trust from representation. So I'd say Energy Trust of Oregon is doing an excellent job in kind of bringing in community to train for some of these positions. The other work that we're doing is with the state of New York. NYSERDA is funding kind of statewide workforce training programs. And I think, one of the key things as we think about this, it's the combination of, Katie talked about there's not enough funding to get the heat pumps in. There's not enough funding. It's expensive to do workforce training. And so the state can't do it. So we need private and public cooperation to make this happen. And I will then say, so I think there are some other great examples of that. I can go into more detail if anybody's interested. But the last one I'd say too is that here at TRC, we've started a workforce, an apprentice program from within to, really bring some of our experts and pair them up with people entering the job force, coming from military service, et cetera, and bringing them in to help kind of train with no expectation. I mean, we'd love them if they'd stay, but with no expectation as part of the program. So I think it's a combination of some really creative strategies and ways to engage people across organizations, the churches, the community-based organizations, but understand this is expensive and a challenge, and it's going to take a lot of maybe strange bedfellows in this regard to get this right. So, and I think what I saw last week was a DOE, example of like on track for, where we are with workforce development. We need to be at least 5 times that. Yeah. So we're not even on that trajectory yet. So I think this is critical for.
How are you dealing with it at SCE, Katie?
Yeah, a couple of things. One, there's been a study that's showing, at least in California, that we could add 60 to 100,000 new jobs just for electrification over the next 10, 20 years. So it's a significant amount. One of the things that we do, it's not just jobs to put in EV chargers or heat pumps. We have to build out our whole grid. So we have really good, well-paying jobs for linemen, for people that are engineers, just quite a bit of hiring that we're going to be doing. And so we partner a lot with our local IBEW 47. So we partner with our union. We make sure that in some of their facilities, they have these new technologies. They're training on electrification. That's been a really big push. So we're partnering with them really well. The other thing is really the pipeline. So one of the things we've seen as well, a lot of these jobs are great, well-paying jobs. It's typically been men, and it's typically been people that are not underrepresented. So we've started a scholarship program to bring people into the pipeline to train to become lines people that aren't the typical lines person that you think of. So that's one small thing that we're doing. But I think a lot of other people can do that. We need to make sure that we're reaching out to the community so that they know about these opportunities, and they know that you could be a woman doing them, you could be any color doing them, and make sure that we're encouraging people to really get that training so that they can be part of this clean energy future.
I will say, as a proud member, graduate of a HBCU, I go to renewable energy conferences, and you think black people don't use energy, or Hispanics don't use energy, and the list goes on. I'm being controversial, and I can say that. Mm-hmm. And when I go to conferences, it's me that everyone's like, JB, we know you, and literally it's the bald black guy, and they come and they find me. And so I think you tackle it 2 ways, and I'll put myself out. You tackle it at the higher level CFO job levels, because I don't want to see a bunch of folks training folks, and you're not giving people the ability to sit on the stage. So that's first and foremost. Mm-hmm. There's an organization, thank you. There's an organization called Renewables Forward. I'm on the board. I'm one of the founding board members, and we're actively trying to hire people across all levels. The other thing we do is we have something called Roofing Academy, where we actually go out and we train people and retrain people into the roofing services business. I mentioned to you before, roofing is 20x the size of solar. Just imagine if we get every roofer to go out when a homeowner is getting a new roof, say, hey, would you be interested in solar? You're going to have a transformation of knowledge there. Third thing, on the investment side of the business, we have, and I'm proud to say, that we have, as an investor, put more solar on the LMI community than any other investor as a tax equity investor. And the reason we did it is because I was sitting on the investment committee. And I sat in the investment committee and I said, look, folks, here's what we can do. I went to my investment committee, had that discussion, and we funded a company out of, I don't want to violate any confidentiality, we funded a company, and we're responsible for 5,000 plus people, single families, minority-owned families that now have solar on their buildings. So, you know, it's you got to put your capital and put the purpose behind the capital. I'm happy to say that we're doing that.
That's a nice comment. Nick, you had a comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're lucky in that we've been through this before. When I came into academia from the private sectors in 2010 to help run the Energized Phoenix program. It was one of the DOE Better Buildings programs. So it was basically, you know, go retrofit as much of downtown Phoenix as possible for energy efficiency. And it was pretty successful. I wish it was actually more successful, but the thing is we've learned a lot of lessons from that stuff too. And there were dozens of these programs across the country. There's one here in LA, Better Buildings LA. So as part of that, as part of the whole ARA stimulus funding, there was a lot of green jobs training. And so there was a lot of effort that was put into creating the curriculum for trade schools, for community colleges, and even, you know, Habitat for Humanity got into this. How do you training these workforce to be solar installers, to be solar water heater installers, to be energy auditors, to be energy efficiency retrofitters. So we've been through it before. It's just that now IRA is probably 5 to 10 times the scale.
Yep.
So we need to do this again. And do that outreach in order to make sure that people know that those jobs are out there, or that training is out there. I was waiting for a bus in the middle of the freeway up here and ran into a kid, 24 years old, that was so excited because he was actually in the LATTC construction training program. And he was like, this is going to be more money than my family's ever seen in my lifetime. And so I think that you know, as long as we can connect people to those programs and we have that infrastructure in place to train those folks, we can fulfill this need. But it's going to be a heavy lift.
Yep. It is. Drew, did you have a comment? And then I want to jump into
very briefly,
and then I want you to lead in on the next question. But go ahead. But
I just want to, kidding aside, shameless plug. We offer an incredibly rewarding career. We're fortunate to have a lot of people who join us, stay with us for a long time, and our aim is to make our organization look like California, and reflect the wonderful diversity that we have in this state.
So Governor Newsom has said by 2035 we're going to have all electric vehicles. I got a text on Monday night, said I can't charge my electric car from 4 to 7. So help me understand how we're going to be able to meet that goal. And, you know, first start off from Drew, kind of the philosophy and how the CEC is going to lead the charge on that. And then I'd like to hear from each of you kind of your thoughts on how we're going to accomplish that goal.
I don't recall seeing that in the prepared notes, Brad, that question. But it's a good one, and a lot of people ask that question, and they wonder, we're going to be growing. If we electrify, obviously we're going to be needing more energy. But there's a difference between capacity and energy. Probably many of you know that in this room. And capacity is going to grow about a gigawatt a year going forward. But energy, we don't really know. So if we can get more clever about energy, I'll ask a question. So thank you for starting this, Jason. I'll borrow from you, but everybody's got a roof. How many people have some sort of energy storage in their home? Does anybody have a power wall? A few, okay. Okay, not yet, yeah. Interestingly, so the average Tesla Powerwall, I looked at it in Sacramento for my house, is about $12,000, and a Ford F-150, not to put a plug in for any particular vehicle, but a Ford F-150 is about 11 Powerwalls. So for the price of a vehicle, you get 11 Powerwalls. I did the calculations. You can run a modest-sized home for weeks just on that power. As long as you're not running AC full blast or an electric heat pump, you can run for weeks. And if you have solar, you can run forever. So this is, I think, where we're going. So what happens in 2035 if we got so many vehicles and they're all wanting to charge? I think the answer is they're not going to all want to charge. Today, we haven't figured out the special sauce exactly to say, all right, I've got these 11 power walls. How can I feed them back to the grid between 4 and 7? Instead of asking you not to withdraw, we won't care because we'll be inviting people to send their electricity back and essentially paying them for the privilege of it. And you'll be driving with free fuel. So if we can get that right and figure out the innumerable challenges we have from the service panel in your house, which our standards now require, all new homes have to be built with a 200 amp service panel and be able to accommodate all the electric devices. But if you've got an old house, it's a challenge. You've got a distribution grid. You've got OEMs that are concerned about battery life if they're toggling up and down. So these are real challenges, but these are solvable. These are solvable. So I think by 2035, we're going to be saying exactly the opposite. How can we make more of these things that can get us out of a jam?
And Katie, you feel very confident about that?
I do. I really do. I think, last few years have been tough, but this is the turning point, and we can't back away from all of our ambition because of a tough week, right? Like, this is the moment where we double down and we say the reason we're having issues is because of climate change, and backing away from electrification, from heat pumps, from EVs. That's not the answer. So we have to take this moment and go even further, even faster. We have a lot of things in place, but we all have to focus on getting it done. It's all about getting it done now. So one of the things I wanted to add to that, I agree, we're going to be with vehicle to building. We're calling it now V to X, so vehicle to everything. And we think of it in kind of a spectrum, or at least I do. One is pretty simple, not so cool, just demand response and responding to time of use rates. We see that the grid actually gets about 50% of all the benefit just from doing that. So if your vehicle can automatically not charge from 4 to 7, you set it and forget it, that's like 50% of the value of all of this. The next one I think about is vehicle to building, V2B, and that really is the example of powering your home when there's an outage, or to price arbitrage, save some money. And then finally, it's what you hear about a lot in the news, vehicle to grid. I think that's where there's a lot more of the standards questions, the pricing questions, a little bit of the technology question, although that's getting solved. But that's a few years in the future. There's still a ton of value in these other things that we can do now and we can do in the next few years. I think we're going to have something like 40,000 F-150 Lightnings in our service area over the next few years. And we just need to figure out how to make it super simple for the customers, because they're not going to want to think about it. I'm in energy. I don't really want to think about it when I'm at home. I don't read my whole entire bill. So whatever we do, we have to work with the OEMs. We have to work with the utilities. We have to work with the whole ecosystem to make it something so that customers aren't impacted because they aren't purchasing a vehicle to not be able to drive it, or having a house where they don't want it cooled. So we have to make it simple. We have to make it something they can just do once and not worry about it again. And we can just make all of the complexity in the background. The thing I tell my team is let's not give all of the complexity of the California energy markets to our customers. Like, let's not outsource that. We should be taking on the complexity and making all of the communications simple. So anyway.
Good. Well, you make an interesting comment, because 10 years ago, was it, David, when we started working with the City of LA and DWP on the feed-in tariff program? Maybe 12 years ago, when we really jumped on board and really led the charge with DWP and the mayor's office to implement the solar feed-in tariff program here in Los Angeles. And as we said, we have 100 megawatts in place now, and we're going to have 400 here with the additional commitment. So it's like you said, if there's a will, there's a way to make it happen. And I'd be interested on some of the other thoughts from the team members here on the panel.
What I was going to say in terms of, I 100% agree, working with customers, we have to make this more simple. You can't start with 10 pages of notes before you agree to sign away your firstborn before you can sign up for something. But I think one of the things I was thinking about just in this context too was around the importance of controls from the building perspective, like how we make it set and forget it, but multiple technologies. And there was some interesting work that we did. It was an Energy Commission funded project leading in LA, and it was all about controlling sort of within the built environment, smart lighting, sunshades, et cetera, and seeing sort of additive effects of efficiency, but then you add on all of these other technologies. So the controls and building that out, we have technology that is solvable, but that's not really sexy. An F-150 Lightning is. So kind of making sure that maybe we built in the controls a little more proactively. Or things like, circuit splitters today, being able to kind of adjust at the panel level, no, I don't want my car charged when the power's out. I, want to keep that for my heat pump HVAC.
So Mick, where are you going to put all the chargers here on the campus?
We've got, I think, 237 chargers now, and we definitely plan on adding more. It's getting them to the right locations where they're needed. So it's this complex system, right? It's like, where do we have power? How much does it cost to get power to where we need the chargers located? Who's going to use them? How often are they going to use them? Are they going to sit idle? But we're also looking at how do we get power to our bus yard, because we have 30 buses. So if we can electrify those, that's going to take a lot of juice to do. But then also, if you can time it correctly, you could do it. So I just wanted to make an additional plug, though, we've talked, everything, it's a portfolio of solutions, right? We're looking at a system, a very complex system. So you need action on all these fronts. The one that maybe hasn't been talked about as much today is energy efficiency. And I just want to make a big plug for that, because energy efficiency reduces costs for the consumer, for the customer. It improves comfort. It can improve air quality if it's done correctly. It reduces stress on the grid. It doesn't require transmission lines. It helps with demand. It reduces the need for demand response. So energy efficiency, if we could get, in Energize Phoenix, we got between 10 and 17% savings, basically on average over the entire portfolio of projects, 33 million square feet of commercial space, over 2,000 housing units. And also there were great benefits too from an equity standpoint, because there are a lot of lower income households did not have adequate air conditioning or didn't have air conditioning at all. And so if you can make their house more comfortable or create it so it can ride through a demand storm, then you're creating a benefit for them. And so I think energy efficiency tends to be the cheapest resource up to a certain degree. It depends on how deep of a retrofit you do. But I think that that could be a substantial portion of the solution, because we're doing it on the new buildings, but doing it through the retrofits of that 75% of the housing stock or whatever, and the building stock that was pre-energy code, there is some real low-hanging fruit there. But it is complex. I mean, we know all the science behind it. We know how to do it, but every project is individual, and so it takes effort. But it's entirely a huge portion of the solution.
So we're having to close up here. So I want to do a lightning round, and Tanya and Jason, you can't answer it by saying fuel cell or solar asphalt cells, but put on your crystal ball, and if there are one or two technologies out there that you think are game changers that we're going to see in the future that are like the Jetsons, right? So what do you think those are going to be that are going to make a difference in us meeting our goals?
So,
and I'll start with Jason.
This morning I flew in going into LA, and I saw these rooftops, and a rooftop is real estate. Not only is a rooftop real estate, also your pavement is real estate. And I think if you can develop any type of technology that facilitates any type of heat island cooling effect, any type of energy, distributed energy that's coming from your roof, you're basically using the existing infrastructure that you have. And if the simpler you could make it for a customer, and again, I keep coming back to this the dignity of simplicity, a roof. If a homeowner knows they have to get a roof, and then all of a sudden they back into some level of energy efficiency, or they back into some level of reducing their carbon footprint, I think you have to make it easy for the consumer, because the folks in this room are very smart. When you start talking about fuel cells, avoided cost savings, the average person, my grandmother would be like, I don't know what y'all talking about. So we have to make it make it simple for the customer so they can engage, and then we can then meet them at that place.
Great comment. Nick?
So this is probably was a response to CEC policies and programs, but I recently read about a new heat pump water heater specifically for the retrofit market for fuel switching, which is just fantastic. That's a dream, because then you don't have to upgrade your service to convert to electricity. So that I'm very excited about. I want to read more about lithium sulfur batteries. Read an article recently that they've got 6 times the power density. They don't have much in the way of those conflict metals and things like that create all sorts of social issues and environmental problems. And so very excited about that. And then the other one that, it's not new, but I think a good old-fashioned home energy audit or home energy checkup is just a fantastic technology.
That's a great answer. Drew?
3 things: storage, storage, storage. I think it's really the key. Lithium has been a godsend. It's been an incredible asset to the planet, but we got an awful lot riding on lithium, and we really need to diversify. So, and it's not suitable for some applications, particularly seasonal storage. 6 months, you even on your phone, if you charge your phone, even if you turn it off, turn it on 6 months later, it's not going to be at 100. It's going to be down quite a bit. So we got, and the governor put into this budget $380 million for the Energy Commission to invest in alternate technologies. Very excited about where that could go.
That's a great comment. Carmen?
Agree with everybody. Thank you, Mick, for taking one off my plate. The heat pump, plug-in, low voltage, make it easy. So I'm going to go with, as a nod because it's lunchtime, commercial electric kitchens. This is tough, also requires workforce training, or as my colleague put it, we have to teach people how to cook on electric cooktops and so forth. So that, and I'm going to go with as the aware, trained, empowered prosumers, because we're all a part of this.
Tanya?
So my first one is very pedestrian, but we've all been talking about panels and panel upgrades and how do we electrify and decarbonize existing buildings. There need to be policies for, if you have solar panels put on your roof of an existing building, that there's a mandatory panel upgrade, and then there need to be incentives to help offset the cost of it. But I don't think we're going to ever be able to electrify existing buildings without really focusing on policies to support panel upgrades. Having gone through that myself with a 100-year-old house, speaking from experience. And then the other thing, storage, along the lines of storage, long duration storage. Not 2 to 4 hours, not 24 hours, not even like 36 hours, but a technology that can store massive amounts of renewable energy for long periods of time. And so in the governor's budget, there's $170 million for long duration storage research, and I would like to see a significant portion of that really go to electrolytic hydrogen as long-term energy storage, because it's limitless in terms of how long you can store it, and if you have a place to, of course you need the geologic formation, there are some limitations, but then you can use it to generate electricity and put it back on the grid when it's needed.
And Katie, last.
All right, really looking in the future here with the storage comment, or batteries comment, battery recycling. I think that's going to be a game changer. That's a big thing that comes up. It's very difficult right now with all the different technologies that are out there. If we can get to the scale that we can make battery recycling real, I think that will help with the whole chain. And I think it's a difficult one because it's not clear right now who really would be responsible for it. So that's what I'm going to go with.
So, with that, thank you very much. I think, please thank the wonderful panel that we had today. So thank you. With that, I think it's lunchtime? Nope, no, not yet. I follow Adam's lead. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please welcome Professor and Founding Director of USC Center Edge, Alan Arkatov, and founder of Chez Panisse and the Edible Schoolyard Project, Alice Waters.
One over. Good afternoon, everybody. Hi for the cameras. We're so glad to be here. We're the only thing between you and lunch, and how appropriate that we're here with the incomparable Alice Waters. I love, as I was walking in with Alice, someone handed me something, can I get your signature? And I was like, okay, with my inflated sense of self, of course it wasn't for me, get Alice to sign it. So I'm Alan Arkatov, founding director of Center Edge, engagement-driven global education here at USC. I can't think of anyone I'd rather be spotlighting than my friend, the incomparable Alice Waters. She is what, yes. She is what I refer to as a transcendent educator. Alice is globally renowned, a globally renowned chef, author, food activist, and the founder of Chez Panisse restaurant in Berkeley. She has been a champion of local sustainable agriculture for over 4 decades. She doesn't look that 4 decades, how can that be? Inspired by her training as a Montessori teacher, so important in everything about Alice Waters. She founded the Edible Schoolyard Project in 1995, which provides free curricula to over 6,500 schools around the world, 6,500, to teach academic subjects with food from local gardens and in-kitchen classroom settings. More recently, the UC system asked Alice to establish the Alice Waters Institute at UC Davis. She's been awarded the National Humanities Medal by President Obama and the French Legion of Honor Medal. She has been vice president of Slow Food International since 2002. She is the author of 16 books, soon to be a 17th, which we want to talk about, including her most recent, We Are What We Eat, a Slow Food Manifesto. And she's just been chosen to receive the inaugural Carver Carson Award, created to honor individuals and organizations who have made the most significant impact in the realms of food, agriculture, and the environment. Alice, welcome to USC. Isn't it great to be at a university whose president is an environmental scientist, who received her doctorate in ecology from UC Davis, and has made sure that sustainability is literally baked into everything that we're doing at this university. We love that everything I love, and I think all of you, again, such a big Alice Waters fan club here, that everything that you do goes back to basics. The way we farm, source, prepare our food, plays an integral role in the health and well-being of our planet and literally for everybody here and everybody in the world. Most people are far removed from the origins of their food and have little knowledge about the practices applied in growing and transporting their food. Additionally, the farming practices we utilize are so consequential in the fight against climate change. So, once upon a time, Alice, 51 years ago, you started something called Chez Panisse. Help us understand contextually, because as I get older, storytelling is so important, but share with us the genesis of Chez Panisse and the farm-to-table movement and how it bridges the divide between consumer and farmer, and why is it so important to you?
Well, I think it says everything that I was in Berkeley in 1964. So I was educated with the free speech movement and the anti-war movement, civil rights. And I had the impression that I could do whatever I wanted to do. And at that time also, to be at Berkeley, you only wanted to take classes from people that were part of the movement. So I took all of these great classes of Beethoven symphonies and film classes and French. And then I left to go to Paris for a year. I took a year off. And at that time, everyone shopped in a farmer's market that was in their neighborhood. And I walked past this food. Why are people waiting for 25 minutes to get a baguette? Why? And I waited in line to get the baguette. And I said, oh, now I know why. Now I know why. And they took time off to come and have lunch with their kids at home. 2 hours for lunch. And I just fell in love, not only with the taste of food, but the beauty of it. And I came back to Berkeley and I said, I want to live like this. And a few years later, I just said, you know, maybe if we open a restaurant, we'll get to eat that food, especially if we open a French restaurant. And a group of friends and I just said, oh, there's a house in Berkeley, and it's commercially available, and we could have that sense of eating in somebody's home. So it was immediately, no choice, fixed price menu. It was $3.95 back then, $3.95. But when I was looking for taste, I ended up at the doorsteps of the local organic farmers and ranchers, all of those people. And we established a network by buying directly from them so that they got all the money. No middleman, no Cisco. They got all the money. And then they could pay their farm workers the real cost. And we didn't really lose any money in the process because farmers are asked to sell wholesale to Whole Foods, to to whatever. And so we gave them the money, and the word got out, and we had everybody knocking at our door. We developed a network of suppliers, probably in the first year or two, of about 75 different people. And they were people like Masimoto, who had the peaches, and we told them we want them all in September when they come. I haven't had one yet this year, but I'm looking forward to it. But it was taste that won people over. And when we had, you know, these little beautiful tomatoes in a salad, and people asked, what are they? Where can I find them? And they're so beautiful, just amazing. These were grown by the guy who's making pizzas at Chez Panisse right now. And he lives a little south of Berkeley, and he has 65 different varieties of tomatoes. So this is the amazing thing, that we have always had that regenerative spirit to Chez Panisse, probably because Bob Kennard was our first farmer. And he said, when we were looking for people, a farm to be the main one for Chez Panisse. Actually, my parents went to Davis, asked for all the farms that were 1 hour from Chez Panisse. And they spent 8 months visiting all the farms. And they came back and they said, only one guy's crazy enough. Is Bob Kennard. He farms in this way that's so different. He's letting all the weeds come up around the vegetables. You can't see the neat rows. And my father said these carrots won him over, and that we should consider him. And so for almost little over 40 years, he has brought his values right through the kitchen door. So I just figured that why don't we do this for the public school system, our last truly democratic institution, as Gloria Steinem said. We have the potential of reaching every child with food. And what if we had a free, organic, regenerative school lunch? This could happen. Well, I'm thinking again that California is the place to make this happen. And we have a very strong farm-to-school movement. But I want this to be a school-supported agriculture movement, because I want the farmers to be really taken care of. And if the UC procurement and in the state of California decided to do this, it would be an economic stimulus like you can't imagine. If it happened around the whole country, can you imagine? I mean, as recently, if you can believe, 60 years, maybe 70 years ago in this country, we bought everything locally. I lived in New Jersey, and my mother wasn't a good cook, so I had the pain of it in the wintertime. But corn and tomatoes in the summer were divine. But everybody ate like that. We only imported coffee, tea, and spices. Maybe we got a date from California at Christmas, or maybe an orange from Florida. But that we've done this before, and we can do it again. And we have so much more know-how. Unfortunately, we don't have a culture of cooking and eating at the table. In the south of this country, that exists. But in general, we were, growing food for quantity, not for flavor. But now we know how to do that. And wouldn't it be amazing if the universities made the path for K through 12?
So the vision is great. What I love about Alice is, from being someone who has been so thoughtful about so many things, we're living in a sort of a back to the future moment. Mm-hmm. And we think about, when I first started talking to Alice, she brought up the P word, and she has said it today, procurement. Yeah. And that's not something that you'd think that Alice Waters, school districts, 13,000 of them in this country, a bureaucratic nightmare. Federal government, state governments, 13,000 school districts. But she understands at the end of the day, scale matters. But talk to us about the slow food movement, because it is more than just what is edible. We're living in a society, we've heard time and time again today, we are at this inflection point for society. Talk to us about slow food. Talk to us about the social emotional component. Because for those that are Trekkies out there, I don't know if you remember, someone could help me and Google it. There was a Star Trek The Next Generation episode where Jean-Luc goes to a planet, and there was a woman who could slow down time. And how meaningful that is in our chaotic, frenetic world order, when so much is going on, so many challenges. But it's been done before. This is not impossible. So share with us about slow food and how that translates in a pragmatic procurement way.
Well, the wonderful part of slow food is that it's in countries around the world. It's people who really believe in biodiversity and supporting the local economy in all aspects of food production. And Carla Petrini has been the leader, and when he spoke about 30 years ago about the Ark of Taste, about loading on all the endangered foods onto the Ark, and that every country was challenged to find those foods and load them on. And I just love that metaphor. how do we really participate in this big effort? And I have to say that Carlo has now, and Slow Food has adopted school-supported agriculture as one of their really important projects for the next year or into the future. And we have that opportunity to learn how people, what they grow in every country around the world, in hot places, cold places. You know, how do we do this? How do we feed ourselves? But we have been doing this for a very long time, and there's a beautiful history. So that is part of the way that we will learn how to do this in this country.
It's the Montessori way, yes?
Learning by doing. But something very, very important that I wrote about in my book. And I didn't really think about it. And that was that Maria Montessori wanted to know how to teach children that were sensorially deprived, who lived in the slums of Naples and in India. And because of hunger and poverty, they couldn't learn. And she dreamed up this pedagogy. And it was about the senses, education of the senses, because those are our pathways into our minds. And so she created ways of connecting smelling with education and touching and tasting and looking carefully and listening carefully. And I just was a Montessori teacher with little children, and they loved these games. But what happened was that it opened their mind to the beauty of the world. And here we are living in a sensorially deprived culture. A lot of it because of the internet and all the technological advances. But we aren't walking. We aren't smelling our food. We aren't making it using our hands. We aren't peeling garlic anymore. You can just get it in a container already peeled. So I'm thinking that the education system, which I worked on at Martin Luther King Middle School, 1,000 kids who spoke 22 different languages at home. And we created a garden and a kitchen classroom, not to teach cooking or gardening per se, but to teach all of the academic subjects. So we learned about the history of the Middle East by cooking hummus and pita bread and greens in the kitchen. And we went to a biology or a science class in the garden. Maybe it was even a music class in the garden. But we met all of the curriculum standards. And this program, just from people reading about it, has gone to 6,500 schools around the world, including places like Saudi Arabia and Uruguay. And it's something that is addressing all of our human values. And when you come, and I hope you come and visit, you're all invited. When you come and see it,
The host at Chez Panisse is freaking out right now.
yes, and you can come and eat at Chez Panisse after you go visit. But when you see it, these teenagers, I mean, really, they're 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And they are sitting at the table eating together, sharing the food, making it together. And it is something that is quite unbelievable. And that's why I really know that this works. And that we have to engage kids from the time that they're in kindergarten. And when we do, they'll fall in love with nature. And if they fall in love with nature, you don't have to worry about electric cars because they're going to want to walk. And they're going to want to smell the flowers. So there you have it.
So I'm not going to add anything to that because it's so heartfelt and so real on the science. I'm thinking about when we think about equity and resilience is at the table.
Yes.
Right? And to each and every one of you, I hope that you can take these lessons, and there will be a book coming out. We're going to give a big push, USC, UCLA, across higher ed, across K-12. We have to change the systems to capture and then to make practical in terms of implementation, because it's always about implementation, right?
It is. And I have to say one thing. This book that I've made is it's a cookbook, but these are all dishes that have been tried out on teenagers, okay? And they're culturally very diverse. And I bought all the food retail organic. And they are very, very simple to cook. So the whole meal fits into the USDA reimbursement.
Oh, wow.
The whole thing. So for the fast food industry to say that it's not possible, you can't cook it, students don't like it, can't happen, organic is too expensive, it's not true. It's propaganda.
So with that, we're going to return you to your day. We're going to
Just one last thing. If the universities decided to buy food only from California, just imagine how many people could be put into business. Just like we put a bakery into business by a graduate student at Berkeley because he loved to bake bread. And I said, we'll love that bread. If you open a business, we'll buy everything you have. And he did. And then he taught everybody in the Bay Area how to make bread. So this could be like a job stimulus for meaningful work. Something that I've really wanted to talk about. I've never wanted to do work I didn't like. And to grow food for schools, to feed your family from what you're growing. It's like planting a victory garden like we did in World War II. We need a victory garden on the White House front lawn. So let's sign a petition today.
So I know once before today, Dolores Huerta's her name was invoked. I would say to all of you here today, let's say si se puede together. Come on, about this agenda. Together. 1, 2, 3. Si se puede. Thank you, Alice Waters. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you.
Lunch is now available in the courtyard. Please pick up your meal and join us inside for the next panel in 20 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luke McCollum, and I lead Walmart's work on supply chain sustainability. Our purpose is to help customers save money and live better. And when you look at our current environment, this couldn't be more important than it is today. Customers trust us to get the lowest prices on groceries and everyday essentials, and even gas. Equally important is the commitment we have across our organization to support the communities we serve, especially in times of disaster. In transportation, our efforts began over a decade ago, resulting in doubled efficiency in our fleet and a savings of $1 billion in fuel costs along the way. We have proven that it's possible to set and achieve lofty goals, which is why just 2 years ago, we set another ambitious goal to achieve zero emissions across Walmart's global operations by 2040. Over the last 2 years, we've been adapting to changing customer preferences for fast and convenient delivery by trialing sustainable transportation options in our last mile network. Earlier this year, we began scaling our home delivery, including our in-home delivery service, to reach 30 million U.S. households, powered by a fleet of all-electric vehicles. We're also adding in an all-electric solutions that deliver customer orders by air, including scaling up drone delivery in partnership with Drone Up to reach over 10 million U.S. households. Because we're relatively early on in developing our last mile fleet, we have the unique opportunity to do so in a sustainable and even regenerative way. But there's another fleet we're committed to transforming, and that will have an even bigger impact on achieving our goal of zero emissions by 2040. Our world-renowned private fleet, which just celebrated its 50th anniversary, is one of the largest and safest fleets in the world. We must look beyond efficiency to achieve our zero emissions goal because we know that transforming our fleet will help transform the entire transportation industry. So, we're taking a meaningful approach by evaluating various attributes of 3 different fuel types: renewable natural gas, hydrogen, and electric, through trials across yard trucks, refrigerated trailers, and over-the-road trucks. We're starting small, testing, learning, and iterating, and using our findings to convert our fleet over time in what are often first-of-their-kind pilots. When I look to today and to the future, I'm confident that when you see a Walmart truck driving down the highway, you'll be able to physically see us in action, creating a better, regenerative future for all of us, our children, our grandchildren, and our planet. Thank you.
Please welcome Cliff Graham, Senior Vice President of U.S. Development at EDF Renewables.
I'm personally very excited to be here today. It's been a long time since COVID to see everyone back in person, and this is such a great platform and place to talk. A lot's happened in the last 24 months. Most notably, we've got LA 100. We've got the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act passed. And we've also need to do something to meet grid reliance after the last few days of heat here. There's never been so much cause for optimism, but never so much need for urgency on our part. As Senior Vice President of Development of EDF Renewables, we have a track record of 35 years of developing, constructing, owning, and operating renewable assets here in California. We started just outside of Palm Springs in the 90s, and today we have built over 20 gigawatts across the U.S. We currently have the 3rd largest solar pipeline and consistently the top 5 developers in the U.S. The industry, as a leader, we're now moving forward with more battery energy storage, offshore wind in New Jersey, and soon hydrogen. We recently just commissioned 620 megawatts at the Palin solar site in Riverside County with 200 megawatts of batteries, despite COVID challenges. It is my honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, who's been a great partner of the LABC and who has been featured in past summits here. Wade Crawford. Appointed California Secretary for Natural Resources by Governor Gavin Newsom in January 2019, he oversees an agency of over 19,000 employees charged with protecting and managing California's diverse resources. This includes the state forest, natural land, rivers, waterways, coast, oceans, fish, wildlife, energy deployment, and as a member of the governor's cabinet, he advises the governor on natural resource and environmental issues. We look forward to hearing Secretary Crawford discuss how California is committed to building stronger climate resilience as a partner of the governor's $100 billion California Comeback Plan, as well as hearing his new strategy released this month titled California Water Supply Strategy, Adapting to a Hotter, Drier Future. Without further ado, Wade Crawford.
All right, well, it's great to be with everyone here today, and what a powerful lineup. Big thanks to Mary and the LABC for inviting us. So the issue du jour that you talked about this morning is, of course, energy, given the unprecedented heat wave we are experiencing right now. And I think in many ways, it's a success story of leaders, organizations, residents across California coming together to avert rolling blackouts, which has occurred to date this week. I should mention that we are not out of the water, and there is a flex alert starting at 3 p.m. today, so please take note of that. But we're obviously going to spend the next hour talking about water, and I want to make a connection between energy and extreme heat and water. And the connection I'll make is we are now needing to adapt to the accelerating impacts of climate change. I think we all recognize that climate change is here and that Mediterranean climates like California are really on the front lines, experiencing hotter temperatures throughout the year, more dangerous catastrophic wildfire conditions, and of course the extreme heat wave that broke records across so much of California. I actually don't think this is a gloom and doom story, and I think we have to avoid being overly discouraged or fatalistic about this. But I think this is our challenge, our generational challenge. You as business leaders, as government leaders, as community leaders, how are we going to position California to continue to thrive into future decades, given the impacts of climate change that we're experiencing now? Now, for a very long time, we've understood that climate change will bring impacts to California like heat, flood, drought, wildfire, sea level rise. But the best science that we actually funded a decade ago suggested we would be experiencing really challenging impacts about 2050, about mid-century. And that was science done by our 4th climate assessment. But what we've realized in the last couple of years, and of course this week, is climate change is accelerating. And the impacts we anticipated experiencing in 2050, we're experiencing in 2022. And that's created major challenges for our government and probably your organizations as well. Because while we were on a trajectory to adapt to climate change and to build our resilience to its impacts, we now know we have to move much, much faster than we did even 5 years ago. So let's talk about water. What does that mean for water? California is no stranger to drought nor flooding. That's part of our natural environmental cycle. But over the last couple of years, we understood that the drought that we're currently in, 3rd year of the drought, is different than other droughts. And it's made more punishing and more impactful by hotter temperatures, right? Hotter temperatures in the winter mean less snowpack, which has been the foundation of our traditional water supply. Warmer temperatures in the spring and summer mean more of the snowpack that we do get absorbs into very thirsty soils and to feed very thirsty plants or evaporates into the atmosphere. So case in point, last year, based on the snowpack that we received, which was about 70% across the Sierra Nevada, so bad but not horrible, we projected that there would be a certain amount of runoff into our reservoirs, which of course is the foundation of our water supply. And those projections are based on a 100-year hydrograph or historic record, where you average out the seasonal and the year-by-year swings. What we experienced was 20 to 25% of the inflow into our reservoirs that we anticipated from that snowpack. Meaning, this increasing temperatures, the hotter, drier conditions that we're experiencing are aridifying our environment. In other words, they're drying our environment. And so even as we have droughts and floods from year to year, overall, we will see a loss of our water supply in coming decades because of the hotter temperatures, that absorption, that evaporation. And our best climate projections suggest that by 2040, we will lose about 10% of our water supply to aridification. 10% of our water supply is about 6 to 9 million acre feet, which is about twice the water storage if our largest reservoir in the state, Lake Shasta, were filled to the brim. So we have a real challenge in the next decade beyond just navigating episodic drought, but how are we going to supplant the loss of that water supply? So last month, Governor Newsom announced an updated strategy to respond to these hotter and drier conditions. And that's based on essentially a master plan that we developed for water, which we call the Water Resilience Portfolio, that we established when Governor Newsom took office. And again, that Water Resilience Portfolio anticipated that we had 20 to 30 years to make the changes, the adaptations that now we're working on with tremendous urgency. And so recognizing what we've recognized over the last couple of years around this aridification, Governor Newsom challenged us across our agencies to come up with a plan by 2030 to significantly supplant the water supply we're going to lose from aridification. So we called for, or the governor announced, this 4-part strategy, which is focused on making concrete, measurable progress in coming years. 4 key pillars. One is to expand the storage that we have to capture the water when it does come. What's really interesting about scientific projections of climate change is it's not suggesting we're going to be in permanent drought. And in fact, we're going to have intense periods of wet weather in the winter. Governor Newsom talks about our dries getting drier and our wets getting wetter. So we're going to have more and more of these atmospheric rivers, these huge winter storms that push off the Pacific. But we don't have the infrastructure built to actually capture that water when it comes all at once. So we need to do a lot more to both capture and convey, move around the water, to actually be able to take in that water when it falls for use during dry periods like this. So we're focused, and this plan is focused on expanding our storage by 4 million acre feet. A lot of that storage is going to be underground. We have tremendous capacity to recharge our groundwater basins that have actually been depleted over decades and get that water, get those winter storm flows underground. But in order to do that, we need to make it first much easier and faster to be able to recharge groundwater basins. And then we need to make sure that the conveyance, the aqueducts that move the water are resilient to climate change. And that's why we continue to advance our underground, climate resilient, earthquake resilient conveyance through the Delta, what you would know as the Delta Tunnel. But it's also why we're upgrading regional conveyance and supporting local water agencies to update regional conveyance so we can move that water around when we need to, make it easier to recharge groundwater basins, and then where possible to actually expand surface water storage. Now look, I'll be the first one to say there is no silver bullet to the challenges we face, and surface storage is not a silver bullet. We have 1,500 dams and reservoirs across the state, and the vast majority, virtually all of the good locations to capture water and store water are taken. We have a very limited number of places where we can augment surface storage, but there are places that we can do that. And so we're moving forward those projects, including several projects that were funded under the last big water bond called Proposition 1. So first pillar is being able to store and move water when it falls. The second is let's create new sources of water. We consider water recycling just that. Southern California, Orange County is a world leader in water recycling, and there's so much more that we can do. And who we're going to talk to today on the panel are going to tell us more about how we can expand our water recycling. It's also about desalinating more water, both water from our ocean and water that's brackish water from our inland areas. So we have specific targets for desalination and recycling. The third pillar is we can continue to be more efficient with our water use and eliminate water waste. We estimate we can reduce our usage by 500,000 acre feet while we continue to grow our population and economy. And a bill that just passed that was authored by Senator Hertzberg in the legislature is going to drive towards greater efficiency targets in cities and towns across the state. And then the fourth pillar is modernizing our water rights system, better monitoring our conditions and our water usage, and really bringing water management into the 21st century. You know, California can be proud of being a technology leader in so many respects, but the area of water management has historically not been one of them. And so we need to make it much easier to flex our system of water usage, make more nimble our system of water rights so that water users can ramp up water when it's available, but then our state regulators can also ramp down water when it's scarce. And so it's really those 4 pillars that we're focused on. Last point, Governor Newsom is very clear that we have to move faster than we ever have before if we're going to actually meet the moment. We consider water infrastructure, energy infrastructure, climate resilient infrastructure like green schoolyards that I was talking about today, or forest resilience projects. This is all climate infrastructure, and we need to move more quickly. We need to get these projects online to be able to actually adapt with the pace that is necessary. So you know that the governor appointed former Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa as his point as an infrastructure advisor, and already the mayor's been a real driver of agencies like mine to really ask and answer the question of how are we going to help deliver projects more quickly. We want to maintain, obviously, environmental safeguards and adequate review to avoid unintended consequences, but we have to move more quickly. And I think those of you in the business community can relate to that, given how challenging it is historically to build things in our state. So I'm really optimistic. At the same time, you've heard about these calls for conservation, water conservation. This is really important to stretch our water supplies right now. You may live in a community in the service territory of our Metropolitan Water Agency, one of the leaders here today, that actually has really intense mandatory restrictions because of the lack of water coming from the river systems that we rely on. So we are going to move very quickly on that 4-point plan to get the projects in to enable us to be drought resilient, but we need time to be able to do that. And we are in the 3rd year of our drought, and scientific projections suggest we'll be moving into a 4th year of drought. So every bit of conservation that we do now stretches our water supplies and gives us an opportunity to adjust to just how quickly climate change is moving. So I'm really glad to be in the discussion here today, and we've got a great panel to unpack these issues. Thanks so much.
Please welcome our next panel, Outlook and Opportunities on Water Resources and Drought, moderated by David Nahai, LABC Chair and President of David Nahai Companies.
I'm just told to be in the 3rd chair, that's all I know. Okay.
This is okay? This is yes. Yep.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Oh my God, what did you have to eat for lunch? Too much, I think. Can everybody hear me okay? Oh, yeah. The gentleman back there told me that I have to speak like this. If I turn my head one way or the other, I might not be heard. So if I look like I have a neck ache, you'll forgive me for that. Welcome. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot, for that presentation. I was supposed to frame this panel, but I think that the Secretary did such an excellent job of doing that. So I'm going to skip that, and we're going to go straight to the panel. A couple of housekeeping issues for the format we're going to follow. First of all, everybody's graciously agreed to be called by their first name rather than by their titles. So if that's okay, that's how we're going to proceed. Secondly, we've agreed that I will ask a first set of questions to everyone, and everyone has agreed not to take more than 3 or 4 minutes to respond to that. Once we're through with the first set of questions, then I will ask a second set of questions, and again, they've all graciously agreed not to exceed 3 or 4 minutes each. And then beyond that, we're going to have a bit of there's some group questions and no doubt some, free-for-all. So we'll see how it goes.
And if someone doesn't use it, can someone else take it?
Yeah.
But we get to choose who gets the time.
Okay.
Can we trade and sell our rights?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we had a panel earlier on today where things got quite interesting. I don't know that we wanted this panel to get that interesting, but we'll see where we go. Let me introduce our panelists, and what an incredibly distinguished group we are fortunate to have. So, right to my left is let me get my eyes out so I can do this properly, is Liz Crowson, who's the Chief Sustainability, Resiliency, and Innovation Officer of the Metropolitan Water District. Yes. Right next to Liz is Secretary Wade Crowfoot, who's the Secretary of the California Natural Resources Agency. Next to him is Joe Nahai, who's the Water Business Group Area Manager for HDR. Right seated next to him is Senator Fran Pavley, who is currently the Environmental Policy Director at the USC Schwarzenegger Institute. And sitting right across from me is Barbara Romero, who is the Director and General Manager of Los Angeles Sanitation and Environment. Please give them a round of applause. See, that's good. They applaud before you even say
there
anything.
There we go.
You know, that's what we like. So I'll start with my first question for you, Wade, and thank you so much for the presentation that you made, and you know the kind of 4 salient points that you referred to of the California water supply strategy. But the water supply strategy is really one part of a holistic vision that has to do with climate, that has to do with heat, with energy, with all the myriad of horrors that are visiting us that we have to deal with on the resiliency side, and then our, I think, responsibility to lead the world on the mitigation side and show that we can actually mitigate the impacts of climate change and that the rest of the world can follow suit. So can you tell us just a little bit more about the overall vision that the administration has in terms of how we deal with climate altogether?
Yeah, I'll say that I think that there's a vision that's shared between the governor and the legislature, and I have to say tremendous appreciation to both this legislature and the governor for such a productive legislative session that we just got out of. So the governor and legislature together have allocated $54 billion in the last 2 years on climate change. As far as we can tell, this is more funding focused on climate change than any other country in the world, save the United States. And that's obviously split between what we know as mitigation, right? So we need to vastly reduce our carbon pollution in California and achieve climate resilience. And leading the way, I see in the crowd is Leanne Randolph from our Air Resources Board. We have a roadmap to carbon neutrality by the middle of the century. And that target was actually codified into law by our legislature just a couple of weeks ago. So a lot of funding around moving towards 100% clean energy, 100% clean transportation. We believe and we know that we have to also sequester or remove carbon from the atmosphere. So there's a lot of focus on that. And that's really following in California's historic leadership. But a lot of funding is also focused on protecting the communities and the natural places in California from the impacts of climate change that are already here. So billions of dollars on wildfire, and not just better response to wildfire. We do an incredible job through CAL FIRE of that, but we're also working far in advance to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire in the first place. Thousands of projects, whether it's fuel breaks, prescribed fire across the state. Likewise with drought, we have $8 billion of funding on water resilience that we'll talk today, and on and on. I'll say this, our adaptation work, which is really adapting to climate change, building our climate resilience, is driven by what we know as our adaptation plan. And it's meant to bridge these sectoral efforts, fire, water, energy. And it has essentially 6 North Stars. And I won't go through all of them, but it's really about prioritizing our most vulnerable communities that we're working to protect them, being science-based, being focused, and working with the urgency that we need to. So frankly, at some level, I mean, every month I'm amazed and blown away by the acceleration of climate change, if I'm being honest. But nowhere, I'm confident, nowhere on the planet is taking this challenge on like California.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm gonna want to come back to you, Wade, on the hierarchy of water priorities in terms of conservation, recycling, stormwater capture, aquifer remediation, brackish desal, seawater desal, how we deal with those priorities, where we go first. I want to ask you also about the tunnel, but we'll come back to that. Liz, if I may turn to you. First of all, congratulations on the position that you've taken on at MWD as its first ever Chief Sustainability, Resiliency, and Innovation Officer. Congratulations. But the question I wanted to ask you, and we kind of briefly discussed this last night, but MWD's business model has been that of a water wholesaler, a water importer, right? Import from the State Water Project, import from the Colorado River, and then distribute that water to 26 agencies, 19 million people. I think the largest such organization certainly in the United States. But that model has to change, doesn't it? Because those 26 agencies are seeing that the State Water Project is no longer predictable, affordable. The Colorado River, there's wars going on as to how that water gets allocated. So in terms of how you see the future of MWD, what do you view its business model will be? Will it become a water producer as well as perhaps a water importer? But what are the internal discussions there about the future?
Well, thank you. That's no small question for one that has recently started this position, but it's certainly something that I've thought about long before joining Metropolitan.
I wouldn't have asked it if I didn't think you could answer it.
And I mean, you're absolutely right with all of the changes that we've been discussing as far as, the climate impacts that I think we'd all agree that we kind of, it snuck up on us at the same time that, we knew it was going to happen, but it still has caught us off guard in a way that I don't think anyone anticipated. And so we are having to rethink our approach to our business model, and it's kind of a difficult thing to wrap your head around about, what does that actually mean for this, giant wholesaler as you described. And I think what it doesn't mean is import water, sell that water, repeat. Like that is no longer a sustainable model. It's not an equitable model. And so we are really having to look at diversifying our portfolio and really changing the way we do business. And I sort of see it in three different arenas. And one is sort of the internal changes that we need to make. And internal is not Metropolitan alone. It is Metropolitan as its 26 member agencies. It was developed as a cooperative. It was developed by the member agencies, not as a special district just out on its own. And so we really need to change our outlook and change the way that we're approaching this massive challenge that we all share. The risks and the threats that we face are all the same. And so really behaving as a cooperative all together is one way that that I see this really changing. And one place I've seen that actually happening is in tackling this issue that Wade mentioned, because of the multiple years of low allocations from the State Water Project. We actually have some agencies in our district that are solely dependent on State Water Project, and so are really challenged and needing to. We have had to mandate that they reduce their water use, some as much as 73%. That's a huge amount. And so, but what I've seen is in this crisis that the whole of Metropolitan, all of its member agencies, even those not affected, have really stood up to create a process and to go through some solutions for how we're going to address this problem. And the board signed a resolution that was really anchored in equitable distribution of water and ensuring that no one is left behind. So that cooperative structure is one piece of it. I also think the second bucket is sort of how we invest in water, and yes, we'll have to produce water. And Metropolitan has long been investing in local projects through our member agencies, a recycled water project here, a groundwater remediation project there, but that just means we're paying our member agencies to develop local projects that aren't necessarily benefiting the entire region altogether. And so by really thinking about producing water as a cooperative, co-investing, co-owning, having co-governance structures so that we can be connected and therefore resilient, because we can build in that kind of operational flexibility, that is the way that I see us, changing our role as a producer of water, and we're doing that through our Pure Water Recycled Water project.
And I want to come back to that in the second round of questions, and have you elaborate on that, because I think it's a very, very important step that MWD is taking. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Joe, let me turn to you as basically the person from the private sector on the panel. And at LABC, we talk a lot about ways to bring the private sector into the conversation in order to help advance the environmental goals, right? Because I don't think we can do it without business. The question I have for you, though, has to do with recycled water. If we take a look today at Israel, Singapore, I mean, Israel recycles 80 to 90% of its wastewater. Orange County, just down the road, feeds its population based on recycled water. We haven't, I think in California, the number is 23%. In the South Coast hydrologic region, I've told 29%. I think that's optimistic. What do you think we can do to increase recycled water, and what role do you think the private sector can play to help us, elevate those numbers?
Sure, and thank you for having me on this panel. I'm humbled and honored to be with you all.
Thank you for being here.
I think, to piggyback on what Wade was saying with the 4 pillars, I think there's 4 things that need to happen. And first of all, it's a lot of money. These programs that we're here talking about, it's good to hear about the $54 billion, but just with Metropolitan and the city of LA, we're talking in excess of $20 billion of potable reuse programs that are being contemplated. So where is that money going to come from? And I think that's an important question to answer. I think second is we're going to need a lot of resources. I was listening to a panel similar to this one last year, and one of the general managers up here talking about these reuse programs. His main concern, what's keeping him up at night, is how many people it's going to take to deliver all this. Where are they going to come from? The engineers, architects, contractors. Do we have enough people in the industry to make this happen? I think the third thing is a lot of collaboration, and I'm really glad to have these conversations, because I think having the agencies like Metropolitan, LA, the Water Replenishment District, and others talking here in LA about how we're going to do this together with regional solutions is the way it's going to get done. And then last, it's going to be very, very hard. This is not something that's easy. We've done all the easy things, and it's going to take a lot of political will and commitment to follow through on actually doing what we say we want to do. So I'm glad to hear that the governor is fully behind it as well. So I think that the private sector, of course, we're engineers, architects, scientists. We have a lot of smart people with great ideas that can contribute to those solutions and how we actually go forward with it. But I think we can also help with some of those other items that I mentioned, in helping identify funding sources, helping to build that collaboration between the different agencies with the relationships that we have. I think, obviously we're going to be providing a lot of resources in delivering these programs as well. So I think, we're going to have to do it together. It can't be one agency or one group or one team doing it. Everybody's going to have to band together in the coming decades to make this happen.
Okay. When we come back, could you, Joe, give some thought to performance-based contracting models? Because we've done it on the energy side. That's what power purchase agreements are. And that's how we've been so successful in reaching these RPS roles. We haven't been able to do the same thing on the water side, partly because people view water as sacrosanct, and they want water to be owned by the public. not for it to be owned by a private company and then sold to the public. But I think that if we're truly going to find a way of, I'll use the word leveraging, you'll forgive it, but the private sector in our quest to advance on water, we're going to have to think of some form of performance-based contracting models. And I wonder if you give that a little bit of thought when we come back. Fran, to you next for your first question. I was thinking about you, and you must be sitting here listening to all of this and thinking how much of it was actually started by you in terms of...
Don't blame me for the drought.
No, not the drought, but AB 32 and so many other laws that you were the author of or helped author. And in that connection, I do want to turn to a law that you were an author of, which is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SIGMA, as we know it from 2014.
Yes.
You know, unlike states like Nevada, or I think even Texas, before 2014, we had virtually no groundwater regulation in the state of California. And it's led us to a place of near catastrophe, especially in the Central Valley, where we've seen surface levels of properties just plummet because all of the groundwater, the sponge of the groundwater has been sucked almost dry. So as you view the performance of SIGMA, you know, the groundwater sustainability plans, the groundwater sustainability agencies that were formed, the Department of Water Resources reviews of the GSPs, how do you view that progress? Is it progress? Have we done well enough? Can we do better? I have your thoughts on that.
Okay, so I have to take credit for the drought and the problems with SIGMA.
Both of them, yeah.
But actually that makes sense. And climate change, it's all works together. So thank you very much for including me here today. I had the great honor and privilege to be in the legislature for 14 years, in the Assembly and the State Senate. And someone gave me some advice in this era of term limits. They told me to pick 2 or 3 issues you're passionate about, make a difference. Don't get spread too thin. So I was on the Water Committee all 14 years, and the last 8 chaired it, Natural Resources and Water Committee. And my first bill, or my first year in office, was something about reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the tailpipes of automobiles, and I thought that was going to be simple too. Oil and gas companies were relatively easy to deal with. Water policy in California, I don't think the average people understand how complicated that is, especially when it comes to groundwater. Groundwater, as you know, is a property right in our state constitution. It's like owning your own property. People who live above groundwater basins, that's their water, not your water, their water. And up until, and you're right, David, up until 2014 or after, I'm pretty sure we were the last Western state to manage our groundwater. You know, when Wyoming and Texas beat California, that's, you know, it's a problem to me, but it's so much different in the way we treat air pollution, right? And it's because of the legal technicalities of it being a constitutional right. And that's so difficult to change, and that's why Secretary Crowfoot, I'm anxious to hear how you're going to tweak that, and I want to be around to see it. And I think, if I remember correctly, when SIGMA passed, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SIGMA, in 2014, we were in the middle of a drought. Okay, here we go again. We didn't expect this intensive a drought to reoccur so often and even greater extent. We knew there was going to be more volatility in the snowpack and earlier melt. We knew we had a growing population. We also were starting to see sort of a change of crops that people were growing, sort of year-round orchard-based crops versus crops you could fallow during times. So SIGMA came in a window of opportunity where for the first time we could barely get enough votes to have some at least management of our groundwater basins. I always tell people, you can't manage what you don't measure. There was no measuring requirements in many cases. Most basins, especially the severely overdrafted one, didn't have ability to know how much water different people were taking out. It wasn't managed, it wasn't measured. So how many basins do we have in California? 515. About 125 of them are medium to severely overdrafted. Mostly in the Central Valley. My hidden background, even though I'm a native Angelino, I went to Fresno State, so I've got 4 years of additional scarring and water policy under the belt. And I also taught in a little town called Esparto in Northern California, which is an agricultural focused with a lot of almonds, not almonds, growing up there. And so I understand the complications. When you ask people down here, and I think recent polls have shown, Californians, when you say who uses the most water, they always say the cities and the people, and it's about 80% agricultural. And it's a huge challenge because most of our groundwater is in those areas or along the Central Coast. During normal years, 40% of our water supply comes from groundwater. And Wade, you know better than I, but drought years it's 60, and I bet it's over that now. So what did Sigma do? It was sort of a, you have to be able to count to 41 in the Assembly and 21 in the State Senate. You had to figure out how you could pass something. So you have to, this is the art of the compromise. And didn't you work on that water foundation, for the Water Foundation that we had an amazing report that came out right before the passage of that. So we had some entities, agricultural businesses like Driscoll's or Aqua, actually supporting doing something at last. And when we barely got it through. So looking back at it, critiquing it, boy, you need off-ramps. If climate is accelerating faster than we thought and droughts, if groundwater management agencies aren't really managing their groundwater and continuing to issue at a more quick paces, permits to drill deeper and deeper wells, because at the end of the day, they have 20 years to implement it. If there's no local control over management of that, then you have real problems, and we're seeing that. We're seeing that now. I mean, just really sad stories. So if you're an overlying property over your groundwater source, and you're part of a GSA, a Sustainable Groundwater Management Agency, which is good. You have a plan how to get to sustainability, but it's 20 years from now. Right. There is not a sense of urgency in most groundwater basins now. It's actually, unfortunately, a race to the bottom from my perspective. People that have more money can drill deeper wells. Some basins have been adjudicated and have carefully measured who gets what, and you get a percentage of the water supply. It's an interesting concept, not just a guarantee on who can take the most. We're having a real challenge in those areas, and that's probably your biggest challenge. And so how do you get people to manage, if you care about what you're doing for generations to come, how do you get that short-term thinking to look at it in a longer-term, more sustainable way? Do you have to shift the type of crops you grow? Do you have to have a more thorough permitting authority on whether extraction of groundwater is going to cause subsidence? I'm worried about the aqueducts and the canals all over our state as they're subsiding. Up to 30 feet of subsidence in the Central Valley, collapsing of the groundwater basin. So there are challenges ahead. So once you pass a bill, this is legislature and administration working together, and you guys did have a good year, Wade. I appreciate that. Is looking back, how can that be fixed? And boy, water is political. And I know there's going to be trade-offs, but if we're taking more water than we're getting, we can't depend on snowpack in the future, maybe heavy rains at certain times. and how can we get together? And so I'm a big fan of trying to make it a multi-agency solution. We talked about climate and water. We talked about the water energy nexus. We talked about how these different agencies in the state can combine forces together to figure out how to manage this to the very best of our right. And I'm a big fan of incentives for local governments and everywhere else to come up with ways to reduce, reuse. And in my district, they're going forward, Las Virgenes Water District, with pure water. We're all eating gelato now made with recycled wastewater. So we're getting there. First step.
Well,
so that's a long story short.
Well, thank you for that. You know, a lot has changed since 2014. You know, the last 8 years, we've seen such a rapid change of circumstances, and the question is whether there is the political will to update the Sigma law. But Barbara, so turning to you. So LA Sanitation and Environment and LADWP, your two agencies are the city's water agencies. And I think, you know, most people in Los Angeles don't yet feel really the dire situation that we're in. Yes, they've heard that they have to conserve. They've heard that they can only water their lawns a couple of days a week. But they're not following what's happening on the Colorado River or the State Water Project. But your administration and the mayor certainly understand this, and in the mayor's Green New Deal, there are some specific goals. 70% of LA's water to be produced locally by the year 2035, capture of 150,000 acre-feet of stormwater by 2035, and recycle 100% of all wastewater for beneficial use by 2035. That means cease all discharges to the ocean from the Hyperion treatment plant by the year 2035. I've heard tell that is probably a $12 to $15 billion investment that has to be made. Tell us exactly how we're going to get there and how successful it'll be so far.
Well, thank you for having me here. And it is a watershed moment, and I'm sure the mayor talked about that. I think, you know, I've learned that you don't use, and you know, you need to use this crisis, not only you know, with the drought, with climate change, to change the way we're doing business. And I think the mayor's goal of 100% recycled by 2035 is ambitious, but I think it's achievable in some ways because, as you know, the technology is there for, you know, it's more, like you said, the will. But and in my position at LA Sanitation, you know, we manage the stormwater and we manage the wastewater, we operate 4 wastewater facilities. 3 of those are already at beneficial use. So the big kahuna is Hyperion, which is 85% of our wastewater goes there. Wow. So if we just focus on a Hyperion, and because right now we're treating it and 220 MGDs is going out to the bay. So we need to transform the way we do it. Do we have a plan? Absolutely. Is it underway? Absolutely. And I could share with you today that there's a couple projects that, you know, we have a pilot project that we're testing on, like the bioreactors, all the scientific technology to see what is, you know, how are we going to design? What is a technology? How are we going to design it to function and operate there at Hyperion? And we're going to use that to get the regulatory requirements, because that's the challenge that nobody's talking about is there's no regulatory guidance on how we go from wastewater to reusing this for potable use. We talk about it, everybody talks about it, but there's no state requirement today. Wish she was still there. But we have, yes. But that is one of the things we did. Another project that is, a proof of concept. It's only a couple MGDs, but it's with DWP and LAWA on advanced purification. That is, if you go to Hyperion today, you'll see it. It's built. We're just, fixing the kinks. And then we're also at DCT at Tillman. We're about to award another project for 19 MGDs. So we're on the advanced purification side of the house. That is moving. But then then we're planning at the same time. We do have a roadmap, a planning tool, but we have to coordinate with DWP. Because DWP, as you said, we're doing this side of the house, getting the water ready, but we need to make sure we plan it. Where are we gonna store it? How are we gonna clean it? Is it gonna go under, what is gonna be the method that we then convey, the conveyance of it? And the conveyance, as you guys probably heard earlier in power, it's the same issue. How are we gonna get the water from Hyperion up to the San Fernando Valley? So those are the issues that are still being worked out, and in order then to deliver, because when we talk about the watershed moment, we have to deliver a new way of, how we use our water and how we treat it today. And it's going to require resources and regulation. And what I call it is, it's an innovation cost, because it is going to cost a lot up front. But if we want to keep it affordable and we want to have local control of some of this water, of reusing it, so we take pressure from other parts of the region, we gotta look at that seriously. So I'm excited for the challenge, and but it's gonna take a regional approach, as Liz indicated, in order for it to synchronize at the same time.
And it's great that LASAN and DWP are working collaboratively together. That has not always been the case in the past. But
and it's changing the paradigm of how we, in order for us to do it. It always happens when we're in desperate times. And so I think, for me, I see it as an opportunity to change. We need to change the conversation of how we approach, have a more integrated approach to the way we address our water challenges.
Right. And don't you think, in terms of what's going to be required, that at some point a conversation with the people of Los Angeles is going to be required? Because regardless of, both on the energy side and the water side, regardless of the different strands of revenue that we can try to access, at some point we're going to have to turn to the ratepayers. And there needs to be a persuasive message about the fact that we're securing the water future of the city and so on. So
and that's where we need to get people back to understand the necessity of the affordability that it might seem. I mean, we have pretty reasonable rates compared to other places, so we take it for granted. So absolutely, that's going to be the big challenge is to go out and convey the need for these serious investments. At Hyperion, for example, we haven't done serious upgrades for 30 years. So it's time.
yeah, time to move it up to advanced treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Hyperion right now is at secondary level. So for people who didn't know that. So wait, turning back to you. I want to ask about the tunnel, but perhaps you'd be kind enough also to discuss with us the kind of what I call the hierarchy of priorities in terms of, I mean, especially what we do here in Los Angeles, because I know that seawater desal necessarily has to be part of the conversation. We can't just ignore the fact that we have, the coastline and the Pacific Ocean here. But the question is, where in the kind of list of priorities does that fall? If we're looking at, conservation, new building standards, wastewater recycling, aquifer remediation, stormwater capture, brackish desal, seawater desal. How do you see where we spend our resources, our energy, our messaging first along the line of those strategies. And maybe there's another one or two that you have in mind.
Yeah, well, first of all, let me say this about Los Angeles. If LA meets the goals and the targets that Mayor Garcetti has set in his Green New Deal, it will easily be the most sustainable, very large urban area in the country, if not the world. So from my perspective, the leadership is there in terms of setting the targets, and then the leadership is there in terms of implementing. But you're absolutely right. It's going to take a lot of funding, and it's going to take a lot of political will. From my perspective, the future prosperity of LA depends on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Los Angeles is the place that grew and sustained from the major import of water from faraway rivers, the Colorado River, the San Joaquin, Sacramento, the Owens River. That will continue to be important, but as Liz pointed out, it's less and less reliable. So, LA and greater LA's leaders understand that they have to shift the paradigm. And so at the state, and I would say our federal partners are working too, we're trying to provide the funding to help them down that path, even though we don't have the whole funding to get it done. Mm-hmm. But from my perspective, the target is there and the progress is there, but everybody needs to push. And to your point, you need to explain to Angelenos what's on the line, but also encourage them that, Los Angeles is also a remarkably sustainable place. I mean, I tell my neighbors in Northern California, you wish you had the water efficiency of Southern California, because on a per capita basis, a lot of Southern California communities are easily the most efficient. So there's a lot of progress. The targets are right. To your question around priorities, first of all, we have to recognize that this is a very decentralized system in California. We don't have a water system. We have a system of systems. We have 7,000 water agencies that provide water across California. We have almost 100 that provide water to most of the state. So this is not about command and control decision-making from Sacramento. This is about partnerships. And I know that word can sound a little bit like a talking point, but it's true. It's all about local and regional leadership, identifying the plan, and then state and federal government coming in and providing funding, providing any regulatory changes or statutory changes, and really being a partner. So from our perspective, there are places where desalination, for example, work well. Mm-hmm. And take, for an example, the community of Monterey in the mid-coast that is at the end of literally at the end of the pipe in terms of water delivery, doesn't have a groundwater basin to store water in, has been in violation of state regulations using water from the Carmel River with an endangered species, has a housing moratorium because it can't produce water. That's like a really important place for desalination. There are other places where the cost of desalination, the energy footprint of desalination don't make sense. So one of the things in the governor's plan is for our agency to work with the Coastal Commission and others to really identify sort of a master plan for desalination along our coast to identify where it exists. So from our perspective, it's not about sort of identifying 10 priorities across the state, but it's really about supporting the regional priorities. So Liz and her boss Adele, of course, have been vocal in Sacramento, like we need funding to actually envision this or materialize this vision of recycled water in greater LA. And so our job in the state is to draft off that leadership and to support that leadership. And then there's different priorities in different parts of the state, and that's what we'll really be focused on.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's exactly right. Different priorities for different places. So will you talk to us about the tunnel?
Yeah, so this is basic.
One?
Let me tell you how I explain it to my mom, who, will every once in a while read stuff that I've quoted in, but not, follow it. At the end of the day, 27 million Californians, including all of you, get at least some of your water from the snow that we've talked about that falls in the Sierra Nevada. From east of Bakersfield to east of Redding, that huge mountain range is the base of our water supply. And all that snow goes into two major river systems, the Sacramento and the San Joaquin rivers, and all of the tributaries. And before European settlement, that all flowed out the San Francisco Bay through the largest estuary in the Americas, an estuary that supported grizzly bears, where native populations would come and spend the dry months and leave. Well, part of what made California, California was the ability to actually use a portion of that water supply and export it from the Delta, allowing enough fresh water to leave the San Francisco Bay through the Delta to support that ecosystem, but then actually provide water for communities, not only in Southern California. Conveyance through the Delta supports a lot of water in the Bay Area and certainly Central California. But that is the single biggest infrastructure risk in our state. USGS, the Geological Survey, suggests that there's about a 30% chance of a major earthquake hitting Northern California in future decades that would impair the current system. The current system is nothing more than, in some cases, 100-year-old levees that are protecting the flow of fresh water through the interior delta. And if one of those levees breaks, and we lose that system, 27 million Californians are impacted. Not for days, not for weeks, not for months. I would submit that there has not been a human crisis like that in California or American history. So earthquake risk. The other is sea level rise and the intrusion of salt water into the interior delta. This is not an if, it's a when. We know that the salt water is coming in the interior delta, and we know it's threatening our freshwater supply. So we have to protect that conveyance. As Southern California becomes less reliant on this faraway water, it's still going to need some imports. The Bay Area still needs some of this water. The Central Valley still needs some of this water. And so this investment in this underground resilient tunnel that during these big storm events in the winter captures a lot of that water, moves it south of the delta, underground in reservoirs, is essential. In dry times like we're experiencing right now, it wouldn't operate, and the water would flow through the delta to protect environmental conditions in the delta. But we need this. This is a challenging project. Big infrastructure projects are controversial and hard to deliver, and this has been a controversial project. There are 25,000 people that live in the interior of the delta that this is going to have major disruption on, and we're working to mitigate that. 25,000 people. There are 27 million people that rely on the water coming through the delta. So we are working to meet the needs of local communities that are going to be impacted while delivering this. And it's essential. At the end of the day, we can do all of these important projects, but we need to maintain the backbone of our water system. And if we lose that, God help us.
Thank you. I wonder how your mom reacted to that when you...
She probably put it on mute and then went and talked to her husband and then came back.
No, that was very well explained. Thank you so much. Liz, back to you. So I said earlier that I did want to ask about the Pure Water Southern California project that MWD is doing. Again, part of a new vision for MWD. Can you explain it to us?
Yeah, and it is a project that has been talked about within Metropolitan for a while, but I think with Adele's leadership and as well as just climate change and the impacts that we're seeing on both the Colorado and the Delta, that it's being expedited, and it is a partnership with LA County Sanitation Districts to build what would be the largest water reuse project in the country. We all know that Orange County has been doing this type of work for a long time, and we are looking to do something that would be a regional solution. So the exact kind of locations of where the water will go is still in flux and has not yet been determined. But what we do know is that we'll be able to put it in multiple groundwater basins for storage. And that potentially connect with some of these other projects that are also moving along. And I think that is what's really key to, I think, the conversations that are happening right now. And and Barbara and DWP are certainly part of those as well, as also agencies like Las Virgenes. So there's all these different projects and groundwater agencies that are all talking about what our future looks like in this region. I think it's really critical that in order for us to probably reduce costs and increase efficiencies, as well as reduce our climate impact in these projects, to really think about ways that we can integrate and coordinate and connect them in a way that will build a more regional resilient system.
Right. And do you agree that things have progressed to a place where we no longer need to explain the safety of wastewater recycling, that we're beyond the days when awful monikers were attributed to this technology? Or do you still think that we need to talk to the public about this? I mean, especially as we move towards direct potable reuse. I mean,
Right.
those of us who are in the water sphere understand that that's technically sound and safe. But do you think in connection with pure water Southern California that more explanation is necessary to the public, or do you think the public are on board?
Well, you know, I wouldn't underestimate the public. I think the public understands, you know, the safety of technology and our ability to engineer these types of systems. But I also think it's critically important that we do communicate with the public on these types of infrastructure projects, and that we, as a water district and as a wholesaler, we're a lot more removed from the communities that we serve. But we would all benefit from deeper conversations with communities about where our water comes from, how our water is treated, why we are in the situation that we're in, and how we can all kind of move in the same direction together. So do I think it's necessary? Yes, in the same way I think that just communicating more about water and raising the literacy about water in our communities is absolutely critical to everything we're doing.
Thank you. Joe, coming back to you, earlier I asked about performance-based contracting. Can you comment on that in terms of collaboration between the private sector and the public sector in the water space?
Sure.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So we're actually working with, I think, the largest public-private partnership in California, in Carlsbad, at the Carlsbad desalination facility that's owned and operated by Poseidon. They deliver 50 million gallons per day to San Diego County for water use, and creating, in these situations, a really good sustainable water supply. So we know that it's possible and that it can be done. I think, you know, there's unique challenges around delivering those types of projects. As was mentioned, that, you know, we've got hundreds of water agencies that we're trying to deal with that, you know, have water rights. So how do you get those agencies with their water rights to move past that as a, you know, a barrier and allow these public-private partnerships to actually happen? And I think we're going to see more of that in the future. I think some things need to change on the regulatory front to allow them to happen. You know, you see things like what happened in Huntington Beach with that desalination project and it being rejected. I think, you know, not to comment on whether that was right, wrong, or indifferent, but there, you know, needs to be more conversations around allowing for those types of projects to be able to move forward within the water community, and the benefit to the private sector.
Well, I think, as Wade just said, it needs to be the right project in the right locale with the right amount of support. You know, because a desal project, I've seen them in Israel. These are large infrastructure projects that require a lot of investment and produce water that is often more expensive than water that can be purchased. And so you have to really have the population behind you. And as you said, I think very, very correctly, it's got to be in the right place. But if it is, then in that case, it's perfectly possible for you know, companies like Poseidon and IDB to partner with the local agency and have a public-private partnership. Did you want to?
I would just say, look, I think we need to get innovative around project delivery, and I think we're all ears for, you know, different ideas. I think there are ways to deliver projects in new ways that include pay for performance that can't be categorized as privatizing water. And so I'm looking forward to that. We're doing some really, you know, great design. You know, we're supporting some design build projects, which are not that innovative considering all the models that are out there, but where, you know, at the Salton Sea, we're delivering 4,000 acres of habitat for the first time in a generation with Kiewit as the company that designed and built and is going to deliver probably, you know, on time, well, certainly on time, but maybe even early. So we have to figure out ways to get these projects developed more quickly. And I think that's where LABC can be really helpful. Right. Help us understand how we meet our goals more effectively than we have in the past.
Right. Or ecosystem, I know we're going off topic a little bit, but ecosystem restoration projects.
Same. We're doing that. We're doing some pay for performance, and we're just at the inception of that, but we should do more.
Yes. Yes, especially if you have a private sector entity that has the experience, the money, the fortitude to be able to actually fund, do the work, and deliver it, and be paid at the end of the process, which is what performance-based contracting is.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. So Fran, coming back to you, I had a question about ag. You know, folks in the agricultural industry, you know, vehemently dispute that ag uses 80% of the water. They, you know, but even if they debate that number, it's still a fact that ag uses, you know, a lot of water, more than urban does. And you've had quite a bit of experience with this. What do you think we can expect the agricultural industry to do differently, realistically, to reduce water consumption in the ag sector? Are you prepared to answer that?
I can answer that, but I'm going to jump in and just say from the beginning, when all of us agreed with the regional approach to dealing with these water challenges, I think that's key. We've had air districts, we've had the water districts, because we're learning these boundaries lines are artificially drawn and they don't really grapple with regional solutions, whether it's groundwater management or the need for the Central Coast to have more desal facilities because they're not tied into the state water project. I mean, there's a lot of thought that goes into this. So I think that's a good, you know, takeaway from today. So agriculture, it's a challenge. They have changed a lot. I know there is some attempts because you have senior water rights and junior water rights where, because of the state constitution, where a lot of farms cannot access water. Only the people that have been here with the senior rights, is it 1910 or something, that guarantees some water. So what are they doing? I know in some cases they're fallowing parts of their land to put in solar panels, renting to do that, especially Central Valley with all the heat, but then you've got to have in the way to deliver that energy, whether it's grid, new grids or whatever, you need to do that. How about the kind of crops that you're growing? We went through a cycle where we really ramped up the concept. I told you I went to Fresno State. Used to go up 99, and what you saw growing 30 years ago or 40 years ago is not what you see out there today. Totally different. So the year-round crops, great things, almonds, pistachios, vineyards, and things like that, but they're intensive water users and require a lot of it. But one thing that's always troubled me, and I don't know how to fix this, is people are guaranteed a certain amount of water, and we have a use it or lose it. You have to use it all, or you lose that next year. So there's no incentive, if you can figure this out, for them to manage and reduce their water consumption. So what they're doing in several cases, I know large corporate agricultural institutions are taking their excess water that they don't need and shipping it. Not in the same groundwater basin, but like maybe to Imperial County, where someone's growing something. And so we're shipping water, which is 20% of all the energy we use is moving, treating, and heating water. So I always fall back into that scheme. And why are they shipping it? It's they're selling it. No. So it's a commodity. And there's something that could be re-looked at there. I also feel that the agricultural community has to work more closely with the county that hopefully is not granting just ministerial permits, but by working within the GSA, their groundwater management basins, really looking at how much water is left in the groundwater basin, how much you can reasonably take out, and who's going to look at subsidence. I know there was a bill this past year that talked about that, because what's happening now, I think too many county agencies are just granting the permits because they're the legitimate property rights people and they get access to the water. people all the time are saying, and no one cares how much water we take, not talking about all the basins, but many of the severely overdrafted, and we're leaving several million Californians without access to safe drinking water. And who's paying to truck in that water? State of California is paying for that. So we're all in this together, and we've just got to be more thoughtful on how we get, I love the fact that California is an agricultural country providing, providing food to not only other parts of the United States, but a huge percentage is going to overseas. And there must be, I don't know, a balancing act here. So we're not taking care of our own as we used to see the local food grown in our local stores. It's a whole different world, corporate agri. So having some trade-offs with agriculture and also realizing what is also being permitted by counties in their basins, whether it's additional oil wells where they're using produced water that is contaminating the groundwater basins. We have challenges. And too many people are left high and dry without any access to water. It's a tragedy. People don't have the water to eat and drink at home. They have to have bottled water brought into them every time. Yeah. So it's a huge challenge. Ag is a vibrant part of our economy. I love having an agricultural state, but water, as long as it's viewed as it's only mine or only theirs. I mean, we talk about north of Delta versus south of Delta. There's competition. You can't have a drop of that. So everyone views it as theirs. And there's no, is there an incentive structure that would help us better manage, make them make the right decisions?
Yes, the whole idea of the commoditization of water is hugely troubling.
The use it or lose it drives me crazy.
I think Wade, one of Wade's pillars referred to it as the modernization of the water rights structure.
How are you doing that, Wade?
Well, I'll say this. I mean, first of all, just to be completely candid, I'm with Fran. We're all in this together, and the dynamic that's going to essentially inhibit our ability to do everything we're talking about is finger pointing, and we deal with a lot of it on water. Cities versus farms, north versus south. And let me tell you, agricultural communities in the Central Valley are hurting right now. In the northern Central Valley, the Sacramento Valley, the primary crop is rice. Half of its fields are being fallowed this summer as a result of curtailments or restrictions on the diversion of water for agriculture to protect the environment. So this fiction somehow that ag is sitting back and on its hands and prospering while the rest of us are trying to conserve water, it's a fiction. But that being said, there are real questions around what is the future footprint of agriculture across our state. As I understand it, the agricultural footprint has shrunk by 1 million acres over the last 15 years. And if you talk to agricultural leaders, they believe that the footprint will continue to shrink as those groundwater basins come into balance. Simply can't use as much groundwater. And we're going to have more conditions like the ones we're experiencing, and there are going to be limitations on how much you can divert from the rivers because we have strong environmental laws. So the question is not should ag transition, I think it's how agriculture transitions. If the Central Valley were its own state, the 5 million Californians, fellow Californians, were its own state, it would have the lowest per capita income of 50 states. So think about that in the affluent coast, that we have folks in California that are disconnected from the affluence that we enjoy, and we need to connect them, and we're working hard to do that. Agriculture is the lifeblood of that region, and water is the lifeblood of agriculture. So yes, we need to be modernized water rights. Yes, it's most likely that the agricultural footprint will shrink. But let's work with those agricultural leaders to transition in a way that actually works for their communities. And let's take care of all those community members, including those folks that don't have access to water, while we do that.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to just add on just a bit to that. One thing some of your agencies are doing, I'm on the Wildlife Conservation Board, and we're talking about multi-agency benefits and things. And one thing we're spending a lot of money on is restoring watersheds up and down the Sierras and other places. Wildfires have devastated them. And it's not just drought, but evaporation and things. But by restoring the watersheds and having water coming down, we're setting up actually percolation basins like in the Central Valley that'll restore some of the water in the groundwater basins so the subsidence isn't so great. So I'm seeing a lot of people trying to connect dots on what can be done. It sounds like a minor effort, but given our wildfires, given our way to access the water when it does flow off the Sierras and capture it to replenish groundwater basins is a good strategy, and we're seeing it almost on every agenda at the Wildlife Conservation Board these days.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
It works with your natural lands too.
All right. I want to turn to Barbara for her second question, and then we're going to have a couple of group questions, and then but actually this may be it. So I wanted to ask you, Barbara, about distributed water recycling systems, gray water systems, which they have in San Francisco. Now, I mean, there are possibly safety issues. I understand there's certainly revenue issues if the water isn't going into the sewer and so on. What is LA's attitude and view about grey water systems in buildings? Is this something we encourage, discourage, have no opinion about whatsoever?
Well, I mean, as we manage our sewer systems, it is always about funding. It always lands on funding. So I think from my perspective, the policymakers have to make some policy direction on that. I'm on this side of the front now that I'm implementing, so I could tell you some of the limitations would be, with conservation, for example. Right now, our sewer systems are hurting because they were designed for more water, and conservation. It's one of those unintended consequences of conservation. Yes. in our sewer system. But so I have an opinion, but it's in my capacity. I feel like I feel like my role is to help address some of those issues. And I'm going to go to Measure W with Safe Clean Water. I'm going to pivot a little because for me, I think that's an opportunity with Measure W that we're, the county, a couple years ago, we get 90 million in county-wide at the County of LA. And it was a slow start, as you know. We're in the 4th round. We had, the city of LA got over 126 million to build out some projects. Right now we're in design phases, different levels of design for 17 projects, varying from 3 million to 20-something million, which for me, that's where we need to create this opportunity for multiple. That's a distributed project for me. So my position on distributed projects, absolutely, because distributed projects are critical, because not only do it becomes a local project, it becomes a steward project, it becomes an interpretive project, a discussion to talk about water, how the different, recycled water is one strategy to our portfolio. And I think that the stormwater capture and water quality piece is a critical piece because it also addresses climate change, and we're building this a lot of times. Our goal is to eventually build them where people live, so that not only can they, as we're treating the water, capturing the water, we're also creating some community benefits for the neighborhood to benefit from, including trees, including shade. So I think that's my answer.
Thank you. Yeah, and for those who don't know, Measure W, of course, was passed in 2018. The people of the Los Angeles County actually voted to tax themselves in order to provide what is about $270 or $280 million a year to be injected into the water system for stormwater capture.
Yeah, projects. And we get like 90, like a million, and it's an ongoing measure. So so leveraging that with state dollars is a critical piece. And then for me, I also think that we have 4 different wastewater plants. So I see that as a distributed approach. But at Hyperion, it's an economy of scale. The way I see it is because we need to look at how it is in the $1 billion of investments that we need for Hyperion, and it's critical, but it's going to take, it's going to take pressure off, the entire system, as I said. So it's going to cost us up front. So that's where showing the benefits to Northern California, to Central California, why we need to invest here, and also put some investments. So for me, this performance, based contracts, I think is going to be, it could be useful with our conversations with DWP, because a lot of we have 2 governing bodies. We have 2 boards. We have Department of Water Board and Public Works Board, and then City Council. So we're, we need, in order to get, I think, some coordination, cohesion, I think that the funding, it always ends at who's going to pay for it and for what part of this process.
Okay. So I'm being told that we have exactly 1 minute, 20 seconds left. So, however, I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds, okay? 30 seconds. So we're in the year 2050, and there is no water scarcity issue whatsoever here in Southern California, not across the state, but right here. How did we get there? 30 seconds.
Well, I think that conservation and efficiency were a big piece of it, and the private sector really helped us drive appliances and the way that we build our homes and buildings, so that we were able to cut our GPCD by 75%. Okay. And at the same, I still have time. And there's still, right?
No.
Outdoor, non-functional turf.
No, that's it. 30
recycling,
seconds.
all of it.
Wait, go ahead.
Jeez.
30 seconds.
We recognized 2022 as the wake-up call that it was, and we decided to come together and execute over 2 decades on these targets that have already been established. And we created a resilient system that actually different cities across the world are emulating.
Joe?
I think the governor actually, and his plan has hit it right on the head. We need more storage, we need more recycling, we need more conservation, and ultimately a lot more desalination.
Fran?
Stormwater capture and reuse. If we're going to have more intensive storms with water coming down faster than ever, we're going to have to collect it and reuse it, and that would be a very popular subject here in LA County.
Barbara, it's 2050. We don't have anything to worry about. How did you do it?
We we invested in modernize our facilities, and the future, like my son, a 10-year-old son, was telling us that they didn't have the ick factor, so they understood the value of investing in drinking potable water.
Okay. All right. You have been a terrific panel. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Please welcome our final panel, Achieving a 100% Electric Transportation Sector, moderated by Matt Peterson, President and CEO of the LA Clean Tech Incubator.
Great job. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you.
This is a good
Sir,
subject for you.
I know. The last one was, I was kind of feeling like I wanted to be in the last one.
All right. A little traffic jam on the way up to the panel. Well, we're going to make an excellent last conversation of the day. For those that are sticking with us, we have a few people out grabbing refreshments that'll be back in. But thank you. I'm Matt Peterson, the CEO of the LA Clean Ticket Incubator. Just to frame this panel briefly, and then we'll get straight into it. And we're going to go an hour, not an hour and 15 minutes for this conversation. Our organization, the LA Clean Tech Incubator, for those who don't know, are based in the Arts District. We're blessed to be the stewards of this great campus called the Kretz Innovation Campus, owned by the Department of Water and Power. Please come visit. We incubate startups. We do workforce training. And we focus on transportation electrification. And either through the mayor of Los Angeles or directly, everybody on this panel, I'm blessed to say, is part of our transportation electrification partnership. And we set some ambitious targets for this region to achieve by the time of the 2028 Olympics. And that's everything from getting 80% of the cars sold across this county to be electric by 2028, or 40% of the dredge trucks and short-haul dredge trucks on the road to be zero emissions by 2028, and get 20% increased mode shift, getting people out of their cars through safer streets, better walking, and active transit options. But that requires enormous regional collaboration. This is a very complex region, 88 cities in one county. We think water's complex. Transportation is also equally complex. And now we're doing something which is the biggest transformation economy-wide we've ever seen as we move to 100% zero emissions in the long run and in the near term. So how do we do it? How do we do it equitably? Ensuring those disproportionately burdened populations that are on the front lines of freeways and tailpipe emissions no longer have to suffer, that we really make sure that it's affordable to everyone in that transition, and that we keep this booming economy going. California has a long track record of setting the most ambitious environmental policy in the United States and often the world, and growing our economy. So we know we can do it. 40% of the goods that come into the U.S. come through the two ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. This is the car capital of the world. And we are going to lead the way towards a zero emissions future. And these people on this panel, for sure, are going to be part of making that possible. And of course, Leanne and I were together at a conference last week where she and her board had just passed the rule to require 100% of all cars to be sold and in California to be electric by 2035, a huge, huge accomplishment. So with that, I think let's just dive right in. And Councilman Krikorian, you've been a real champion on the council for the move towards EVs through the city's fleet, through helping people get access to electric vehicles. You co-authored and successfully passed a motion requiring DWP to create a citywide EV master plan and to meet targets of 45,000 charging stations and 250,000 passenger vehicles by 2025. What does that plan need to show us as a city, and how, even though the city of LA is an enormous city, it's 4 million of 10 million people roughly in the county, how do you help lead the way, and how will it benefit the residents and businesses in LA?
Well, Matt, I think you hit it on the head in your opening comments and talking about the complexity and the magnitude of moving in this direction in a region like Southern California. In addition to being on the city council, I'm also on the board of Metro and Metrolink. And so integrating those agencies into a single plan for how we move forward with a very complicated investment in infrastructure around electric vehicles is the first big challenge that we have. In order to meet CARB's new goals or new requirements, we're going to have to be investing an enormous amount in charging infrastructure throughout the region. It's important that we do that strategically and thoughtfully and in a way that achieves maximum efficiency by integrating these agencies. And that's part of what the master plan is about. I was also the instigator of the LA 100 plan. And it's very similar and very closely related because it's one thing to set a goal, it's one thing to set a deadline, but figuring out the plan for how you effectively get there is the complicated and difficult part. And with LA 100, we've established that. In order to get to 100% clean energy by 2035 in Los Angeles, we must significantly advance in the electrification of the transportation sector, because the cost spreading benefit of that will enable the entire process of clean energy across DWP's load to be more equitably spread. And without that, it would be cost prohibitive to do. So they're directly linked, they're incredibly complicated, and the move to increase EV charging to the degree that we're going to need to also makes the LA 100 goals that much more complicated because of the increased load that will be needed.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you for your leadership on both fronts, for sure.
Oh, sorry,
Yes,
one other
yes,
thing.
sir.
I do want to say that also the city of Los Angeles, being the city of Los Angeles, we are market makers too. Yeah. And part of this plan is also about converting our own fleet to electric vehicles. And we've already made incredible strides in doing things that Leanne and I were just talking a few minutes ago that just a few years ago people thought would have been impossible. We have the first electric fire truck in the country. We're innovating with electric street sweepers and electric medium-duty vehicles that we're purchasing. So, you know, when Los Angeles starts procuring those things, that does really establish a market that will, you know, make it more cost-effective for businesses to be able to invest in this area.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Lauren was here from the mayor's office and has worked closely with you and your team to figure out how the city leads the way. It is an enormous undertaking that does really make markets. And speaking of another part of the city that, you know, the city of LA, as probably said earlier, but it bears repeating, owns its own utility, of course. Department of Water and Power owns its own port. Talk to Gene in a minute, but owns its own airport. Enormous opportunities to lead the way and make markets. So Samantha, in your role, I mean, you're tasked with a lot of things: the ground equipment, the vehicles that go in and out of the airport that we all experience, those challenges and you know, and the investments that are going on, the amazing investments going on there are going to make it a lot easier. But you know, moving towards sustainable aviation, of course, is really the holy grail in the context of aviation. Yet it's a big challenge. How do you get a plane to lift off and get the propulsion needed to get to 35,000 feet safely and sustainably is a big lift. So talk to us a little bit about what you're doing to start with sort of the ground to support equipment, the alternative fuels, sustainable aviation fuels, and what's going on with EV charging as well.
Great, well thank you, thanks Matt. The airport is a wonderful opportunity, actually. And while we have challenges, because we don't regulate aircraft, we can't tell the airlines what type of planes to fly, we can't tell them what type of fuel to use, we can partner with them and we can partner with other stakeholders to really look at all aspects of what we do control. So we do control ground transportation, and we have, you know, pre-pandemic, we had 89 million passengers coming to LAX. Most of them were origin and destination passengers, meaning that they were driving their cars, taking a taxi, taking a shuttle to get to LAX. So we need to figure out how we address those folks and really promote electric or zero emission type of vehicles coming into our airport. We have an alternative fuel policy. We are working very closely with our smart parking, which we've just installed, to install 1,200 EV chargers across the airport for people to be able to park and charge their vehicle and leave their vehicle there. That's something that's been implemented over the last year. We're about to go out to an RFP for electric charging lot for Ubers and Lyfts and taxis, so that we can encourage them to charge their vehicles and convert to electric vehicles before they come into our airport. We have an alt fuel policy, meaning anyone who comes into the airport, whether they're a shuttle or a bus, has to be alternative fuel, and we're looking to convert that to zero emission as well. Like other departments in the city of LA, we have a 100% EV purchasing policy, so that all of our own vehicles that we own will be 100% EV by 2031. All of our buses that we operate will be electric by 2030. And we're really looking at how we can partner with airlines and ground handlers to address things like ground support equipment and have that go EV. That's everything from tugs to baggage carts and handling machines to trucks that are on our airfield. So it's an amazing opportunity to work with our stakeholders. And then even though we don't control fueling, we are working with the airlines to encourage sustainable aviation fuel. And that's something that we've partnered with other airports, folks in the state legislature, to really see how we can increase distribution and production of sustainable aviation fuel. Many airlines, such as United, are already using it and buying sustainable aviation fuel, so they're really leading the way in this field. As well as at Van Nuys Airport, many of our private operators are using sustainable aviation fuel. So we feel that the time is ripe to really encourage that, and all of that is going to have a huge impact on our environment.
Yeah, and I would just say, Councilman's leadership, LAWA, the POLA, using acronyms, LA World Airports, Port of Los Angeles. The city's leadership, when a department and a city put down the line, the marker, and then, that also inspires other cities and agencies to follow the lead, and then staff work with their colleagues at other agencies, figure out, well, how did you do that? And then how do they work together to implement it? So it's enormously powerful what the city of LA is doing, of course. But we do need the private sector to help achieve these targets. So Paul Jennings is president of PCS Energy and has installed not just, I think, the most solar feed-in tariff megawatts in LA, but now has also installed the most EV chargers within the LADWP territory of any company. And you've found a uniquely successful model that is really about getting to the chargers where they're needed the most. And so maybe you could talk to us a little bit about what's been the secret sauce in your approach and how to meet that need.
Yeah, I would start with this, and this is kind of the macro picture which we look at the world, is that when you understand the electricity is as basic as it is, just like computers, ones and zeros are all electrons, you start imagining what the future looks like, and I'll suggest the following. In 15 years from now, most people will want to charge in their place. You're going to want to charge in their place because, as we hear up here, there'll be different times of the day. You can send your to batteries. It turns out in apartments, multifamily, they're the biggest challenge to the grid. Why? And this is why we ended up in this space. If you go to the hardest problem and figure it out, the rest is easy. So the fundamental challenge with MDU in all places throughout the country is you have a lot of people living in a concentrated footprint using a ton of power. Ironically, that becomes the opportunity. I would suggest the biggest liability is multifamily. The biggest opportunity is multifamily, because if you have 100 cars sitting there, now again, let me go out 15 years from now, I can take from that car, and maybe they're gonna have their own marketplace where within the micro of the building, they can swap things around, because after all, energy can move quickly, and it's just a matter of metering it, which is very easy to do. And you can start peeling it back. So we believe from a dollar public use point of view, you go to the simple notion that a EV, I think most people would agree today, you can put different numbers on it, but let's say it's $2,500 to $3,000 a year the end user saves. What becomes critical, and I say this as equality, accessibility, we use all sorts of polite political words, but we're going into a world where, and I'm gonna bifurcate it, the person who has an EV lives in a single family home, easy. You get an EV charger, you get the rates you know on your bill. You live in an apartment, not so easy. Who needs the car the most in terms of pure economic benefits of that car? The MDU. So we have a world where we know who we want to target, and now we have ways of targeting it. It's the deployment of money, and I'm going to say there's a partnership up here. We have put in 15,000 chargers. The private part was we ended up floating it because it's hard for government to get money out, and they are accountable to every dollar, so they're going to watch it closely, and you want them to watch it closely. But that creates a lag and a delay. So the private to partner publiship was we funded it ahead, and as a result, I'm going to suggest LA City in particular having 15,000 EV chargers. Nobody in the country has anything close to that. The beauty is we're now already starting to put batteries in these apartments. Why? Because we're starting to now see enough volume. The fascinating part is we know this. You put EVs in a multifamily, within 6 months, you will have a user. I'll say it differently. We have not installed an EV job yet that within 6 months didn't have a user. Councilman Kretz, I'm sorry, Paul, as I know, because we're both Paul. It's a lumpy experience. Paul has been councilman has been one of the biggest supporters. No surprise, his district, and I point to the political influence, his district has been hands-on aggressive. They have the highest concentration of EVs of all the EVs we put out. Now, he and I didn't coordinate that up front. It's his commitment to it and the political commitment. You know, I say with the CARB money, we have a great example as LA City. LA City put out all these charges for under $4,000 a charger. So we have all these pieces and we've done the work up here. In the case of LAWA, I commend you having 1,500 chargers, no place in the country. It's the vanity element that excites me. And then another example of private to partner, public partnership, out at Van Nuys, LAWA saw the opportunity. You have hangars. Why not put solar panels? So to Matt's point, private-public partnership. You go out to Van Nuys Airport with LAWA. We put, I think it's total about 50,000 panels. Why on airport hangars? Because they always remain airport hangars. So I can go on, but there's so much low-hanging fruit. But it is absolutely dependent on a collaboration of the folks you see here. The political, the machine which our former governor set up with the carbon and trade, and we now are seeing real carbon dollars, and I can show you 15,000 chargers that have been deployed as a result of what was set up 15 years ago in this state. So I would say the economics of it is how do we get to equitability for all the users? And to me, that really comes down to you have the bifurcation of residential, MDU, and our job is we're advocates of get the right amount of money over here in the MDU because we think that gives you the best and most direct bang for the buck. And that's not to take away from all the other important things that are happening, like fast charging is important. So I think one of the things we often find in our industry, and I say it as a competitor, is we think we need to be all things to everybody versus recognizing we are in a complicated world, and we're seeing this now. There are 10 different really good competitors to me, but we each now are kind of falling into our own little space. That means we're an industry that are maturing, and we can only mature because, again, I'll say we have the collaboration, the support, and most importantly, the political will to do what we're doing out here.
Amen to that. And I would just point out, in 2018, when we started our transportation partnership, and Paul, you were there, and Leanne, your predecessor, was in the room, and we said, all right, we want to set some ambitious targets. The city had said 28,000 chargers by 2028. You're halfway there, and now you've increased that goal to 45,000 by 2025, Councilman. It's pretty remarkable the progress we're able to make when we all lean in together. And we have to have leadership. And speaking of leadership, our governor put out a goal, Governor Newsom, 2 years ago to get to 100% of all cars to be sold in California, be electric, to be zero emissions by 2035. But the rules and the regulations had to be put in place to do that. And there's some significant milestone targets along the way in the CARB rule that was just passed, 35% by 2026 and 68% by 2030. And as I said, we're going to do our part in LA to have 80% sold by 2028. So Chair Randolph, can you talk to us a little bit about these new requirements, the impact you expect on GHGs, and of course, but also criteria pollutants? And how do you think this will influence other states? I mean, we've seen other states join with California after ARB has put rules in place. What does this mean for the nation?
Yeah, I am incredibly proud of the huge amount of work that our staff put into this and the advocates put into this to make sure that we came up with a really strong rule. So Advanced Clean Cars 2 is a manufacturer mandate. It says that that the manufacturers need to sell increasing percentages of their fleets into the state. As Matt mentioned, 35% by 2026. So it actually starts with model year 2026 because the manufacturers are planning this model year right now. And so this will go into effect with the 2026 model year. It ramps up 68%, 2030, 100% by 2035. And we put in a lot of really important components to the rulemaking to make these vehicles attractive. We have minimum range requirements. We have battery durability requirements. We have warranty requirements. We have charging equipment requirements to really make sure that these vehicles are the kind of vehicles people want to buy and use. We are also, since we're moving towards 100%, our crediting system where manufacturers can purchase credits from other manufacturers is going to phase down over time. It's going to get a lot simpler. But one key piece we added to it as a result of some really strong advocacy was, are there ways we can use these credits to entice manufacturers to put these vehicles in communities? So we adopted some strategies around making vehicles available to car share programs run by nonprofits and bringing cars off lease and putting them into these programs. And so we really hope that that will help the deployment of these vehicles, which is sort of brings me to a critical point that I always try to remind folks, which is the manufacturer mandate alone will not get us there. The incredible investment that the legislature has made into the zero emission transformation, into infrastructure, into incentives, that's going to be a really critical and important piece of the success of these rules. And then when it comes to the other states, there are 17 other states that follow California's California's emission standards. And so what we wanted to do was make sure that we could pull as many of those, we call them 177 states, as possible. And some are already there, they're already ready. Virginia is participating by statute. And the state of Washington, the state of New York have indicated that they plan on following. And so making sure that this becomes something that results in market transformation throughout the country, I think is a key benefit of a rule that is fundamentally about air quality in California. It's fundamentally about tackling climate change. And it will be effective not only in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but also reducing NOx and PM 2.5.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you again for your leadership. I mean, so much in the budget, so much that the rule's making possible. I think now in future years, we need to focus on how we, as you pointed out through the CARB programs, you're getting EV car share in the hands of community-based organizations to serve their constituents. One idea you and I talked about last week is the pilot that came out of the Transportation Partnership, which is putting EV car share at public housing. We know that's a population that lacks adequate access to transportation and access to a car in LA. Until we build out Measure M's investments, it's critical for upward economic mobility to have access to a car. So how do we make that affordable and do it in a shared model, and then get them those used EVs as they come off a lease? And thanks to Congressman Jimmy Gomez, who was at our campus recently with Speaker Pelosi, who championed the used EV tax credit and Inflation Reduction Act. That's a huge tool from the federal government. But thanks to ARB, President Biden's goal of 50% of all cars sold in this nation to be electric by 2030 is now possible. It's feasible. But turning to Gene, we have worked together in various forms. This most recent budget the governor signed. The mayor, you and me and others signed a letter asking for additional funding for zero emission storage because we know the investment is so critical. Thankfully, we got $100 million dedicated for zero emission storage, charging infrastructure and fueling infrastructure that wasn't in there before. Thanks to that effort, we wanted it just for this corridor, given the importance of 40% of all the goods coming through here and the not just the economic importance of what the port represents, but the impact, of course, upon communities that suffer from that diesel pollution. But the port of LA is really not just the largest container port in North America, but is really leading the way on this transition to zero emissions. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the investments you're making, and you and your team and the port is doing, while getting record numbers of containers through as well?
Yeah, sure, Matt. And this just doesn't start today, but it began with the world's first clean air action plan at a port designed by the cities of Long Beach and Los Angeles, along with their two ports, back in 2006. And that led to a 90% reduction in diesel particulate matter, 97% in sulfur oxide, about 65% in NOx. And while growing the port, about a 25% reduction in GHG, before we really had the technology to understand what that would mean. Fast forward across several iterations of improvement and advancement, it's our outsized responsibility, it's the need to be first, and the requirement to lead that drives this next generation of movement. And that's to have a zero emissions cargo handling port, all those machines that move the cargo in and out, by the year 2030. And all those trucks that move in and out, the 20,000 or so that are registered at the Twin Ports, to be zero emission by the year 2035, which is really good.
That's a big deal.
And the question remains how to do it. Easily set the markers, stand back, and let private sector do it. But you've heard from the commenters so far, that's not the way we do things here. We've got to be deeply involved, whether it's public-private partnerships, whether it's leadership from elected and appointed officials, what these cities' proprietary departments are responsible for doing. It is a collective and community approach that we've taken. And it was that community that pushed us back in 2006 to open our eyes and see things differently than we had as an industry, as a city, and as a port. Wedged in between this now is our work on the international stage, creating the first green shipping corridor with the leadership of Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, the city council, and the work on the C40 group of cities, where the mayor was chair, just recently passed the baton to the mayor of London. And that means, how do we take a shipment, an entire vessel worth of cargo, and make it green? That means coming from the manufacturing facility, finding its way to that port, loaded onto a ship, brought across the ocean, unloaded at the Port of Los Angeles, and moved on to us, the American consumers, in a green way. All those nodes of transportation. We've also, thanks to President Biden and Biden-Harris administration, joined the Quad, which on a trading definition is how we can bolster international support. But more importantly, on a sustainability mission, it's how we bring together an international footprint of people who believe in the same thing, a coalition of the willing, if I may. And that's Japan, Australia, India, and the United States. And so while there are a number of different segments that we're working on at the highest levels in those governments, there's also this aspect of bringing apart, just like Councilman Krikorian mentioned. How do you become a market maker? Can't do this on our own. Can lead by example, but you need other people to come along. And I give you this just as what motivates me every day. Those 20,000 trucks that call at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach represent only 2.5 weeks worth of North American heavy-duty truck production. And by state law, our industry only is required to purchase new trucks once every 13 years. So how do we motivate the private sector? How do we get them interested? And I'm talking now about the original equipment manufacturers and their tiered suppliers to participate with this in an area that's not any longer aspirational. It's about what we must do, facing the greatest existential threat that we have on the face of the earth. Now, if you only represent 2 weeks worth of production, you can develop relationships, make friends, and start to move a little bit, but we really have to move the needle now. So getting some international cooperation, working with global brands who have the same ideals and ideas that we do, and maybe putting a little more peer pressure on folks around the country who have not followed our lead in this one segment, building off the model that's created with respect to automobiles dating back to the 1970s and the California Air Resources Board to this momentous occasion that we all celebrated last week with the new CARB rule. So we've got to bring some more people around. We've got to really get confidence built into the manufacturing sector, and it takes money. So we've got to spend our time not trying to move around and talk about different dates and things of that nature. How do we accelerate the technology and find the investment and funding to go with it to do that job of getting these products, whether they be heavy machines, trucks, ships, or trains, deployed? Now, in closing, we can argue about big companies who make a lot of money. Yeah, they got to have skin in the game. But in our trucking segment, which moves about 2/3 of the cargo in and out of the port, nearly half of that membership in the segment are small business people. And I believe it is CARB that defines them as 5 trucks or less. Could be a sole proprietorship, a family-owned business, 2 brothers, 2 sisters who put together a company. How do we make sure they remain whole through this? The truck they purchase today is usually on the second-hand or maybe even tertiary market in this port drayage business for an average cost of about $50,000. The newer zero-emissions trucks right now range anywhere from about $350,000 to $1 million with associated infrastructure. So here again, speed up that technology, make it more commercially affordable, find those great investors, and let's make sure we don't leave the worker behind. It's a very complex equation, but the willingness has never been stronger. And the outreach we've done collectively across segments and communities means that we're going to get there. It's going to take a little bit of elbow grease, but we've got a great roadmap, need to continue to improve and push ourselves every day.
Thank you, Gene. And we're seeing some innovation, of course, come forth in the business model side. I mean, we need this of how do you reduce total cost of ownership, but are there leasing models to help those independent owner-operators who, you know, as you say, face a very different business decision than a larger truck operator than some of the ones that are already deploying zero emissions. All right, we talked briefly about the Inflation Reduction Act, but that was also historic, the most significant federal investment ever in climate. I was with Councilman DeLeon. We were over on a field study trip in Europe and lamenting, you know, when that point the deal had blown up with Senator Manchin, and you know, that local and state governments would continue to lead the way was sort of the message of hope we were trying to provide. But thankfully, it came back, and while there were some things we were less excited about, in the package overall, it was enormously important. But in there was the $7,500 new car tax credit, which has some criteria that was going to really push for domestic supply chain and manufacturing / assembly. And then a $4,000 used EV tax credit I mentioned earlier, which is also really, really important. It does not have any manufacturing requirements in that, you know, although I did talk to Congressman Gomez, the average EV right now, because of the chip shortage, is a little above $25,000 for a used EV. So how do we get that maybe to go up on availability from $25,000 to $30,000 price cap? But these are really important. So what do we do? What does this investment represent to for this transformation? How does it help us reach our goals? And then how do we make sure that low and moderate income individuals aren't left out? So just a rapid fire round of answers. I'm going to start with you, Councilman Krikorian.
Restate the question.
I'm sorry, I got a little lost in my focus on the used EV tax credit. What is this huge, historic $369 billion investment going to make possible for the city of LA and state of California?
Oh, you know, so much of what we have to do right now is one-time investment in infrastructure that will pay dividends forever.
Yeah.
And that is always the sticking point that cities have, because we don't have the ability to usually do that. So the incredible investment that's coming from the Biden administration and from the Newsom administration from the state is going to enable us to not just in the transportation sector, but in so many other areas, invest in the kind of things that we just don't have the capacity to do, but we're expected to. And I think as we're engaging in the strategic planning initiative that we're on EVs, this is why that matters so much, because we may have a lot of ideas that we want to initiate to encourage EVs, but in order to position the city of Los Angeles to be most competitive, to receive the maximum amount of funding from the state and the federal government, we need to have that plan to put forward to show that there's going to be a return on investment that is, that's going to justify that investment. And that's what we're doing, and I think it will.
Yeah, well, thank you. There are still lots of other things. Of course, there was also the CHIPS Act that had some things for investing in this space, as well as the year before, the bipartisan infrastructure package, which has got $7.5 billion for charging in 2 different tranches, $5 billion for formula funding and $2.5 billion in block grants. In those 3 bills, there's a lot of in there to help us, accelerate this transition. But Samantha, is there anything in there for airports and aviation that you're excited about?
Yeah, I mean, we're excited. We'll take any money that we can get. So we're very excited about it. Again, the opportunity is amazing. We're looking at a whole range of things, but as I mentioned, electric GSE, getting that infrastructure on our airfield, it's quite costly. It's one of the reasons why a lot of our mom and pop ground handlers don't have electric GSE, because the cost to buy the equipment is quite expensive. If we can incentivize them to do that, if we can provide the charging, that's going to help us get there much quicker. Buying EV buses. So a lot of our providers, we run an employee shuttle service. We have 20 to 30,000 employees who come to the airport every day. It's a city. And if we can buy EV buses, even for those companies, and have them operate them, that's going to make a huge difference for our employees and our communities. So we need to look at all of those opportunities, and we're really taking them all into account. We did get money out of the infrastructure bill for a new project we have, the Airfield and Terminal Modernization Project. It is a $6 billion project that we're trying to do before the Olympics. It will build 2 new terminals, a whole new roadway system to enter the airport, as well as airfield improvements that all of those have sustainability elements baked into them. We already got $50 million from the infrastructure bill towards the roadway project. And again, what we're doing as part of that roadway project is also reducing VMT. So we're really making sure that sustainability is built into every aspect of the projects we're doing. So yes, the grants are quite helpful to us, and we will definitely be pursuing those opportunities.
That's great. Paul, in the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, there was also, besides the vehicle tax credit, the charging tax credit. Do you see that as critical to further unlocking private capital into charging investments?
Yes, I think, and I'll back up a little bit on your question about the Inflation Reduction Act. I had the privilege of speaking to President Biden at the time on the Monday before the Democratic convention, and he had reached out through common connections because he wanted to understand EVs. And it happens to be my mom's from Scranton, he's from Scranton, so I had an instant bonding moment with him. And we got sidetracked, but we got back on subject. And what stuck with me, and is still with me as I build our company, where we have 57% other than white, is his commitment to the quality of jobs. And what stuck with me is, and more than I've heard, among folks that are professional politicians, he felt and understood the authenticity of his commitment and understanding. And this is what moved me most, and has continued to move me as I, as an individual business investor, invest tens of millions, was his understanding of, we have, and it was said up here, I think Councilman Kikorian, you said it, we have a one-time shot. It's getting the money in the right place, because this infrastructure will last a lifetime. You put in electrical infrastructure, to your point, it's good for 100 years. The economic transformation this city spends, to put in perspective, we spend about $200 billion a year in gas and fuel. That money is staying here now. Because when we start putting the solar panels on the roof, put the energy in the battery, and then charge the car, that's real economic stimulation. When DWP goes to 8-minute solar and says, build a massive field out there and put in batteries, that is real economic stimulation. And the beauty is because it's a new business, we can establish things like fair wages. You know, one of his things about Davis-Bacon, I'm very familiar with Davis-Bacon, which is federal wages from the earthquake days in Ghost Town. And it's funny because as business people, a lot of us get worked up at how much we're paying. The question is, what can the business model afford? Or in this case, let's build a business model, because the one thing that comes out of everything we're touching in this world is high productivity. So by definition, if anybody in this world is making a big contribution, that means there should be opportunity to reshuffle the economic model. And I'll say one last thing, which I think is critical, and it'll take about 10 years to see where this all lands, is I would hope the $369 billion help set rates and pricing, or create the market that keeps the pricing to the folks in the MDU, the apartments, or said differently, the folks who should get the most benefit from reduced energy, from the economic stimulation of creating energy here, is we have the ability to do it now, because in the world of what we're doing, we're taking electrons, we're pushing them with ones and zeros. We can identify every electron to where it's going. It's easy to measure, it's easy to know where we want to put it. It's just connecting the dots and the technology to get smart things to smart things. Or the other thing I'd like to put it all in perspective is you put out your hands, every day we get more energy on this planet than we can possibly use. I called it a world of abundance. What comes up short is our human flaws, where we have a hard time organizing ourselves. But today, every human on this planet could have food, they could have medical access, they could have a green, sustainable car if we organized ourselves right. And that's the ultimate question up here, is how do we take that $369 billion, and hopefully for every one of us up here in 10 years, we're proud to the fact that we got most of the money where it belongs. There will always be money that will be wasted, but we're in this place, and you hear it up here today. People have a direction, we have lanes, and things are happening.
Thank you, Paul. I like that vision of the future. Chair Randolph, I mean, we talked on the huge investment in the state budget, but in the federal investments from these three particular pieces of legislation, there's a lot that I think is going to benefit helping California and the states that follow California's lead. Is there anything in there you're particularly excited about, whether it's domestic production or other things you and your staff and your fellow board members think about?
Yeah, I would say a couple things. Both the Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act are really providing a lot of support through the NEVI program for infrastructure around the country, which is really important, because when I talk to the other states that we were talking about, the 177 states, they need to see the same support for infrastructure that California has. And so they really are seeing the federal funding as a huge opportunity to make progress in their states. And the other thing I think is important, with the state budget, the huge infusion, and then the huge infusion from the federal government, those are going to really provide the deployment we need to see that will help bring down costs. But I also think it's important to highlight how important sustained funding is. And this circles back to Senator Pavley's accomplishment with AB 32, because if you look at things like the California Climate Investments of Cap and Trade funds and the low carbon fuel standard, I mean, that has funded, the LCFS has funded an incredible amount of zero emission infrastructure and continues to provide that funding. And one of the conversations we're having around the scoping plan is making that even more rigorous, because then you know that there's a sustained amount of funding over time that will get us to where we need to go. And we get infusions here and there, from the Volkswagen settlement or from budget money, but it's really the continued sustained support for a zero emission economy that moves away from fossil fuels that will get us where we need to go. And so I'm excited that there's huge opportunities that we'll be able to take advantage of in the next few years, and to really focus on deployment and focus on tackling some of the challenges. I was on a call yesterday with some transit agencies, including Metro, talking about some of the challenges they've had in deploying their zero emission vehicles pursuant to our innovative clean transit rule. And there's huge opportunities, but also some practical rolling up our sleeves, fixing problems that we have to do. And that's the thing I like best about my job. And I think with all this financial support, it'll be even easier to do that.
Yeah. When we were at the Transportation Decarbonization Summit, one of the lunchtime conversations I had was somebody from Colorado, I think, Department of Transportation, and you pointed out that most of these states, the only charging money they got was probably from the VW settlement prior to this bipartisan infrastructure package, and of course everything else that's coming with it. And he was just explaining, like, some states don't really have an energy department like California Energy Commission, or certainly not an Air Resources Board. And then when they get to implementation, how do they, collaborate and figure out how to work together? I think that's the other thing that's going to come out of this, is really this record federal investment is really force some collaboration and breakthroughs. We'll probably see some challenges in that process, but it's really forcing and inspiring and catalyzing collaboration. Gene, yesterday you had a speaking collaboration with the federal government. You had Secretary Buttigieg out to provide some of that bipartisan infrastructure bill money. What do you see in these three packages that's coming to help along the port along the way on the zero emissions journey?
Well, it's probably three pieces, Matt. One, like we've heard from the experiences of others, it's a good start, but it's got to be annualized, whether as specific budget line items or something that runs down the line where we can count on that money for investment, and again, delivering that confidence to the private sector who needs to be with us every step of the way. In the California state budget, as an example, $2.3 billion designated to the 11 municipal ports here in California, and an $875 million carve-out on transition to ZE. Now, what that means, on average, about 400 trucks for the whole state that would be ZE designated to ports. Okay, it's a start, but we haven't seen anything like that yet. For the first time in a generation in our sector, whether you call it ports, transportation, supply chain, we've got the alignment of the federal, state, and local governments like we've never seen before, and like others are still reaching for. So good start, more to do, helps us accelerate all the commentary you've heard this far, but to get where we need to go, it's going to take a lot more. That's why that focus on acceleration and investment is going to be key. The confidence that's given to the private sector has to come along with real investment by brands that are global, well capitalized, that have the same DNA as we do in R&D. That 7,500 acres at the Port of Los Angeles is used as a test lab for these manufacturers, so the scientists and engineers can see what works and what needs to be improved. All of this is possible, but it's got to continue, I dare to say, into perpetuity, but as long as we can see on the planning horizon now.
Yeah, sure. So certainly to facilitate the transition to 100% zero-emission dredge trucks, not just for the ports of LA and Long Beach, but the state of California by 2035. All right, so we've got a few minutes left. One thing we haven't talked about yet in this conversation is the workforce that's required to put these chargers in place, to maintain these vehicles and the chargers and everything else in between. I'm just going to open it up for any comments, and then to wrap up, I'll go through and just offer everybody a final word. But anybody want to talk about what we need to be doing on the workforce front? Paul?
Yeah, to me, that's the most exciting part of the sector. Is it will create a lot of really good jobs, and I think it's process. We're seeing it's a process, and it's mostly vocational. And having been myself a byproduct of a vocational high school program, what I know is it's about 6 months or less. Fundamentally, people are intelligent. Fundamentally, people want to work. Fundamentally, what they're missing is somebody to help them put those pieces together. Community colleges, and to answer your specific question, among the groups that I think are built best to help build this workforce is community colleges. Myself, again, being a byproduct. community colleges. It's quick, it's accessible, you get to the things you need. And what are the type of jobs we're creating? They're technical, they're installs. One of the biggest challenges, because we've had this great diversity I talked about, we're missing females in the install department. There's no reason they shouldn't be there. So through Councilman Nori Martinez, she has a program going out in her district where she's taking in certain folks and getting them trained. We're hiring them, or like your group, we've hired some of your folks. I would say this, the opportunity to go to educational institutions and challenge them to get workers for this industry, the opportunity is huge, and it's going to start here in LA. Why? Because this is the first place in the country where you're starting to see the demand, where companies like us go from 10 employees right up to 100. I believe will be 1,000. Where are we going to get those workers? We're seeing these different portals that we're going to go to. And I think once, in general, I think once, as more and more of the public become aware of the opportunity, getting people to come in this industry is actually a privilege because it is their future. And when we get folks in this industry, they're passionate and excited. And often it's like a new lease from wherever they were coming from. So I take great pleasure in what is to come when it comes to the workforce development and the opportunities we're going to be able to create for folks.
Yeah, we just started our all-female EV charger maintenance workforce training earlier this week. Yeah, it's worth wooting about because we really, even in charger maintenance, which is largely an IT job, it's diagnosing why is a charger down, which 90% of the time is because the Wi-Fi connection isn't working or there's a software or firmware issue, not an electrical issue. So they get trained in electrical safety, how to work around electrical equipment safely, but it's really a great opportunity. We were still seeing 70% of the applicants being men, yeah. and it's a female-friendly job opportunity. A lot of construction jobs, I don't mean to say it's not, but it just is a perceived and sometimes a real barrier for people. Councilman?
Yeah, just to add, Matt, both with LA 100 and with the EV master plan, DWP is engaging in a really deep dive to figure out how do we make this jobs transition accessible to everyone in Los Angeles and equitable, and especially in the communities that have most been impacted by the fossil fuels industry over the years. Yeah. So this was initiated by a motion that Chairman O'Farrell and I introduced together to make sure that as we're planning infrastructure development and all the policy making that we're doing, we're also including building the workforce in order to achieve that.
That's great.
Yeah, one last piece, and the realization of a dream for many of us in our sector is that we will be building the nation's first goods movement training campus at the Port of Los Angeles, the first in our nation. And it's made possible now through the great approach that our governor took in putting $110 million in a budget line item for workforce development and training. We're designating 20 acres of land at the Port of Los Angeles, putting up $40 million of our own money from an employers association and other private sector folks. And there's three pieces among many that we want to get after. But one is, how do you upskill and reskill the workforce, much like other segments, to get folks ready for this transition and be a part of it? Mechanics who used to use a wrench have to use a computer, and there's so many stories like that we see today. We've got to accelerate it in our supply chain. The second is for the traditional dock worker that many of us know down at the ports. One of the more polarizing conversations is that over the implementation of robotics at ports, because they and only they can be of zero emission capability. Not necessarily true. Again, we've given some confidence to the private sector to build human-operated equipment at a cost-effective level with the proper energy sources that can really propel us to where we want to get to. And thirdly, the person that buys that equipment, how do we teach them properly to go out and find state and federal funding, how to partner with the appropriate agencies, how to learn to get ahead, to lead in this area, other than just saying, hey man, this stuff is expensive and I don't know where to go. We got to coach them up. And here again, that's part of our collective responsibility. So this training campus, I think, is going to be groundbreaking in a number of ways in our industry, but it's also going to be one more in the many advantages that we put together to make this transition a reality.
I know you're working on it for a couple of years. Congratulations, that's a big achievement. All right, final word. I just want to ask each of you to share, if we imagine a fully zero emissions future by 2045 in the transportation sector, what's the greatest challenge and what are you most excited? Let's just focus on what are you most excited about, given we have less than a minute per person. So, Councilman, I'll start with you.
I mean, it's inherently exciting, I guess, to imagine a future that seemed virtually impossible just a short time ago. But I grew up in the San Fernando Valley at a time when we still had smog alerts every Sunday, every summer rather, when we pumped leaded gasoline into our cars, when we saw visible emissions everywhere on the freeways. Mm-hmm. And the progress that we've made in air quality already, particularly in the automotive sector, is one of the great untold policy successes, I think, that we've had in our country. And it happened in ways that no one would have thought possible in the car capital of the world. And yet we've done that. Now we're making the biggest investment in the country in public transportation. We're leading the transition into EVs, and we're reshaping Los Angeles around transportation. So I think what you're going to see in 2040 is the model for what the city of the future should be in terms of improved mobility, improved air quality, improved public health, and improved efficiency.
Yay, I like that. Samantha.
So the rumor is the most dreaded words in the English language are, will you pick me up at LAX? and so we are...
Yes, I think it may be, and certainly greater
so
LA.
We are working to change that, and what we're really excited about is we are building a train to the airport, for those of you who don't know. Yes. It is under construction and it'll be open in 24, so it is real and it will happen. And I think what we're excited about is being able to get people out of their cars and give them another way to get to LAX. It will finally connect with mass transit. It will connect to the Crenshaw line and the Green Line. And so for our employees and passengers, there is hope on the horizon, so hang in there. But I think that is really going to change the way we do things at LAX and really is a game changer for the region. So to me, that's in the near future. It's not 2045, but I think it's something that that everyone will be very excited about.
That's for sure. Thank you, Samantha. Paul.
What excites me most is it is the single biggest opportunity to reshuffle the economic deck for the American person, period. There'll be nothing else in the next 30 years that will have the opportunity, which we have today, to make the impact to the folks we want. In the true word of accessibility, getting from point A to point B. So I think the thing I'm most excited about is the economics are here today. And you've heard me because I've been on these panels before. I'm the guy that always says we're locked and loaded, meaning all the technology is there today. We don't need the holy grail of a battery. Batteries are cheap today if used in the right application. So we have all the technology. It's about the implementation. It's about displacing the incumbent. Fossil guys like the rock guys, they were good folks. Their material was invaluable to society at that moment. But like rocks, we've moved beyond fossil fuel. And I think the point about fossil fuel is drilling down and pulling out of the earth. Common sense will tell us at some point, grabbing a little electrons out of the air has to be cheaper than going down. Right now, it's distorted with regulatory, incumbent interests and all that. But if you look at telecom and what happened to its deregulation, or it's called unfolding process, you had pricing coming down and technology accelerated. Let me say that again. You had prices coming down and technology accelerating. We're going to have the same thing because at some point out there, the actual producing of energy, just like sending data down a pipeline, not a big deal. It's the distribution that will cost money. It's the delivery system. And that's where pricing and some of the things we talk about, the economic models have to realign over time so that it maximizes the implementation. Because the fundamental economics are there. We're going to reduce transportation by 70% for folks in the next 15 years. And that pretty much lays out the case for where we're going.
Chair Randolph, how about you?
If we change every vehicle on the road now to zero emission, we will not meet our sustainability and our climate goals, right? So to me, I'm most excited about the opportunity to really reimagine housing. You know, Mayor Garcetti mentioned that this morning, the importance of housing, the importance of building a more sustainable transportation system, the opportunity to take just the start in the budget this year, $400 million in the state budget around sustainable communities, and really trying to move that. It's and sort of the opportunity to get past, okay, now we've got our mandates in place for our light duty and we're working on them for heavy duty. And that's great, that's awesome. And we can change that paradigm. And now we need to be really leaning into more sustainable transportation.
Great, and I'm sure some other things in the scoping plan that you and your fellow board members are considering.
Yeah.
Gene, how about you?
I think it's the opportunity to do both well and good. We've got an extraordinary legacy to follow in the Golden State with folks that we've looked up to that have really moved the needle. And when the observers look back 15, 20, 40 years from now, they could say at this moment in time, we really did move the needle. It's going to take an awful lot of work, but that is part of that outsized responsibility that we possess here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for a really great conversation. Appreciate every one of your leadership, as well as what it represents collectively of what we can make possible here, not just in Los Angeles and California, but across the nation and the world. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you for joining us today for the 16th Annual Sustainability Summit. Don't forget to visit our website if you would like to rewatch any portions of today's event. We hope to see you next year.